Stream is live.
Stream is live. Hey, we are live. Okay. I got a note right at the beginning of that saying the StreamYard is out of space, so I wasn't sure what was going on. But hi, everybody. Welcome to Comics Chat Wednesday. I am your host, Ray Dillon, artist for 20 years in comics and movies and video games, creator of The Evolution and Gatekeeper. Get these at NewQuestComics.com. We're here with Brent ENGSTROM, as always, painter of Garbage Pail Kids for the last 17 years. He's also on Wacky Packages for Tops. And he's done the Weird Al Yankovic illustrated graphic novel, which won a Ringo Award. And we have our special guest, very excited about this, John Wrightson, son of Bernie Wrightson, legendary artist. And he is a makeup effects artist. He does sculpting, does painting. He's worked on things like, Underworld and The Walking Dead and Logan and Star Trek Beyond and a ton of amazing, like every Walking Dead iteration, by the way. Yeah, tried to. I'm looking forward to getting to know a lot more about it here tonight, though. Now I'm getting a message from Renae. Let's see if she's coming in or not. I guess not. She's working on getting things straightened out. 1 second here. All right, but welcome everybody. Welcome If Man, who is in the chat, who was telling us to hurry up. Old fogies have a hard time staying up this late. Get some coffee. Stay up for the next 5 hours with us. Come on.
Come on from the West Coast where it's a little earlier.
Yeah, right. Yeah, thankfully you and some of our guests have been on the West Coast, and we're on the East Coast, so we're always up way too late.
You're past your bedtime. For me, I'm right on schedule so far. So
yeah. We had a friend of ours come on from the UK, so he was up at like 3 a.m. all the way until the sun came up with us.
Oh my goodness! Wow,
he's done it twice, surprisingly. But hey, we got Rob Norton in the chat too. Welcome. I know, yeah, he's pretty cool for hanging out. But John, welcome. Thank you very much for being here. We are so excited to get into your stuff. We were just kind of talking about this, but I was going to tell everyone where I first saw your work. Let me share the screen here. Where was it? Right here. So you might have even seen this going around over the past couple of weeks, but this was a statue for the Bernie Wrightson, I believe it was like a tribute gallery show or something to that effect. And I saw this image and I was like, oh my God, what is that? Who did that? Like a life-size, realistic version of Bernie Wrightson's, Frankenstein. And it was just so amazingly done. And then I saw in the caption for it that it was by his son, John Wrightson. And I was like, wait, what? He's got a son and he's this amazing at sculpting? I couldn't believe it. So I went on a deep dive into his stuff and, followed him on Instagram and kept seeing his work and just couldn't
I'll take you on a little
cool
tour really quick.
Ooh, all right, let's do it.
Just to make
you larger.
Yeah, exactly. So you just get to the garage here, get to the... Oh my God, it's so dark. How do I manage? So there it is.
Oh my God, you have it. Look at that.
Have it. There, right.
Oh wow.
Right there for you guys.
That is absolutely amazing work, John. Oh my gosh. When I saw it, I was just like, it's the perfect sculpt of it. Like it's just perfect. And obviously, I mean, it probably better than anybody. So
well, this is now probably my third attempt, I want to say, at capturing his likeness. Started off with just like little statues back when I was first in college, and then did like another statue, which I'll show you in a minute. But yeah, so there's. Let's see if I can so that way you guys can see it, and it's
huge too. Wow,
huge. Yeah, so.
Dang, that is amazing.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have the brick facade that he initially had for the gallery, which we could talk about in a minute. And then there's the other statue.
Oh, cool.
That I'd done several years before the life-size one.
Oh, that looks great too.
And fun little tidbit. My dad was around during. Sorry, there we go. My dad was actually around when I was sculpting this. And
oh wow.
I had him look at it to kind of get his approval, and I have the photo somewhere. I can't find it, but ultimately there's a photo of him actually doing a little sculpture work on the shoulder blade, just like something that he just wanted to kind of adjust a little bit to kind of the way he saw it. So I snagged a photo of him doing it because I thought, that's kind of special right there. Like
that is, yeah. Oh
bringing the
man, yeah,
original
I'd love to see
creator
that.
to actually come in. You know, like there's obviously been photos like with the sideshow collectible where he's posing with the artist itself. That's like how often do you get the actual illustrator to actually physically manipulate the model that was based on his work there?
Yeah, no kidding. Wow, that is so cool. Let me put you there. Okay, there we go.
And
got a new layout. All right,
back to the garage.
All right, man. Thank you for showing that. That is so cool. Yeah, great story about having your dad work on it too. I could see him like particularly like a shoulder blade or something, like getting that kind of edge to it and stuff. Like I could see that from his work.
Yeah, and you could tell like he was kind of a little timid about doing it as well. Like you know, he was never that kind of person that like never wanted to like really intrude on somebody else's. Like even if you were like be like no, do what you want to it. It was like, you know, like I hope this is not intrusive or anything like that. It's like, oh, this is awesome. Like sometimes you get those people that come in that just want to like handle everything and you know that artistic flair, and it's like, well, no, if you come in, he's gonna enhance it, he's gonna make it whatever it was that much better.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, that's cool. I bet you learned a lot just from that experience too. Like just, and he probably learned a lot from you, because did he ever do sculpture or anything or?
Yeah. So interestingly enough, well, for when he actually was doing the Frankenstein illustrations way back when, you might have seen it. I don't know if it's featured in a look back or it might be a studio, one of those books. They're actually black and white stills of a clay head that he had made for lighting reference.
Oh, maybe I do remember seeing that. Yeah. And yeah, so he made that. Cool.
Okay. He sculpted that, and you know, you look at it, it is what it is. It's kind of, it's not like, doesn't have like the Hollywood polish or anything like that, but it's like the shapes are there, and he could use it for lighting reference. And if I remember correctly, when we were moving out of his studio in New York, he came across it kind of buried deep within his little loft, and I want to say it might have been like a plasticine that he was sculpting it out of, like an oil kind of based clay, but it contained sulfur, and then he would coat it with latex, which then got contaminated. So when he tried to handle the thing, it was touching a mound of tree sap ultimately. So he ended up discarding it.
Oh wow. Yeah. Oh darn. But I mean, yeah, good that he got rid of it, because it sounds like toxic almost. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, thankfully we don't have that. We don't really work with that kind of clay in the film business or anything like that. But
right. Yeah, man.
But then we
had If Man saying just how cool that looked. And he was also asking why your name is spelled different on screen. Wrightson. Like, I think that's because he's clever. I think John's clever. That's why. Wrightson. Yeah, Brandy saying hello. Hi, Brandy. Welcome.
Oh boy, I actually misspelt my own name. Whoops.
Oh no. Wrightson.
That's a boo boo. But he also, on top of doing that sculpture, he mentioned how he ultimately wanted to. He thought about getting into makeup effects himself. Like you would read up on the books of Dick Smith and everything like that. And I think his biggest holdup was like he would be reading books about how you're supposed to go about doing sculpture work, and those were the ones that would basically tell you like you sculpt one half of a face and take it from beginning to end, and then use that to mirror the other side. And like I've only met one person who's actually ever done that in my career. Anybody else just finds that incredibly conducive to the process.
Yeah. Yeah, it seems like that would make it a lot harder. I mean, I haven't done a ton of sculpting, but yeah, that seems like it would make it weird to try to then add on the other side of the face instead of just sculpting the face from scratch. Right. Have you ever done it? Have you ever done it that way, or?
No. Well, no. Well, I have, but not in the conventional sense. So I get called a lot for kind of very symmetrical armor, like cyborg kind of sculpture work. Kind of started. I think I might have started back around the time I was working on Man of Steel. I was started off at the company when they had another film going on simultaneously, and then that ultimately didn't go any further. So, and I thought that was going to be my last day of work. Like they had most everybody else there working on Man of Steel while I was working on this other project, and this project was completely the opposite of what Man of Steel was, which was like, hard surface lines, and they were doing a lot of 3D printing even then.
Really?
Like the insignia and like all that kind of trim that goes up and down. And I was working on a project that was like making these like tribal masks that was about as organic and asymmetrical as you can be. But they liked what I was doing, and after that project fell apart, I thought I was gonna be off, and then I ended up being a painter on Man of Steel and doing a little bit of sculpting, and learn a lot of the techniques for doing kind of hard surface and trying to make everything clean and symmetrical and everything like that. And so I've carried a lot of those techniques now. So a lot of times when doing a sculpture like that, say if it's like, we need a robo cowl of some kind, I'll do that technique, like get it mostly blocked out, but then I'll use one side as like my template for once I establish a look, and then make a stencil, carry that over. But it's never like a directly from scratch kind of a thing where it's like, oh, you only sculpt one half and then this side is blank or anything. Like to me, that just seems like a horrible waste of energy.
Yeah. It does seem like, it seems like it would just be hard to even process it that way. I whoopsie, wrong way. I noticed you were talking about some of the cyborg stuff, and I was looking at this stuff on your Instagram page. Yep. That's so cool. Like the idea that you could sculpt something and make it look like metal or robotics or anything like that from clay, that always fascinates me. So
it's a different kind of discipline ultimately. And like one that I know a lot of sculptors try and like steer clear of, because a lot of them they got into this business to make fantasy characters and
monsters and stuff.
This one's like kind of almost like being an auto sculptor or something like that, which is very time consuming. It gets kind of frustrating at times, and I totally understand it, but I feel like it kind of makes me see things with a more critical eye. If that makes sense, because like there's no real cheating, and then just like trying to get that smooth polish, which is very unusual, because a lot of times you would sculpt something like that as smooth as you can. They do a hard resin casting and then you body shop the hell out of it, but this is like, no, we're just going straight into the mold. So it's like, and again, like learning techniques from those guys who are in similar situations. Like one of the guys I think worked on what was that Schwarzenegger movie where he's trying to get the superhero doll?
Jingle All the Way.
Jingle All the Way, yeah. So Arnold had wears the suit at the end, and apparently they had no time to do the process like mentioned of like, oh, we do a resin casting, body shop that to give it that car like polish. So they had to sculpt it, mold it, and make it as clean as possible. So I learned a lot of those techniques from that guy, using like sandpaper and different solvents that will break it down a lot to giving it that like high polish. So
neat. Okay, I watched a documentary or something with a car sculptor, like the guys that do the car sculpt, like big clay sculptures of the car before they actually manufacture it, like for the car companies. And that was pretty fascinating, because he was like using really specific techniques and doing all these things that I didn't really even understand at the time. But and trying to get those perfect edges and curves and things that aren't quite flat, sort of a rounded curve, like that kind of stuff. And that's and the little details and stuff. It just seems like a crazy process. And that seems similar to what you were doing there with this kind of stuff, because it's like, and getting it to curve around a face and still look like robotics. And then that has to be turned into a latex mask, I'm assuming, that they wear,
foam rubber,
and having and having that not look wrinkly or anything in that way. It's fascinating.
There's like certain thicknesses you have to do, and then like it's always tricky, because like again, you're working off of a life cast, and nobody's face is actually like perfectly symmetrical. So like, you know, I'll look at a face like that one, and also with whatever material they might have used. Like I don't know if maybe they scanned her face, or like if that's like using like a molding silicone or whatever, but it's like that stuff can ultimately kind of like shift you, or if you're not like cognizant of your posture, you know, you can kind of turn to one angle, or, you know, let something droop in. And I only know that because I've had my life cast done like 10 times, and the first time I looked like Wile E. Coyote when he accordions on himself. And yeah, like I just kind of let myself like slump into it too much, and
yeah, that's funny.
Like, oh no, I have no neck to work on. What the hell?
Yet I'm sure that's an element too, is people's expressions and the way their facial muscles shift and stuff when they're acting. That you have to probably plan for that kind of stuff too. It seems like an impossible task, but you're doing it here, so
that's that's something. Yeah, and I didn't really learn until getting to do more on set makeup application with the stuff that I had made, because in the early days that I was doing this, like I was just brought in as a sculptor with no like real input in terms of like how to make a sculpture work as a wearable prosthetic. Like you just kind of are caught up in the how do I make this the coolest looking thing, so you're not like critical about like where does it need to be thin, where does it need to be thick or anything. It's just like no, just make it come out to here and give it fangs that come out there, because that'll look cool and it's dynamic and no one's ever done it. And then you find out like the person couldn't move their fucking face in it. So it was really that was, and I would hear about that from people on set, just kind of like, oh, I was a little too thin here, or like maybe we could have like broken it up here or whatever. And it like went completely over my head. And it wasn't until actually getting to apply a piece of that I'd sculpted to be like, oh, okay, that's why it needs to be, you know, at least this certain thickness here, or maybe like we need to kind of cut into areas so there's just a little more movement. Like don't bring it too close into the mouth or near the crow's feet, you know, because they can just get that much more range. And then also wearing it teaches you a lot too, in terms of like, okay, that brow looks cool because it's, you know, big and angular, but I can't express through it because it's like weighing down my head here, and I just want to go to sleep. So it's like, you know, trying to find those areas, like do you keep it thin or do you kind of break it up in certain spots, so that way, you know, you just have a little more expression to bring through it. And I think that's something that there's such a divide in our line of work between like the lab people and those that are working on set, that I think and yeah, there always tends to be like that kind of, you know, the lab people are angry at the set people and the set people are angry at the lab people, because like, we need a little more of that kind of bleeding into one or the other. I think for perspective's sake more than anything, you know, just like so the lab people can see what they're putting up with, but then the set people can appreciate what they have to go through as well.
So, that's something that we talk about in comics too, is like every penciler should letter a comic so they understand where to put balloons, you know, on a paper, or where to leave space, or like ink it yourself so you know what details need to be there, or color it yourself so that you know what to leave open for a colorist. Like all those things really do work together. So I know what you mean, like the different departments not understanding each other very well. I'm sure that's a whole part of the industry that people don't ever think about too, like how those departments work, or how, like you were saying, like how it works on someone's face. Like there's so much more that goes into it than just sculpting and just, you know, making something look neat.
Well, you bring up an interesting point too, just kind of talking about the division within the world of comics and the misconception I think that a lot of people have. And I had this discussion with someone after bringing to their attention a comic book that my dad had illustrated, but my mom actually colored. And
oh, really?
He couldn't like quite wrap that around his mind, because obviously we know Bernie can in fact color, and he does it really well. Like he's a master with acrylics and oils and markers and all that kind of stuff. And he's got a good he's good with color theory ultimately, so he can in fact do it. but to assume that he colored absolutely everything that he did is highly presumptuous. And even at times he would just be simply inking somebody else's illustrations, and it's like that's just part of the job you do. And and the same has happened in my line of work. Like I'll do something where it's like, yeah, I sculpted on it, but I literally just did like the final detail pass while somebody else did the heavy lifting, and that's just how I was brought on as fit by the client. And so like, and I was like, it was like trying to explain to this dude, it's like, because he thought it was like a cheat ultimately that someone else colored it. And it's like, well, you're talking about my mom, dude. So know your crowd. But
no kidding.
We're here collaborating on a sculpture together. So again, it's presumptuous of somebody just to assume that I did this all by myself or you did this all by yourself, when in fact, like sometimes it takes multiple people, especially when deadlines are involved, or they need a continuity of style, and they're not going to get that if they just let one person solely do it. They kind of rotate it around, and I'm sure each comic company has that as well, where it's like, okay, this isn't a time for showboating. It's like we have a standard and we have a certain look, so it kind of gets around from this person and that person.
Right. And like you mentioned, deadlines. Like with deadlines, you can't be as precious. You have to get it done. You have to get it done in a time frame. If other people have to come in to finish it, back in the 90s and 2000s, it was pretty commonplace to have a ton of different inkers or a ton of different colors on one book, just to get it out monthly. When we're doing our stuff where it's like our own books, and we kind of have unlimited time, we can take the time to do whatever we want with it, but you can't really do that on a monthly schedule at all.
Right. Yeah.
We had If Man here saying, I bet Halloween at your house is awesome. I bet it is. I always wonder that. VFX artists and stuff, what do you do on Halloween? Do you go all out, or is it your time, you're relaxing because you're doing that all day, or how does it go?
It really depends on the year. Like, I mean, some years, like I'll have the time for myself to do it. Other times it's like, maybe I'm on location or I'm working doing everybody else's projects. But if you actually scroll further down the Instagram page, you'll come across a couple costumes. Like I don't. Did you ever see my tribute to Total Recall?
No, where's that at? I love Total Recall.
It's further down the page.
Okay, I gotta find that. Was that a costume you did, or I was wondering about that. Yeah, if you had any on your Instagram, that's kind of what I went here. I was like, maybe there's one on here.
There's a couple on there, and unfortunately, those are the last times I got to like really go all out for Halloween. And ever since then, because I think it was like after those costumes, I was like very heavily working on the Walking Dead spin-off, so I'd be on location, unable to like really go all out. But yeah, if you keep scrolling through, we'll get there.
I'm on the edge of my seat. I also got to go back to that swamp thing because that looks amazing.
Oh, it's funny. I have in my possession the 3 different variants, which you probably saw in a post.
Is that it?
No, that's not it. It's about the
three breaths from Total Recall.
Yeah.
Who knows that part?
Yeah, right. I have in my possession the 3 different variations of Swamp Thing, except for the actual classic. Oh, here we go. So in the lower left-hand corner there, you see the kind of Fat Man mask.
Oh yeah,
that's one that was Harvey Me Two Face. So the idea with that one was this is like after the whole Harvey Weinstein scandal.
Yeah.
So I basically made him up like Harvey Two-Face, but so one side is like him as the producer mogul, and the other is like the bathrobe with like this crazy and the potted plant. Amazing. Can't forget the potted plant.
I met that guy once, so I can attest that's a good likeness. Yeah.
Oh
yeah. I worked for them.
Did you get the part?
What did I even work on? No, thankfully it wasn't like that. I was, but I did some. What did I even work on? Something for the Weinsteins. I don't remember, but yeah, I met him briefly, and at the time I was like, oh wow, this is so cool, because it was way before I did that stuff. And then later on I'm like, oh well,
yeah.
Now I don't even want to put that on my resume.
Yeah, I know, right? It's like
oh my god, this looks amazing.
Yeah.
It looks so real. Ooh, the tongue. Ew,
Yeah,
I love it.
The little
Smash like
silicone,
that's amazing.
Saliva.
Hey, everybody watching, make sure you go to Wrightson or Wright Stuff Design on Instagram and follow him, because you got to get into his work. It's amazing. He works on The Walking Dead, Star Trek, Logan, Alita Battle Angel. Is that what it's called? I know the property, but yeah, I always forget what it's called. Yeah, tons of stuff, and his work is amazing. And son of Bernie Wrightson, which is also cool. You're carrying on the Wrightson legacy, but in your own way, and I love that. Like you're doing iconic work.
Yeah, gotta keep it a little bit different, but I always kind of saw it as like, well, because he worked a lot, doing designs for makeup effects houses and whatnot. It just kind of seemed like, well, that's kind of an interesting progression. Like if he illustrates it and then I sculpt it or do as a makeup, like kind of seeing it through. And then also, like as mentioned, like he thought for a moment of becoming a makeup artist himself, and I think he had a broad concept of it, like and he probably could have done it like if he really put himself into it. So it's like it just seems kind of like an interesting, so kind of taking it one step further. And after he passed away, it was hard to really see any posts in regards to him or anything like that. And then as time went on, it was now is the time it feels appropriate to kind of keep that memory alive and interpret the stuff that, like, he did a lot of great designs that we'll never see, because it was a lot of it might have been like speculative, or like the project fell apart or whatever. And it's like, man, we're like sitting on a gold mine of stuff. If you saw that in a movie, like that would be enough reason just to go out to the theater just to see that design as a physical creature or a digital creature.
Really, I wonder, is that something where like you could do a book of that stuff, or even like, can you do sculpts of it maybe and like show it in that way or something? That'd be kind of cool.
I mean, I have a lot of stuff like I mentioned when I had to kind of heal after his passing, was finally able to bring myself, because I never sculpted a Swamp Thing prior when he was alive, until that statue that we passed through. And
let me get back to
that. Well, let's go back down for a moment.
Okay.
Sure. Since we're still on the subject of the Halloween costume, and then we can we can scroll back up and I can talk about the other stuff. So keep going down. Oh, we already saw this one.
Very cool. Yep. Okay. You got some more. I also noticed you like pugs, and I happened to click on this too.
I unfortunately lost him about a year ago, but it was almost,
oh man, I'm sorry.
That was funny. I was watching Jaws one night and he got freaked out by the Ben Gardner scene. So when I finally calmed him down, I rewind the scene, turn the volume up like 3 times higher just to record that bit where he just
oh, funny.
jumped off the bed. Yeah. He loved it. So just keep going.
Just everything here is amazing. I want to look at every single piece. Whoa, like this. Was that a Halloween thing there, or is that something else?
That was for a movie?
That
was for a monster movie. Yeah.
Jeez,
so
look at that.
I got one of those few occasions where I got to sculpt and apply the makeup there.
Yeah.
So.
Wow. Oh wow, that demon there. Jeez.
And
Mr. Freeze.
that was for the show Gotham. I got to sculpt a couple pieces for the armor.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Wow.
That was a lot of fun. I enjoyed the show up to a point. I mean, I didn't finish it, not because I didn't like it, but just I'm terrible when it comes to committing to a TV show,
I've kind of been that way lately too. I kind of get like a few episodes in and kind of don't go back to it, or maybe a season in and forget to, or I'll get halfway through, forget where I was, and then end up having to rewatch it.
I usually have to wait till the entire thing comes out and then just binge watch it all the way through, because if I have to wait months or years in between seasons, then yeah, like you said, you kind of get distracted or you get into something else. So like it's much easier for me to just like commit to a movie, because then it's like, all right, I can put aside an hour and a half or two, just sit through it right now, and that's the end.
Yeah, me too.
Hey, but yeah, we're
there's our
coming
buddy
up pretty
Steve
close,
Niles.
So. Yeah, Steve.
You probably know Steve pretty well, huh? Like I know him and your dad were pretty close friends and stuff.
Yeah. So that's the same Frankenstein head that you saw that went with the statue. So that was done a few years before he ultimately passed away, because this was around the time they were releasing Frankenstein Alive, which was like the sequel comic to it, and the image to the left of that. That one right there. So initially what they wanted to do is to promote the comic was they had this idea of like, oh, what if we go to the convention with like a wooden crate, and within it is the monster's head in a block of ice.
Cool.
So
cool,
like a giant vacuum form shell that's around it that was kind of painted to look like ice cracks, and I had this lighting set up and everything, and they looked really cool. And then come to find out they didn't want to pay the $50 for the electrical outlet to light it, so they just had it basically standing on in like a flange on a wooden board. And it was like, really?
Oh man, yeah, messed up the whole vision.
It did, yeah. So
yeah, dang.
I should just put like battery operated lights in hindsight if I knew that they were going to be that stingy about getting a plug outlet for their booth. Like,
yeah.
Shit, I'll throw $50 at it just to light it up. Come on, that's
yeah, no kidding. You probably could have gotten some kind of battery setup or something going.
Something, yeah. No, c'est la vie. All right, so we should be coming across it. Sorry, you have to go through the entire page worth just to get to this.
Oh, happy to do it. Yeah, no, happy to go through it. Wouldn't mind going through it a few times here.
Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of this for the first time in years. So okay, yeah, keep going. We're almost there. And there we go. The bottom right hand corner. Yeah, you see there's a
right here. Oh.
Yeah. So that was my 2016 costume, going as Vladimir Putin with
oh my god,
Donald Trump coming out of the stomach like Quado.
That's incredible. Look at that.
And then the image after it is just there you go. So there's the.
Oh my god, that's amazing.
And
it looks so real,
but
too.
I got that in the same room as Frankenstein, so they're kind of like squaring off each other from one to the other. So the idea with that was obviously like early into Trump's presidency, and I think we were in the sculpting room, and we would usually watch movies while we were working just to kind of get through the day, and so like all in the news was about just nothing but Putin, Trump, just day in, day out. And so it's like, I just need a mental break. And, the guys in the room would be talking politics and everything. So we just pop in Total Recall, and like, we get to Quado. It was like, God, he looks pretty ugly. He looks like Trump ugly ultimately. And then the idea kind of came together that way. And it's like one of those, you probably get into this too, in like you're writing your drawing, where it's almost like you're in this kind of like fever pitch rhythm, where it's like you're so inspired that it's like you just let your hands do the work, and then it like just appears right there. And that's kind of how this project came about. But this ultimately ended up on TMZ, which was pretty amazing.
Really?
Yeah. I also got my fair share of hate as a result of it. But
I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure. But it's just a funny costume, so who cares?
Yeah.
It can be funny no matter what your thoughts on anything is. It's
and that was the funny thing too, is like so there was this big Halloween party that year for the makeup and creature effects community, and one of the guys that was there, who's a pretty hardcore Republican and someone that I was working with at the time, so I kind of didn't want to interact with him, because I was like, oh shit, I'm going to see this guy on Monday, and it's going to be like this weird heated political debate over my costume. And so but then I see him Monday, and he basically said, hey man, I really love your costume. Like, politics aside, I thought it was just like well done, and just very funny and very creative. And I was like, okay,
that's awesome. Good. Yeah, that's great. Hey, checking in back with Chad here. We had somebody who, before we even got to this piece, they were saying your Trump Putin Total Recall is amazingly grotesque and funny. So he had already seen it at that point. So, and also, hi Colby. This is somebody I'm doing a comic with.
Hi Colby.
Welcome to the stream.
Nice to meet you.
And he also really digs your swamp thing.
Okay, thank you.
Here's If Man saying, I think this was in reference to the Walking Dead, where you had a mask saying, love that pic. It's like you don't want to catch COVID from the rotting corpse. He doesn't want to catch zombies. What's going on?
Yeah, exactly.
He's saying he loves the way you do homages to your dad's work, but still make it your own. Yeah, that's what I loved about it. Is like when I saw it, I was like, whoever did that sculpt just got it. Like they really got it. And then it turns out it's you. So of course you got it. Saying as a VFX guy
about doing because he wasn't really around for the full scale statue. Like I think he saw it, but this was unfortunately like around the time he was going through his chemo. So I didn't want to like intrude too much or anything like that. But when doing the smaller statue that you saw, it was great having him around because I really wanted him to kind of give his stamp of approval. Like obviously there'd been renditions before, and he obviously probably saw it after the fact. But it's like, how often did he ever really get to go in and give input? I have no idea. So it's like, whatever you had to say, like I want it to feel concise with what your vision was. I mean, like doing it as an illustration is one thing, but then visualizing it for characters something else. So that's why there's like the like jaundiced yellow pigmentation in his skin as referenced in the book, and then like certain little areas of the body that's like what's going on here texturally, and he kind of saw as like oh, that's like surgical scarring. That's not necessarily like the bolts that you associate with the Boris Karloff version. He kind of saw it more as like burn scarring to kind of solderize the elements together. So there's that in the full scale statue and in the miniature one. So like I want to be true to that version of how he was seeing it.
That's cool. Yeah, you did an amazing job with it. Here we have If Man saying, as a VFX guy, American Werewolf or The Howling? The people need to know.
Oh,
which do you prefer?
The heated debates.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, this is like the cheating answer, which is I love both for different reasons, but
right. Me too.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I've always been a little more partial to American Werewolf as a movie versus The Howling. I just the blend of comedy and horror and tension that John Landis brought to it is so masterful. And
one of my favorite movies for sure. I actually have a poster of it up here. It's iconic movie.
Totally. But as far as werewolf designs, I don't know. For the longest time, I was like a very devout. It's American Werewolf all the way, and as time has gone on, the more I watch The Howling, like it's grown on me more and more, and like and there's just like such an interesting veil of mystery in regards to Rob Bottin and like his techniques, because he's so secretive. Like we often joke like he's almost like the Stanley Kubrick of makeup effects artists, where it's like he's undeniably a genius, but like there's so much mystery shrouded even now, and then in fact, of course, he's like so secretive and nobody really knows like what happened to him or where he is or anything, and just becomes this like kind of big mystery amongst us kind of a thing. But I mean, yeah, the effects for both those movies are just absolutely jaw-dropping even today. It's like seeing how transformations are done, and then knowing like there was no cheating back then with like using digital effects or cleanup or blending or whatnot. It's like they had to get all in camera. They had to do reverse camera techniques and different film speeds and things like that you don't really hear of much anymore, or at least certainly not like on the large scale kind of filmmaking.
Yeah. Yeah, it's remarkable that they could pull off any of those kind of transformations and stuff. Those things still hold up today, I think. And zero digital effects. We had someone saying Quado. There he is.
Quado, that's right.
Oh, here's If Man picking on me about not getting to the chat fast enough. Hey, that thing scrolled by 5 minutes ago. Oh, yeah, because you were saying, was that Pinhead? So we must have scrolled by a Pinhead like 10, 15 minutes ago.
I know the one he's talking about. That's not Pinhead. That was for the Orville. It was like kind of a pufferfish alien. Where was that?
Oh, yeah, I think I saw that. This year.
Oh, yeah,
God, that's cool. Look at that.
So I didn't apply that makeup, but I had to sculpt the face, and
Nice.
and then I think ultimately we ended up like sculpting different sized quills for the head, which were then cast out of like this flexible urethane that were like glued onto the back of the head there, because to try and get a clean casting out of a mold with like those fine points was like nearly impossible.
Yeah.
And I think we had to like patch in a lot of bit with like the ones on the face and everything. But it was, I think Steve Prouty, who's a fantastic makeup artist, applied that one. He did a killer job with it.
Awesome. So when you do like when it doesn't fully cast like that, how do you do the fill-ins? What is that? Just like a little bit of latex or whatever term I should probably use there. I don't know the materials used.
Right. No, I know what you're saying. It depends on like what it is and what ends up being the most efficient way to patch it. Sometimes it's like filling with like a little bit of latex, or we make like what we call Bondo, which is basically your prosthetic adhesive mixed with a thickening agent like Cabosil, and so it becomes this kind of paste, and you kind of work with it like a like the kind of Bondo used like for filling in car dents or whatever. And then it air dries ultimately, and so you're able to kind of do it that way. And then a lot of times there just might not be that option, depending on if you're going to see it that closely. Like a hero makeup like that, you would certainly see it. But if it's like a background zombie or something like that, maybe you don't get too particular about, because it's like it's rotting skin. So why not just use those air bubbles to your advantage?
Yeah. See, again, that's another thing that the average like watcher would never think of. It's like, like not getting a cast to fully cast, and you got to fill in those details, like that kind of stuff. That's awesome. Awesome learning about that.
Makeup effects is such an interesting blend between art and science. Like it's almost like chemistry in a lot of ways, like the different products that are being used just to create an effect, and like how much it crosses over into like using stuff from like the dental industry, the food industry, or even just like things you get from like Home Depot just to create a certain look. I mean, it's an interesting process, and very kind of like a right brain kind of way of doing it, where it's like, it's sure there's certain things where there's a particular process that turns out the results, but also sometimes it inspires very unorthodox ways of getting it.
Just got to get creative and find a way to make it work.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, so we got Renae here finally.
Hello.
She has been having a lot of technical issues, so welcome, Renae. Hi, can we hear you? Do we got audio problems? Can't hear you. Nope, you can hear us, but we can't hear you. Here's Colby was asking, does John work from a 2D image first or digital sculpt, like ZBrush? Like, do you get into that kind of stuff, or is it all from concept art? Or
I personally have only dabbled in ZBrush a little bit, but I get called more for sculpture or makeup work most of the time anyway. So but a lot of times if I'm working from something, it'll either be like a ZBrush design from someone else, or like a Photoshop image, and then every now and again it'll just be like, well, they'll verbally convey what they want and then just leave me to kind of design on my own. So I mean,
so you get the full design. That's cool.
Sometimes, yeah, and that's been a nice thing working at like K&B where I'm at now. You know, because they're also big Bernie Wrightson fans, so like occasionally they'll come up with like, you know, oh yeah, do kind of like what your dad did for this thing here, and it's like, okay, sure.
Yeah.
Now,
Oh, we got an echo.
Oh boy.
Mute.
it's one of those nights. You
Yep.
can at least hear me.
Isn't
right?
every night
It's
one
just
of those
one
nights?
of those days.
Yeah. Hey, Limp Bizkit reference. Renae was a big Limp Bizkit fan. I don't want to put you on the spot, but she was a big Limp Bizkit fan back in the early, late 90s,
Last
early 2000s.
time, I
When was that?
promise.
Sure it is.
My friend in high school, her uncle was actually Fred Durst, oddly enough.
Your friend's uncle was Fred Durst? Is that what you said?
My friend from high school, her uncle was Fred Durst, yeah.
Wow, okay. Did I say your friend from high school was Fred Durst? I meant friend's uncle was Fred Durst.
Yeah, he got held back quite a lot.
Yeah. Wow, you went to school with Fred Durst. That's awesome.
Either that or I got bumped up significantly and didn't know it. And nobody
Right,
else.
yeah. You were just so smart, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it was the biggest shock to everybody.
Yeah. If man saying really cool. Also glad I'm not in the makeup chair, but super cool. I've wondered about that a lot too. Like having to get all that stuff put on you. I know they say it takes like 8 to 10 hours sometimes to put on that much makeup. And is it not that long? Is it?
No, that's what actors
always say.
That's more the exception than the rule now. I think maybe the longest I've ever had to apply a makeup on someone was probably 3.5, 4 hours, and that's like a full body thing, not even just like, you know, part of a face.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
I think you're ultimately kind of like putting yourself out of the job when
You can hear me, right?
Hey,
yes,
we can. Yay, you're back.
Very close.
Do I get to intro you yet? Nope, you're gone again. All right.
The camera's off.
Good
The
grief.
audio's good, so
Yeah.
Oh, I'm never gonna get there. I
just
used
the
up all my good
standard.
luck last week. It was like perfect.
Yeah,
last
right.
week. Well, keep going. I'll be there.
All
in a
right, we
second.
will. Oh wow. Just even that, like just sculpting a foot and making it look that cool. That's very impressive.
okay. And I had to do it twice.
Right, yeah.
It was so much fun. Let's do the other foot now.
What was this one for?
That was for my employer at the time. It was for a makeup demo. Ultimately, like he wanted to do a kind of homage to Species, but not directly that. So we were just pulling from different images from the books of Giger and incorporating design elements that hadn't really been explored in Alien or Species, but were undeniably Giger-esque. And I mean, the xenomorph is my favorite creature design for a movie ever, anyway. So I mean,
yes, that's also Renee's favorite movie is Alien or Aliens. Yeah, she prefers
Aliens,
but Aliens I think is her number one, and then Alien would be number two probably.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
She likes the fun of the second one as well. So
yeah,
which it's funny when we
no flaws.
When we first met each other and stuff, I hadn't seen that one. I'd seen the original one, which I love, the first one, Alien, and I loved how dark it was and everything. And I'd also gone through, because me and some friends were getting into working movies and stuff, and we were starting to take it like too seriously, like drama movies and all this stuff. So when she was trying to tell me how good Aliens was at the time, I was kind of like, I don't know, it looks kind of cheesy, and I prefer more intelligent artsy movies. I was kind of in a weird place in my head at the moment, and so she had me watch it and
say like Alien is the best film, but Aliens is the best movie. Like
right, exactly, yeah. She had me watch it, and by I think like the second or third viewing, I'm like, you know what? I think I love this movie, and it's amazing. Like I was so silly for like thinking like, oh, it's not serious enough, it's not dark enough. Yeah. Now I see things a lot differently, but yeah, that's an amazing movie.
And you know, like the other ones that have come out since then, they're obviously not on the same level, but like I can find things about Alien 3 that I enjoy more now than I did at the time, and same with Alien Resurrection and whatnot. I can't say the same about Alien Covenant though. That was pretty bad.
Mm-hmm.
That one I watched and I don't really even remember much of what happened in it. I just watched it and kind of went, all right, and that was it was a movie.
I may or may not have at the time of watching it, the scene when the chest burster comes out and starts putting the arms out like that. I may have audibly started going, "Hello, my baby. Hello, my honey. Hello, my right tongue."
That's perfect. It does look like that, doesn't it? That's hilarious. We if may say, what, you guys don't think Alien 3 is the best, but she shaved her head. That was an odd one.
It's not as bad as the later ones after it.
Yeah. Renee's got a really good idea for a new Alien book that we were talking at Dark Horse at one point about doing it. It's probably going to happen someday, but this was a while back. But yeah, I can't wait for her to get to do that because it's a really cool story.
No, Aliens Isolation, the game, kind of did a good job.
Did you guys ever read the Alien 3 comic that was basically an adaptation of an unproduced script?
Oh yeah, was that? Oh, who drew that? I feel like I do remember that.
I forget who drew it, but I think it was the who was the guy who wrote it? It was a New Zealand filmmaker. He went out to do What Dreams May Come with Robin Williams.
Is this the one you're talking about?
Alien it might 3? Be.
Yeah.
That might be the one.
Okay, so this is a different one than I was thinking of. This is fairly recently, I guess. It says based on the original screenplay by Neuromancer's William Gibson.
Okay, no, I think maybe a different one.
Is that a different one? Oh, weird.
Possibly.
Okay. Where's it at? I feel like I know what you're talking about, but
yeah.
Oh, maybe this.
That might be
older comic, Dark Horse, yeah.
Yeah.
But no, yeah. What was? Oh, cool.
I mean, yeah, it had. From my memory of it, like Ripley was actually kind of not really that featured in it, and the idea was like it was kind of building towards her being more prominent in an Alien 4, but this one kind of focused more around Bishop and Hicks, I want to say. So obviously, you know, they got very different treatment in the final movie. With the concept that would have like incorporated them more as characters, and it kind of makes me wonder, like, just based on what behind the scenes stories, you know, like when they were going to make Aliens, they were talking about possibly doing a version without Sigourney Weaver because I guess they thought like, oh, she's going to be too expensive to want to come back. And Jim ultimately fought, saying, no, she's the heart and soul of this movie right here. Like I'm not interested in doing a version that doesn't revolve around Ripley. And so they ultimately gave in. So I don't know if maybe this original concept that was then adapted into the comic book was with that idea of like, can we get away at least with one film without Ripley, maybe taking it in a different direction or whatnot.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I'll have to look into this comic because it seems like it'd be a pretty cool read.
Yeah,
I want it.
Yeah,
and I'm really bummed that we never got to see the Neil Blomkamp proposed.
Yeah. What happened with that?
I mean, I only know what I've read online, and it just kind of sounded like at the same time Ridley Scott was like pushing for his stories with Prometheus and Alien Covenant. The studio was more inclined to go with what he wanted to do than with what Neil Blomkamp wanted to. But I mean, just seeing the production artwork that he was producing for us very interesting. Like,
yeah,
you got Sigourney Weaver in this like xenomorph armored mask of some kinds that I guess they like kind of weaponized xenomorphs in a weird way, and xenomorphs with like cameras coming out of their head, and it's just,
this kind of stuff. Oh, did you say xenomorphs with cameras coming out of their head? I don't know if I saw that one.
Yeah, there is one drawing around somewhere where
there's.
So yeah, some very interesting ideas that they've explored.
Yeah, I think I saw this Ripley, which looks just insane. I would love to see that in a film.
Yeah.
Cool. But Renee, are you back with us all the way or not? I keep seeing you blipping in and out.
Kinda.
Okay.
Yeah.
She's trying.
When I talk, I might sound a little funny, but this
You sound okay for now, anyway.
Yeah.
Here you are, if man.
He says,
Any
yeah, he's here.
reference.
Right. Hello, my baby. So I love this pumpkin as well. That's just the perfect rotting pumpkin looking face.
My God, that's an oldie right there. I think I did that.
Is it?
For a Halloween park attraction way back when. Yeah.
Neat. That'd probably be a fun thing to do, is work like at a park like that, with just kind of making stuff for the
It was. I mean,
event.
this was like, again, kind of like early in my career, and I kind of looked at that as almost like my makeup school, because I never actually went to makeup school.
Oh yeah.
So this was kind of almost like a training ground, from sculpting and painting to then applying the makeups for the actual event. So there's, and because we had such fast turnarounds with everything, there's like so many different things to try and everything like that. So it's kind of like instant portfolio building upon. So
Yeah, I bet. Yeah, that'd be a fun place to learn, I guess, and learn on the job.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, paid education.
Yeah, man. So what's been one of your favorite projects to work on, would you say?
Let's see. I really enjoyed working on Alita Battle Angel. Yeah, so that's the Tyrant, and that was based on a design my dad did for an unproduced version of Resident Evil that George Romero directs.
Whoa, okay. I don't think I even knew about that. Wow.
Yeah, and there's actually a documentary coming out early next year that I was a part of, where we talked a little bit about that particular project and what it could have been.
Oh, nice. Oh man,
because I started sculpting that. I started sculpting that when I was on location, and Brandon, the director, ultimately hit me up about it. So I got to get involved with it that way. But I was one of those that's like, yeah, I'd love to be a part of it, to do an interview, but I'm also interested in knowing more about what it could have been and why it didn't happen. So I go into that in the documentary.
Oh man, yeah, how cool could that have been? Jeez, George Romero and your dad doing it. Like, I mean, look at it, like that design alone is like, I wish there was a Resident Evil that looked like that.
Yeah, me too. I mean, I think what they did with the third movie looked pretty cool, but it was kind of like a simpler version, I would say, of what this could have been ultimately. So
yeah. Oh, that's sick. Look at that.
There's a lot of, he's almost like Vecna if he's been on steroids.
Oh yeah,
like he's even got the right hand that's larger than the other, and just like all the growths and everything. So
yeah, even the claws are really cool, almost like blades or something. That's neat.
Yeah. So keep an eye out for the documentary. It'll come out next year.
Yeah, for sure. I can't wait to see that. That sounds like it's going to be amazing. And it's cool that you're going to be in it too. Here we got Oliver from 656 Comics saying the Alien 3 game for SNES is badass. Just wanted to put that out there. I don't think I've played that one, but we played some of the newer ones.
That one either.
Yeah. Renae, have you ever played that? She's a big gamer.
I did maybe once or twice. I was a Sega person. I don't know if it was on Sega.
Yeah, you were saying, or SNES. I don't know how I read that as Sega, but here's someone saying it's a weird mass psychosis how people think there were more than 2 Alien movies. Like the idea that there's more than 1 Matrix movie or more than 2 Terminator movies. Yeah,
it's
so
like
weird.
Like a Mandela effect. Like everybody that thinks like, oh no, there's a Sinbad was in a Shazam movie or whatever.
I remember that movie. That exists. You guys are from a different dimension if you don't know. Shazam.
I was actually a little bummed out with the Shazam 2 Fury of the Gods, because I remember at one point, and maybe it was like fan art, but they like teased the idea of Sinbad making a cameo, so that way you could technically say yes, he is in a Shazam movie.
Oh god, I wish they really did that.
I really wish they did too. So
that would have unified our dimensions.
Yeah, and now it's like you're doing like a Mandela effect on top of a Mandela effect ultimately. Where it's like,
yeah. It's funny, we managed to bring up Mandela effects on every episode. It's becoming a running theme. Oh. I love Mandela effects. I'm fascinated by them, and I'm really affected by a lot of them. So I like talking about them.
What's your favorite?
Oh gosh, what is my favorite? Shazam is one of them for sure, because I remember that. I remember seeing him as a genie and everything, and it just never happened, I guess. And and then the fact that, and like people say, oh, you're just mixing it up with Shaq, and it's like there's no way I can mix up Sinbad and Shaq. They're two drastically different people. I was also a huge Shaq fan back in the day. I had his rap albums, I had his game. I love Shaq. I didn't miss it, and I like Sinbad too. Like there's no way I mix those two up. So the only explanation. Don't get enough
Sinbad these days, do we?
No, we don't. Yeah, where's Sinbad at? We need a Sinbad movie.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, here's your Swamp Thing. So, oh my God, look how cool this is.
Ooh.
I would like to own that. Can I just have that? Do you have it handy? You can just send it to me.
Well, I actually have to.
Oh, he does have it. He's gonna go get it, isn't he?
I ended up making so many castings during COVID that the mold got worn up, but I did manage to.
Oh my God!
The original sculptor.
Oh, that is so cool.
Sculpting against him.
I know. Yeah, we're gonna have a sculpt off later. You're going down, John. God,
so,
look at that.
Yeah, I got to remold this guy so I can make more, because I actually need a classic Swamp Thing in my own possession.
Yeah. Oh man, and that's the perfect Swamp Thing. So
yeah, let's stay in touch, and we'll make sure you get a statue soon.
Nice, thank you. I would love it.
Hopefully in time for the holidays.
Hey, all right. Yeah, by the way, anybody watching later, rather than doing a drawing game tonight, we're going to do a sculpting game. And none of us are sculptors, really. I think Brent's done some. I've made a face here or two over the years, like a tiny little Play-Doh face, basically.
Do you guys have actual like clay and sculpting materials?
We do. We went out and got some clay. Not probably the best clay, not professional
Crayola
clay.
works.
We have Crayola. That's just as good as what you use, right?
You guys got like the same clay my dad used to make the reference head way back. That's gonna start.
Really? Well, hey, if it was good enough for Bernie Wrightson, then I won't be able to do anything with it.
Yeah, so. It's not the material; it's how you use it ultimately.
Yeah. And I don't know what I'm doing, so it's not going to turn out right. Speaking of which, we part of the fun of the show that we do here is we do drawing games, like I mentioned, where we might draw a cartoon character from memory or whatever, and everybody likes it when I show this one. But one of the ones we've been attempting to draw is Betty Boop from memory. Which I'm trying to find my first one. I'm not sure where that's at, but I'm just, well, it doesn't matter. Here's one, and I just cannot come anywhere close to what Betty Boop looks like.
It kind of reminds me of like Stewie from Family Guy.
That's so funny that you mentioned that, because the other one looks more like Stewie, if I can find that one. But yeah, maybe we'll try sculpting Betty Boop tonight.
Oh, jeez. Well, I got commission, so I'm going to be working on that. I don't know, guys.
Sure, yeah, you can work on whatever you want. That'd be cool just to see you working on that too.
Right. And the lower right-hand corner, that's an actual Walking Dead zombie right there.
Oh, cool. Yeah, nice. Gosh, you get in there and you make it so gnarly, like just all those little pock marks and stuff in there. That's so cool.
I've seen that face pop up so many times. It actually showed up on Creep Show at one point, because that was Greg's show.
Oh, okay.
Like, oh, wait a second, that looks familiar. But that was
okay. Yeah, I was gonna say just that looks familiar. Like I feel like I have seen that, so I'm sure I have.
Probably. So in that particular case, that was when you look at it straight on, it looks normal, but like you look at it from the side, it actually comes out pretty far, because like he really wanted that like gauntness of the skull. Yeah. So instead of like adding to the face to kind of accentuate the cheekbones, it was like building it out so that way it still has that narrowness. And
I can kind of tell from the eye socket, like how the actual eye
so
would be
deep
back here, so it's like super deep.
Yeah,
cool.
But when you see it in the show, and they have that hair and the costume on and everything like that, it's like, okay, it works.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a fun one to work on.
What do we have here?
So this here, this was a while back. My friend Benjamin, he put up before he became my friend. He put up like a Craigslist, like looking to for a proof of concept, do a superhero suit, and I just finished Man of Steel at this point, and was like, just trying to stay on that role of like I want to build more superhero costume stuff for my resume, like because that was really like all the buzz back then. I mean, still is, but so I met up with him, and he said that me and my friends want to do like a proof of concept for Namor the Submariner. So
wow,
I looked it up. I had a little familiarity with him. I mean, he's obviously referred to as like Marvel's Aquaman. So I pulled some references, and this is actually kind of taken more from like the more modern renditions of him, but then incorporating some other elements like the kind of armored plating. Like his gauntlets were not quite that like hard line and like that.
And I like what you did there, where you're like repeating the same angles. Kind of. I don't know how to explain that, but just sort of that repetitive kind of angles on top of each other, kind of getting a little bigger with each one. That's a neat approach to that.
That was actually inspired by I found like a little piece of jewelry that was supposed to be the shell of a sea turtle. So took that to kind of as inspiration for like that kind of triangular striation there.
Yeah, that's interesting, from a sea turtle shell. Cool.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, that's neat.
And then the actual kind of green padding there was actually I think I found like snake skin or something, but it did double as like fish scales, and then painting it with this iridescent paint that actually changes when you look out from one angle to another. It's like something that's used for the automotive industry. That I made intrinsic with the silicone pieces on the side there, so that way it moves and it just kind of has that kind of changing color that you see sometimes in fish.
Right. Yeah. Neat idea.
Yeah.
And I mean, really great trident. Everything here is looking really cool.
Yeah. The trident that was a relief sculpture, and measured out perfectly to match one side to the other, so that way I could do two castings and then mirror them together without having to go through the process of sculpting the front side and the back side.
Oh wow, okay.
And it's actually it's all cast up out of a like a clear resin that was pigmented green, and then masking off that center to paint the rest of it like a gold color, so that way you hold it up in front of the sun, you can see the light piercing through that kind of emerald center.
Cool.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay. Oh yeah, and again, like the texturing that's in here, sort of that repetitive line that's in there. That's really neat, and it does kind of make it cohesive with the rest of the armor.
Yeah, and then his
done. That's a cool looking name.
Brace was meant to look like a ultimately the shape of it.
Very Jay Lee Namor. Yeah, it does have that kind of feel to it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
He's saying to sculpt Willem Dafoe.
Well, there's a Willem Dafoe Joker that I sculpted recently.
Oh yeah.
If we go further to
this way,
do we pass? Oh yeah, I think we just passed it.
Okay.
Keep going. Yeah.
Oh, cool. Right. Yeah, from that like concept art or whatever that went up online of him potentially being Joker or whatever.
Yeah.
Cool.
And then 2 images over is the final painted version.
Right. Oops, did I miss it?
Is it going the other way? Yeah.
Oh, there it is. The other way. Okay. Oh, nice. Man.
What's that song?
Yeah, it looks like it's going to come to life.
I wish it would come to life, honestly. I think Willem Dafoe would be the perfect Joker.
No kidding, wouldn't he? Yeah. I would love to see him as Joker.
Exactly.
Whoa, this is cool looking too. What's that? Swamp Monster.
That was for
Immortal Mass. Okay.
Yeah, Immortal Mass. It's the final design is different because I guess the top of the head added a little too much material to cast up, so they kind of smoothed it out. So it doesn't.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I really was like the kind of round of miscellaneous tree roots that they decided that wasn't going to work for distribution purposes. So this is the only time we'll ever see it like that, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'd be curious to see what the final one looks like. I'm sure it's not as cool as this because these
you can find it on
bits
their
up here are cool.
Yeah, they have it on their page. I've just yet to repost it myself. But that's also kind of the thing that people probably don't realize when you are doing stuff like this for a client is that it's not always the case that however you imagine it is exactly how it's going to be in the end.
Yeah.
Because when you're doing commercial art, there's certain compromises that have to be made, and sometimes it's budgetary, sometimes it's
the bird.
I don't know what else really, like time reasons, whatnot. Yeah, they really got the market cornered with everything that they
yeah, cool stuff. Yeah. Is that Danny Elfman?
That is Danny Elfman.
Danny Elfman. What's he doing there? He's just hanging out.
I don't know. I have yet to ask them what the interaction is with that, but I guess he was a fan or they bought some products from them and they hit it off. And
I guess he was doing a face scan for a toy they're doing. Okay.
Oh, okay.
That's cool. It's a random thing to just see Danny Elfman pop up. Oh wow, yeah.
They had Jeff Goldblum do a tour of their shop, so
oh yeah?
Yeah.
I bet a lot of people have been through there, huh?
Yeah.
Man, I really want to see the version that you did, or there
it is actually in the middle. Oh, you went past it. So
this one here?
Yeah, that one right there.
Oh yeah, they did totally change. Oh man.
Yeah.
Dang. I mean, that's still super cool. But
it is, yeah.
But it is missing that element of just all that up there. It was so cool.
Yeah, exactly. Man,
love it. That's neat to see though, like the limitations of what they can do versus what you design.
Right, yeah. And it kind of goes back to what we were talking earlier about, like when designing a makeup and why maybe you don't see it kind of taken to certain extremes because let's see. What was the most?
Yeah, we had Brandy sculpture? Asking what's your most difficult sculpture and what's been your easiest one.
The most difficult sculpture is probably Michael Myers.
Oh yeah, really?
I had to sculpt a likeness of the 78 Michael Myers for a mask company, and the notes were so scrupulous that I ended up having to turn my phone off for a while because I'm like, this is absolutely driving me nuts.
Oh man, like just kept refining it and giving you more and more notes on it. Yeah,
pretty much, because I'm not really like part of that mask community that will like obsess over something like Michael Myers. So like to know what they're comparing it against, and like I guess they are very very critical about any interpretation you do to it. And I think this client ultimately was pretty well aware of that, and it was like it literally was going on for hours and hours when I thought we were getting close to the end, after he seemed like he was pretty happy with it, and then it became like we have to adjust this a little bit, and we have to bring the lips here, we need to adjust the eyes, no too much, no bring it back here, no do this, that, the other. I really wanted to have those like Nick Castle lines incorporated into it. It's like, what? That doesn't even make sense. Like, it only looks like that because Nick Castle was wearing it in 1978. Yeah. The reason it's called the shape is because it takes it on a different shape every time it's on a different head. So it just became this kind of back and forth so much where it's like these notes are just combating with each other, and then on top of it, like, you're giving me an image, a screen grab from the first movie, and then the poster for the fourth movie, and you're expecting me to make the same when they're actually two very different designs, and even under different lighting it registers strange, and it's like, oh, I want to see I want to see like the seam line like you can see here in the movie, and it's like, so I got to sculpt in the imperfections that ultimately, if they were doing it now, they would probably be doing what they can to get rid of that kind of thing. And it was just so bad.
I'm sure that was tricky. Yeah, just getting that, and it's funny because it seems like such a, compared to like these crazy detailed stuff that you're doing, something that's more kind of flat and, you know, not as detailed. Like that's probably frustrating.
But the difference there is that I'm left alone, so it's easy to get carried away the same way as a comic illustrator. If you're given free reign to do what you want, like you get caught up in like, oh, wouldn't this be cool to incorporate, and like, oh, I can make time to put that in, and before you know it, you have something that's like, oh my god, I have to replicate this 20 times over now, after I got caught up in making this as elaborate as possible. But now and you know, my dad once said, how did it go? I kind of paraphrasing here, but I think the expression went like, with every illustration, there's two people. There's the one that illustrates it, and then there's the one that pulls it away when they can see that it's done.
Nice. Okay, yeah.
Because you ultimately can get so caught up and wanting to spend days and weeks just refining it and changing it up and everything, that you kind of need that person that's ultimately like, no, this is your cutoff. Now you have to deliver.
Yeah, because you can get carried away forever on some things. So
for sure.
Oh yeah, so what would be your easiest, or like the one that came out as easy? You know, like it just kind of rolled out of your, not rolled off your tongue, but rolled out of your hands. What am I trying to say? Just happened magically.
Yeah, just happened magically. Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. God damn, that's a tough one, honestly, because I've been fortunate to have a lot of those, and it usually ends up being like the ones that you futz over for the last time, thinking like, oh, it's gonna, you build it up in your mind to be something so much more complicated than it was, and then you finally just sit down and do it, and it gets into it. But I think the Trump Quado that we were talking about earlier, like, was one of those where I had to kind of get over this initial anxiety of like, I really want to do this idea, but it's going to be a hell of a commitment to do it, particularly in time for Halloween, that I wanted to. And then when I finally fell into it, like, it went by, I think I probably got that thing done in like the course of an evening or two. Like,
wow, really?
I remember, like I started blocking it in while watching Total Recall as I'm working on it, and then I didn't want to stop sculpting when Total Recall ended, so I just replayed it with the commentary or something just to get through it and get that. And so the rhythm of it just fell so naturally, and I enjoyed every minute of it. And I think also what kind of made it maybe like heighten my anxiety about it is because I don't really do a lot of likeness sculpture. Like, a lot of stuff is kind of more in the realm of fantasy or something that's kind of maybe like you see out of a comic book or something like that. Like, there's that detachment from reality, because who wants to live in reality? Ultimately, I certainly don't.
By the way, I am still here. The camera just decides to crash every once in a while. Let me get it going again.
Okay.
But go ahead with what you're saying. I'll get.
So yeah, that was kind of a personal anxiety there of like, oh, I don't want to screw this up, and like have people kind of look at me like I don't know what I'm looking at. So, and maybe because that was something that was also kind of out of my comfort zone, but I also love new challenges and don't particularly like being asked to repeat the same thing again and again, because people think like, oh, well, you already did it well this one time, let's have you do it again. Like, to me, that actually like slows down the process for me, because then it's like trying to it's like trying to recapture something that you weren't really like cognizant of how you're working on to begin with, and now it's like you have to kind of retro think your process of like, all right, what is exactly they're looking for that was so magical to them, and then you end up overthinking it, and then it's like it's not quite as, because you're working something where it's like flowing organically or coming up with things spontaneously, but once it starts to really feel like work is when it's not fun anymore.
Yeah, that's for sure. Yeah,
but yeah, I'd probably say Michael Myers for sure was the most difficult thing, certainly in recent memory, and the Donald Trump quota was one of the easier, more enjoyable ones.
Yeah. Renae, did you see that one, or or was that before you came in? The Donald Trump. It was a Halloween costume he did of like from Total Recall, the guy in his stomach or chest or whatever.
I think I caught the end of that one.
Did you see? That was amazing. We were getting a lot of really good questions from chat. This is, what would be a dream pie in the sky project to work on? What would that be? Just something that you would love to do.
Anything that involves the Xenomorph, or maybe a Jurassic Park film.
Jurassic Park, nice. Our son is a huge Jurassic Park fan, so that's pretty cool.
That was
working with you
one of those. That was one of those like eye opener moments for me of like what a practical monster maker does, because it was kind of my Star Wars, that movie, when it came out. Like, went to go to the theater, I don't know how many times to see it, and then watch the documentary where you see Stan Winston and his crew building everything. It was just like, oh my god, like, they had to raise the roof of their actual shop just to build the Tyrannosaurus, and it all starts with just like this big, I mean, I say big block of clay as if like, there's a giant semi truck that just took a dump of clay in the shop there. Just like that whole process was just so fast, and loving dinosaurs in general was like, I was just sculpting them nonstop throughout high school. Just for my own.
Do you have any? I was going to say, do you have any dinosaur sculptures that you've done?
Not really dinosaur specifically, but I can go back to the display room.
Sure, yeah. Let's take us back in there. Let's go.
Take you guys back in. So
that was a fun tour last time. I wouldn't mind going back.
And then I can actually show you the Trump that is staring across the way over at Frankie. So.
Oh yeah.
Let's see. So first off,
That's so cool. Oh my god. Ew.
It's so gross.
It's so gross. His little hands. Oh man, it does move like a little baby hands.
Yeah, exactly. Perfect for
look how wiggly he is.
Perfect for grabbing by the apple. And then
his stomach.
His stomach. Ah, that's amazing.
And let's not forget this milkshake brings the boys.
That is just perfect. Look at that thing.
So there's that, and then like this piece right here.
Gosh. Oh, cool.
Ooh.
So there's obviously a lot of kind of dinosaur influence in that.
Yeah, for sure.
But,
I really like the eye, like the spikes going around the eyes all the way like that. That's super cool. Ooh, and the chin thing, neat.
Yeah, the little chin thorns.
Yeah,
this is something
I love dragon.
Like reinterpret, but like on a much larger scale. Like, actually eat your head. And then of course, you saw the Frankenstein earlier.
Amazing.
Wow.
We have the Willem Dafoe Joker mask.
Oh wow, look how cool that is.
And then this here is actually based on original sketches that my dad did for the faculty.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Okay. I remember those. Yeah.
And I kept some of the color schemes that was made for the movie itself, like particularly in the head with like the browns and iridescence and everything like that. But if you look at the design he did versus what they made in the movie, like it didn't have really any of this kind of like bubbly, tumory texture or anything in the film, like his illustrations. So I was like, well, really do the color scheme like that, because it just wouldn't feel
see,
right. So.
I don't remember if I ever saw him do a color version of this, but that feels like how he would have colored it.
Well, he did a similar kind of design for if you remember the Spider-Man comic he did back in the 80s, where he's fighting this thing like creature.
Oh yeah.
I think my mom might have had a paint as well, so I took a lot of my cues of like the different colors and ways they kind of bled into each other to bring it.
Yeah, that was something you said that I was surprised by. I'd never heard that your mom colored some of the comics that you did. That's really neat.
Yeah.
Wow.
And that's the same guy that I sculpted the Michael Myers for. I did this for as well. And this was one of the more fun pieces is he allowed me. There's elements in part 4 and other very stories over there.
I think I can't tell if is anybody else hearing a glitch in the audio there, or is that just me?
Yeah.
You are? Okay. Yeah, I think your audio's cutting in and out a tiny bit there.
Okay.
We're catching little bits, but visually it's incredible.
So yeah, he was pretty giving in terms of like me just doing my own variation of Jason, because there've been so many different interpretations over the years anyways, that it's like, well, why not try and just do something different, not just retread the same thing that we see again and again, which honestly kind of turns me off from mass making in general. Because I feel like there's so many other creative explorations that we could be doing. Oh, here's the
for sure, yeah.
So this is a
there it is.
The Michael Myers,
the infamous Michael Myers mask.
Awesome.
Yeah,
I mean, it looks awesome.
Yeah. It only took forever to get there.
Yeah, no kidding. It makes me wonder, do you have any photos of like the first version that you sent? Because I'm sure that probably looked amazing.
I probably
like not good enough.
I probably do, but my PTSD won't allow me to go through it. So.
Okay, sure. Yeah, no, I get it. Don't blame you.
Yeah. So
we've certainly had some projects that had a silly amount of revisions before, so I know how that goes.
What was without naming actual projects? What was like the most, like the longest you had to work on a particular thing? Just like retooling again.
I mean, I've definitely had projects, like aside from Renae and I working on stuff, where just I don't know, months of revisions, that kind of thing, where it's just like it's still going on. You think you're done, and then they come back like a week later with another thing. You're like, oh my god, I'm real bad with doing revisions, more than maybe one or two, and then I start just dying inside, and I just have a hard time.
Yeah, that's the kind of the struggle when it comes to like art and commerce, isn't it? Where it's like you do something because it evokes a certain emotional reaction, but then you end up nitpicking to the point where you're smothering the life out of it.
Yeah,
and it doesn't. There's no emotional connection to it whatsoever.
Yeah, for sure. And like, how are you supposed to continue being creative when it's just been like zapped out of you? It's tough.
So
but you have to.
Actually, see in the lower left-hand corner here, that's the image that maquette was based on.
Yeah, here.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah,
that's so cool. Yeah. See, you captured it perfectly, and I'm sure I could imagine. I haven't looked at Faculty in a long time, but I'm sure they left a lot of that out.
they did a cool job with the final movie, but I could see like where complications would arise in terms of like, okay, trying to build that as a practical creature. I mean, if you look at that particular design too, it's like you see there's no, how does it even like stand, because it kind of looks like it would be floating in water.
Just like tentacles kind of flopping around.
Exactly. So you see the final movie and like these design maquettes and that were used. Like, okay, so they grounded it. They made it in a way where it's like, yeah, it can stand on its own or be like a creature in a suit or whatever.
Yeah, it makes sense. But here's this shot here.
Yeah,
sure, well, you can see that on there. But
now that's one that never really quite took off, and right at the height of the whole Scream phase and being written by Kevin Williamson, like it seemed like it was kind of all but guaranteed to be a sensation. And I guess it's got a bit of like a cult following now, but it's not something that like you see people all the time wearing like xenomorph swag or predator swag or whatever, but you hardly ever see like someone wearing the faculty monster.
Yeah, I know when it came out, I was super excited about it. But yeah, I don't think I watched it after that for some reason. I just like when that was a different time where it was harder to watch a movie again. If you saw it the one time, you'd have to find it on VHS or DVD or there's no online stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, I kind of want to watch that again now to see what that was like, because I remember being excited about it in the beginning.
Yeah, we all went to go see it as a group to see our dads.
Oh right, yeah, that's probably a different experience. Yeah. That was something Renae and I were talking about earlier when we were talking about tonight's show and stuff, is because we are both artists and we do our stuff, and our kids, we have 4 kids, and they all are into totally different things, but they are also very creative and artists and stuff. And one of our kids, he's 13 now, he's gone through phases of drawing, and like we were like, oh, maybe he's going to be a comic book artist because he's really into drawing dinosaurs in particular. And then he got into Five Nights at Freddy's and was drawing all those and designing his own FNAF characters and stuff, animatronics, and got into that. And then that led to him getting into sculpture, which neither of us have ever done. So that was his own. Yeah, I actually have some of his sculpting tools that he hasn't used them in a while. But he got real into it for like a year or two. He was really into sculpture, just did tons like that. He's always been that way, where he just does tons of drawings and then tons of sculptures, and then from there he got into making plushies. And now he's more into just making videos. But that was what we were kind of curious about, is like growing up as a with your dad being an artist. Did that inspire you to want to be an artist, or did it make you want to stray away from it, or like how is that for you? Because some of our kids say like they don't want to be artists, or because of us, or like they want to do something totally different, or we always wonder if it'll come back around or not.
I probably should have known better back then, but I just thought it was so cool, like the process, and then their friends were also in the comic book community as well, so that was like the world that my brother and I grew up in, and thinking like, man, it's like what other line of work is there than being an artist? In fact, it would always be, I remember like having friends come over who were fascinated because these are like kids whose parents were like lawyers and doctors, and doctors and everything like that. So for them, this was so unusual, but what their parents did was so unusual to us that conversely, we were kind of equally fascinated by like what I want to call like mundane, but I guess more traditional career path ultimately. But no, I was just ultimately fascinated. I would draw all the time and thought I was going to get into doing comics like mom and dad did, only to start illustrating for my school paper and realizing like this is, I don't know if I can really have the patience for this, honestly. Like I like to really, I don't thrive on being stuck behind a drawing table. Like at least with sculpture, I can kind of move around it, and there's a sense of dimension. And then makeup, I enjoy even more because it's like you're out in the field and you're moving and kind of being creative but constructive at the same time. And that's how my fascination with the whole movie making process kind of came into be. And it was really around the time that because my dad did some design work over the years for film, but it was kind of like once in a blue moon sort of a thing. And then back in the late '90s, he got hit up to do Peter Jackson's King Kong, and this was like right after he just finished the Frighteners.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, he did the Frighteners. So yeah, I remember that stuff, but I didn't realize he did anything for King Kong.
Well, yeah. So what happened there ultimately was the Frighteners had just come out, and the studio was loving everything that Peter Jackson was doing. So they offered him a couple other projects. I guess one was like a remake of Creature of the Black Lagoon, and then King Kong was the other one. And obviously, we know King Kong is like Peter Jackson's favorite movie of all time, so he immediately lobbed onto that, and ultimately contacted my dad. He went out to New Zealand for several months, just doing design work, and I think they offered him like an art director position where he would have gotten like really good pay for it, but he didn't want to have kind of burden of like telling people what to do. He's like, just treat me like a regular artist ultimately. So he did a lot of sketches. He came back to New York. He had like their original shooting script. He had photos that he had taken. This is all like in the pre-social media days when he could do that and not get scrutinized over it. So I would read through the pages of the original script. I would look through his original illustrations that he had done for creatures and whatnot, and then he showed us photos of stuff that they were building, design maquettes and full-on puppets and everything like that. And it fired up my imagination of like, wow, this world of movie making and creature making in particular was just so fascinating that I was like, okay, I don't want to get into comics anymore. I want to work in film production. That's my interest. That's what fascinates me more than anything. I can get behind this more than I can sitting behind a drawing board all day. So yeah.
How old were you about when that was going on?
I want to say maybe like 12 or 13, maybe.
Yeah. It's funny, everyone we talk to, and for me too, like that's kind of about the age where you find the thing, Yeah. I found comics at 13 and just went like, this is it. I got to do that,
Yeah.
That's
there was
cool.
like no like if and thought about it. It was just like, okay, that's definitely what is in line for me. And then I think he went back a little bit afterwards, like after the Christmas break to do some more work, and then ultimately came back and found out that the project was basically got the plug pulled on it. And I think it was because the Roland Emmerich Godzilla movie was coming out around the same time, and then the Mighty Joe Young remake was coming out at the same time, and ultimately the studio were like, well, we're the last ones in line. These movies are going to be huge. Nobody's going to want to see our King Kong movie. And people hated Godzilla. So nobody went to see Mighty Joe Young, so maybe that would have been the one that came out on top.
Yeah, it probably would have. Yeah. So Peter Jackson doing King Kong, he came back and did it later. I didn't realize he was trying to do it earlier than that, like back in the Godzilla 90s.
Ultimately, that was supposed to be his follow up to the Frighteners, and even then there was talks about doing Lord of the Rings afterwards. Actually, no. So they finished. They pulled the plug on King Kong, and everybody was really upset. And then they started shifting their gears, doing The Hobbit, which my dad did a couple illustrations for it, and then that into Lord of the Rings, which he was offered, and he ultimately turned it down at the time. And I basically was just like,
yeah, no kidding. He just wasn't into the idea, or what was that?
That's what he was telling me at the time, and I didn't find out till later the real reason why he ended up not doing it. But it had to do with some personal crisis happening in his life at that point. I won't get into.
Sure, yeah.
So ultimately, he turned that down, and then they ended up it coming out. It became a huge sensation, Oscar winner, and then they announced that King Kong was going back into production afterwards. And I think he hit them up about trying to get involved again, but they had already had their crew set up from Lord of the Rings at that point, that he kind of missed his opportunity, unfortunately. So he didn't get to work on the final final, but you do see some special features where you see some of the designs that he was going to do for that night, which
really?
was basically going to it was going to be kind of Raiders of the Lost Ark with King Kong in it. Like it was going to have that kind of be a little more of like a kind of flipping humor, kind of like the Brendan Fraser Mummy, where it's like it doesn't take so seriously. And I'm actually bummed that we never got to see that version, because I think it probably would have been. I mean, like the one that came out was good, but I think it maybe because of the success of Lord of the Rings, it kind of built in this expectation that ultimately they made it a lot bigger than it probably needed. If that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense.
You don't really need it to be like a 3-hour epic with like action sequence upon action sequence. Like it had that stuff in the script, like it had the Brontosaurus stampede, it had the 3 Brontosauruses fighting Kong. Like that was all in the original 90-minute version, but they added a lot more to it since then. I'm pretty sure that had to do with like, okay, you just can't Lord of the Rings. If this is going to be your magnum opus, then it has to deliver on that pedestal right there.
Yeah.
Somebody have a fire alarm going off there?
I was about to ask that too. I was wondering if I was the only one hearing that. Here, let me try muting each
your hot
person.
pocket is done.
Yep. Oh, it's Renae. First one I tried. There's some sort of whistle in the background or something. It's getting quieter now.
It's from me?
Yeah, when I muted you, it went away.
Let me know.
Yep, it's you. Why do you do this to us? Oh, by the way, hello, BoozyTube TV. Thank you for coming.
Hello.
Yeah, do you hear the whistle at all, Renae, or is that?
Oh,
you don't hear it.
It's going.
You guys still hear it?
Yes.
Yeah, it's like an inner thing. Maybe I muted it there for a second, but it. Yeah, it's still there.
No sound.
Maybe. I don't know. Yeah, it's a whistle. Maybe muted.
Go back.
Maybe we got a little bit of.
All right.
Maybe we got a bit of mud in us, and we're just hearing that high pitched frequency.
Yeah. Maybe that's all it was.
Oh, it's gone.
We'll be back. Yes. Yep. Yeah, it was. Of course. It's always her. Well, I think once she gets back in here, we might move on to doing a little sculpting challenge, maybe. Okay. Do you have any ideas on what you might like to see us attempt to sculpt?
Well,
what could be the challenge?
All right. I'm going to come up with a challenge for you guys. Okay, so
all right.
I'm definitely not doing anything Betty Boop oriented. But let's see. What about? How about you guys show me your rendition of Swamp Thing? Or no. Do your rendition of your favorite Bernie Wrightson piece, but don't tell me what it is.
Ooh, okay, that could be a cool one. All right, now before we do this, though,
before we do this.
Oh, of course, yeah.
All right, I'll be right back.
Yep. Alrighty. Here's BoozyTube TV saying, I've been scouring the land of streams and podcasts for indie comic people. Hey, well, welcome. Thank you for finding our show. I hope you're enjoying it. We've been doing this for 23 weeks now. We've typically have comic artists on, but tonight we were talking with John Wrightson, who's Bernie Wrightson's son, and an amazing sculptor working for Walking Dead and a ton of other stuff, Man of Steel, Star Trek, everything, Logan, just tons of stuff. And we're going to be doing a sculpting challenge here. Oh, yeah, you got the Spider-Man by Bernie Wrightson. Look at that. Oh, man.
There's that.
I want that.
It's a good one. Gotta have fun.
Hey. Oh, by the way, you got a compliment on your shirt a long time ago. Sorry, man. I did see that one. I just forgot to point it out. What was he saying? Just want to say that Brent's shirt is cool, as it always is, but not horror movie cool like usual. Don't start slacking 23 episodes in. Yeah. Why are you slacking?
One night we have a horror movie.
I know. What are you doing? Do you have a Bernie Wrightson shirt you can throw on, or not? You don't actually have to change your shirt.
I don't think
So
I do.
maybe that would get more views. You should do it on camera. Get a whole new bracket of people.
All right, I'll just do multiple
saying?
changes.
Yeah, one of these nights you should have multiple shirts on, and just every once in a while whip one off and have another one underneath it. Did you?
I have a Mitch O'Connell shirt.
Oh yeah.
And I was gonna leave and come back with it on and see if he noticed.
Oh, that would have been fun.
I never
Dang,
did.
you should have done it. Why not? You should have done it.
Boozy
saying, enjoying so far. I'm a comic book writer. Well, welcome. That's really cool. I wonder if Renee's ever coming back.
I don't know. Hope she brings that sound.
Yeah, just a whistle the whole time. Oh wow, look at this thing.
I'm glad someone pointed that out. I was like, where is that? For a while, I was wondering where that was coming from.
Me too. Yeah, I was trying to figure out if it was me because these headphones are being real crackly and weird sometimes.
Oh,
you know, awesome that is.
I'm back.
Yeah, everybody go to right. Hey, he's back. Go to Right Stuff Design on Instagram and follow that because
Wrightson with an O, not an I. That was my bet.
Oh yeah, did you want me to change that or did you want to keep it Wrightson?
Let's change it.
I couldn't tell if you were. Yeah, okay, sure. Yeah, I can do that.
Too late to
I couldn't
change
tell
it?
if you were joking when you said you change it. I can change it, but I think once you're in, you can't. But there we go. Bernie Wrightson.
Okay.
Hey, we got Renae back. Is she with the whistle? She is with the whistle still.
I hear
What
nothing.
is that now? That's a brand new problem. 23 weeks now, and now there's a new
Does
thing.
this do anything? Hang on.
It's just sort of a real faint, like
I think
whistle, or like you said,
Did I
like
get
fire
rid of it?
alarm sound.
I think it.
I wonder if
I think
that
is
like the
maybe
proximity
quiet.
of the microphone or something.
We've had those issues too. That's when we get the echo. That definitely happens. But this is a whole new one. It's not super loud. I don't know. Is it loud to you guys, or is that bearable, or is that it's gonna drive us crazy?
Not as bad as it was.
It's better than what it was. Yeah.
That I can almost ignore probably. Yeah.
We're just gonna be totally.
It's almost like living out in the country and you hear cicadas in the background. So.
Yeah. Oh, she's gone anyway. I did grow up near the country and lots of cicadas, so I can probably block that out. I also had police sirens going by all the time, so I got used to blocking out all kinds of stuff.
What'd you do?
Well, I can't get into it publicly.
What didn't you do? Is like
well, a couple things I didn't do. I did most of the things though.
Oh, okay. Ridiculous.
God, just so many cool. Oh, look at that.
Oh yeah, that was during COVID.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. They came up with some interesting variations of that too. Like I actually sculpted like an angler little light stock that was made separately as an option. They would like rig it with LED so that way it could actually light up.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah.
I love angular fish, so that'd be a cool one to have. So is this that's a mask that you can get, huh? Cool.
It is, yeah. It's a silicone mask.
Man.
Yeah.
Have they made one where you can open the mouth? You know?
Oh yeah, you can.
That'd be a cool one. Can you? Oh man.
Yeah.
Oh, that's neat.
Like it comes off the face, but like it's basically sculpted into the jaw and chin, so that way, you know, it gives a nice flappy kind of motion. So
yeah, awesome.
And the teeth are all removed afterwards. But yeah, it was.
Hey, that makes me think of a question. What was your favorite Halloween costume as a kid? Like the one you were most excited about? We talked about that for the Halloween stream. We each had a different one that was like, I was a phantom football player where I made the costume myself for the first time. Kind of a dumb idea, but at the time I was just like, this is the best costume. It's like a ghost football player. And then I, put the whole thing together and felt real cool about that.
As a kid, my dad actually made me a proton pack, like using old toy lawnmower parts and whatnot. And that
wow.
Enjoyable. Yeah. And considering he worked on the movie too, just kind of like
right. Yeah. Man, oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Well, that beats any of my costumes.
His Halloween party. Those are pretty epic at the time.
Oh no, I haven't. He had really cool Halloween parties, he said?
Yeah. Well, because he would convert his whole studio to accommodate the guests and everything. And so like the entire comic book community would come out in all kinds of crazy costumes. So
yeah. Cool. Yeah, I'm surprised I haven't heard about that. That sounds fun.
I'm not sure if there's much documentation.
Yeah. That's the first thing I thought of is like, is there photos of this somewhere? I gotta see that.
I think there's definitely photos, yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Oh man.
If you scroll up a little bit on the page here in the lower left hand corner, no, the other way. Sorry.
Over
the other way. Like I meant scrolling up like.
Oh, scroll this way?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
And now in the lower left-hand corner, you can see there's a Swamp Thing variant. So there's, yeah, so it's like a little turntable. So these are the only ones that I actually have that are in my possession, like as far as like fully painted castings go.
Oh, those are awesome. The different variations, like a C1 and the one with the pumpkins on it. Oh, wow.
So the idea behind that ultimately came from what my dad told me a while back, and how he always kind of envisioned Swamp Thing. And I think where he thought like it would be great to kind of combine like with practical and digital effects is that he's always like a constantly adapting to his environment sort of creature. So like and you can kind of see that effect a little like in Vecna from Stranger Things, where he's like all these tentacles and everything kind of like undulating around him, like something kind of like that. But in Swamp Thing's case, it's like he would start sprouting flowers and moss and random places. And so with that idea in mind, it was like, well, okay, what if he was stranded out in the desert or found himself at the bottom of the sea or in a pumpkin patch? What would that look like?
That's awesome. Yeah.
So.
Actually, yeah, my character evolution from this comic that I do, that's his premise, is that whatever environment he's in, he'll adapt to it. So if he goes in the water, he gets gills and transforms into something a little different. Or if he was in the desert, like you said, or in the like in a wintry setting, or like snowy setting or something, like in the Arctic, you would grow fur and like all that. Like that's kind of the whole thing.
That'll be my next Swamp Thing variant, is the snowbound version.
Cool. Oh man, I would love to see that. These are so cool. I've got my own Swamp Thing inspired character called the Fungus as well. Let me
the Fungus.
You might appreciate this guy. Yeah. Let me this guy.
Oh, neat. Okay, yeah.
Based on a bunch of different kinds of fungus, like he's got this cape thing that's there's a certain fungus like mushroom that grows this sort of cape looking thing around it, and like the heart is sort of just one other type of fungus, just all kinds of stuff like that.
Well, he certainly looks
the concept of mycelium and stuff. He is a fun guy. Here's someone saying, love those colors of the coral reef Swamp Thing. Me too. Yeah. Perfect colors for it. Super cool design. Brandy saying, wow, that's amazing. Yep. Or those are amazing. They really are. Yeah, I could just sit here for the next hour staring at that. Watching that spin around.
Well,
we'll have to save that.
Why do that when we can create something, right? So
yeah, let's do that too. I want to get Renae back in here. She left because she thought the audio was too bad, but I was trying to tell her that it's okay. I think you can come back.
Yeah, we're just teasing. We're not really mad at her.
Yeah. No. Even if she is trying to sabotage our stream on purpose. Here's a question for everyone. What's your favorite sandworm film? Oh, interesting. Okay.
Sandworms.
I know if Renae was here, she would say Tremors. She's a big Tremors fan. And that's another one where she got me into Tremors too. That was one I hadn't really paid attention to. And I watched them. I'm like, oh, that's cool.
I actually had the privilege of working with Ron Underwood. He was a regular director on Fear the Walking Dead for several seasons. And upon finding out like he was working on it, like I would tell him like, hey, it's because of movies like Tremors that got me fascinated with monster films and just the whole creature process. And just beyond that, I mean, it's just a fun movie. Like, you know, it's one of those kind of, I feel like it's one of those underappreciated horror comedies, like not spoken about the same way you would like American Werewolf in London or anything, but it's like, you know, it hits the right notes, I thought, in terms of being horrifying, but also just fun and self-aware of itself.
Yeah.
And
that's funny. We just had another like alarm going off. What's going on tonight?
Oh no, that's
fire alarms everywhere.
Heating up the clay to work with.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
we have Crayola clay, so I don't suppose we'll be doing that, but that's cool that you are already like heating up your clay, ready to go. Colby Addison saying, "Got to be Tremors for me."
Yeah,
that is a really good one. Big fan of Beetlejuice as well. I always like the sandworms in that.
Yes, I'm kind of surprised we haven't seen like a crossover with that, the Grab Boys versus the Sandworms.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Gina Davis
Renae bringing me some clay here.
Taken writing the other, maybe.
What's that? Oh yeah, how do I look? This is our lump of clay from it's Crayola from like Walmart or Target or something. I don't know how much I need, but I'll just take half, I guess. There we go.
Yeah, no,
and yeah, you can go ahead and come in if you can get your, because the audio wasn't that bad. It was okay.
Yeah,
it might. We'll work it out. I kind of want to eat this.
Sure, go for
it. Don't just stare at it. Eat it.
Yeah. What am I doing? All right. So now, before we start this, I need you to give me a master class on sculpting. So for free, just teach me how to sculpt, make me a professional.
Hey, sorry guys, that's about the point where I have to leave now.
Yeah. That's all the time we have for tonight. Yeah.
No free lessons for you. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
All right. So what I gonna do?
No, you don't actually have to teach me anything. I'll just give it a shot. And we'll see how it goes. But sure, yeah. I guess along the way, if you have any pointers for me, well, for someone who's never learned a thing about sculpting.
So what you want to do is you want to start by sculpting one half completely to
right. Okay, yeah, I'll do that. Let's just do one whole half of something, and
that's exactly
make another half look just like it.
That's how all the professionals do it.
Oh wow! Thanks for the information. I'm learning so much already.
Yeah, right.
I believe you.
Yeah, you're learning how to be laughed at by the effects community. So
I probably already knew how to get laughed at by people.
Turning it over to the piece I'm starting on right now.
All right. Oh yeah, let's see that. Let me. Oh geez, look at that.
So this will be a makeup. Oh, yeah, sorry. Let me.
Oh, man.
So
that is so cool. And so, how long would like that take you? Would you say like? I mean, you said like that whole Trump thing took a day or two or whatever. That's insane.
Yeah. I mean, that was also like sculpting in a water-based clay, which works a lot faster. I don't know. I mean, this is only like a couple hours into it, so it's still
really
still very rough.
Sure. Yeah. No. Give me 2 hours and a block of clay, and it'll look just as good as that. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. You keep telling yourself that.
God, that's cool. So you said that's a commission for someone? You do like is that people can just hire you to do sculpts for them, or it's for a product?
I mean, kind of both. I mean, like the company that I'm doing this for, they're producing this as a makeup that you can actually buy through their product line, and can use for the sake of demos, or maybe even utilize it for a project. So, and I've worked for a couple people like that. I think ultimately, as time has gone on, and the makeup business is not quite what it used to be. It's like a lot of these people that maybe would at one point keep super busy working on makeup shows, and when things get kind of slow and they have to still keep things going, they ultimately like form their own company, whether it's like they make masks or they make prosthetics for the consumer market, but they've made connections with people who work in the business that are willing to do designs for them, and so kind of give it that Hollywood finesse. Ultimately, I think that's one thing that a company like Immortal has over a lot of other mass companies, particularly like the ones in the Midwest, is because they've made those connections with people that work in the film industry. They're able to kind of pull from that talent pool, and get them to contribute. I mean, they've had people working for their company that have worked on movies like Jurassic Park, doing commissions for them, and then other people have worked on like John Carpenter's The Thing way back when. So it's like when you have people like that making product for your line there, I mean, that's nothing to sneeze at.
Yeah. We have Brandy asking, for people trying to learn sculpting, what's the best type of clay to work with? Crayola air dry. That's the best. If you ask me, my professional opinion as a sculptor. No.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
What would you say for starting out? What's a decent clay to use?
Starting with something like wed clay, which is WED. Apparently, it's the initials of Walt Disney.
Oh, okay.
I forget his middle name, but it's a water-based clay, and I guess that's what they started formulating when they would sculpt their characters for the park way back when. That's what I mean, technically I started with Super Sculpey when I was like making my own little figurines, but if you're trying to work on a bigger scale, like doing masks or statues or something, I think wet clay is a good way to kind of work on it quickly and kind of teach yourself. My preferred medium is Chavant, which is what I'm sculpting this out of right now, which is an oil-based clay, but it's also a little firmer, so you get better detail with it, but it does take a little bit longer to shape ultimately. But this is kind of like industry standard clay that's used for making prosthetics and creature masks and whatnot. So
cool.
Yeah.
And seeing you heat it up like that, like with the blowtorch, and you put it into an oven, I didn't realize that was a part of the process.
Because it is oil based, and we're also in November, so it gets pretty firm when it gets chilly, like it is tonight. So it's good to just kind of be able to heat it up, and then you saw me using the torch earlier. That was really just more to adhere this clay to this stuff, because I mean this thing it's on a stone positive, which ultimately absorbing all the cold, so there's not much for it to like latch onto. If you're in the summertime, this thing would probably be the consistency of butter.
Oh yeah,
ultimately. But
yeah, that was something you mentioned that has always bothered me with clay and Play-Doh and everything, like just my whole life of trying to do something, is trying to get, like, if you need a piece stuck onto another piece, trying to get those things to. I remember looking at like people, they would like scour it or wet it down and then stick it together, and I've never been able to quite get that to work. But I'm sure an oil-based clay is maybe a little better to work with than.
Yeah, I mean it's pretty easy with like a water base, as long as you have it at that right consistency, that it's easy to blend and it's soft enough that you can smush it into one end or another ultimately. But I'd say that would be a good place to start, especially. And one thing I always tell people that are starting off is like, don't get too hung up on your first piece trying to make that the penultimate sculpture, because it's never going to be. And if you think it is, then you're obviously not learning anything about the process. If you think like your first piece is going to be the best ever, because there's always even once I finish this piece, I'm going to find something that I learned not to do the next time, or I wish I'd done while in the process of this. Like it happens all the time. So I think ultimately the best thing to do would be like get yourself a big block of clay, maybe break it up so you have enough for like 3 or 4 sculptures, and just try and get through the design. Don't get too hung up right away in like getting the details and trying to make the first one perfect, because you know your first one is never going to be perfect. Like your next one is going to be just better by the fact that you learned so much the first time and know how to improve upon it. So I think it's good to have like several different ones in a lineup, and I'd actually also just do that anyways, because sometimes if you get too hung up on one design, you can kind of drive yourself a bit mad with it. So if you have something else that's completely different from what you're currently working on, you can kind of channel a different sort of energy from one to another, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you go through that when you're working on comic books or whatever, if you get too flustered with something that you just have to kind of put that energy into something else.
Yeah, I in particular do. I like kind of need to bounce from one thing to another to kind of get my mind off of something for a while to move on to the like to get past a point on something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So that helps.
Can you teach me what all these tools do? All these yeah, just go through every single one. Teach me what they do. How about this one in particular? This one looks like a drill bit or something. I don't know how well you can see that, but
I actually have that tool. I just
what does that do?
But
Whatever.
no, I've seen that one before. I think that could ultimately work if you don't have like a rake tool. You can ultimately kind of bend that one to your will to, like, I don't know how well you can see it, but like there's all these rake marks and striations. So that's basically using like a serrated tool, not too different from the one you're using.
Yeah.
You're able to like refine your shapes all the more, because otherwise you'll see like the finger prints and everything within it. So this like really helps to kind of shape everything that's going on. So you could apply that concept with the tool you have there. Obviously that one's designed a little bit differently. Like that looks kind of like it's meant for I was to say any sculptures I've ever done were covered with fingerprints.
That's what you were just talking about there. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, you know, one technique I've seen that I thought was really interesting was sculptors they would use like a plastic bag and then, you know, detail over that with a tool.
Mm-hmm.
And it gave it like a softer kind of detail that looked a little bit more realistic than just carving into it, or less maybe harsh, I guess is what it was. I thought that was interesting.
Yeah, that's and that's been kind of the fun thing about working with, because everybody has a different kind of plastic sheet that they like to use.
Oh yeah,
and yeah, some like the really thin, like saran wrap type material. Others like something a little more coarse, like like if you ever get like a chip brush from like Home Depot, like the consistency of the plastic that's around that, I like using for, you know, getting like a nice softness with the texture. Unfortunately, those sheets are pretty thin, so, or are pretty small, so you don't really get a lot of huge coverage use with it. But yeah,
that'd be interesting to try different materials like that and see the results that you get. That was what I was, when I saw him doing that, I was just like, oh wow, I never even thought of that as a technique, I guess. Like just a simple paper bag, but it does do a lot of
like a combination of that and different solvents. One of my favorite techniques is like the goosebump effect, where, you know, you get like the little raised bumps on skin, which
and you're saying that's with a solvent? Is it like it?
Well, solvents are used for like smoothing clay out, but what you can ultimately do if you took a tool kind of like this one, which, you know, is like, looks like little wires
Oh yeah.
out
Okay.
of a stalk, and you kind of. I'm not really gonna do it for this one because it doesn't really lend itself to that kind. But what you end up doing is you kind of like tapping into it, so you end up getting this kind of like little raised texture, and then you can take salt into the clay, make like a what we call a slurry, and then you can use it to fill in that, and you get this like really natural like looking kind of like juice bomb effect. So,
oh, neat. Okay,
but that's more like final detail type stuff, which I kind of discourage people from getting too caught up in right away. Like everybody's always about like how do I get like that fine pore texture? And it's like, well, let's see your forms first. Let's see what your actual sculpture looks like, because if you don't have good form and definition and character, then who gives a shit about your wrinkle texture when you're basically just texture to something that has no real sense of character to it.
Yeah, same in comics, you know, drawing, like people want to render and all that stuff first because that's the fun part, but you got to get the other stuff down first. But it's a good thing you pointed that out, because I'm already wanting to like go into texturing and get the cool little crags in there. It's not time for that yet. I got it.
That's where your eye goes to when you see the finished piece, and like, oh, it looks realistic because they got the pore texture and the wrinkles just right. And it's like, well, no, it's because they got their forms down first, and they got the feel of it correct, and like all that stuff is kind of secondary.
Yeah.
So
I keep wanting to ask specific questions about what I'm working on, but we're not supposed to say what it is yet. So,
you know,
holding my tongue. No, I think that's fun to reveal it. So,
okay. Maybe we can bend the rules a little bit. That's fine if you would rather do that. You're the ones that make it the challenge.
Yep.
I want to hear a little more from Brent. What's going on in your mind right now?
Yeah, you got to work on it.
Yeah, I've started sculpting.
What are you using the same like Crayola?
I'm using Sculpey.
Oh, okay. That like mentioned that was the first clay I was using for a while, baking it out of the oven and all that sort of stuff. So.
Yeah, my twin brother is a sculptor.
Oh, okay.
He works on movies and stuff. And,
what's his name? Maybe I know.
Brandon ENGSTROM.
Okay, I don't know.
Yeah, he's been doing movies for a long time too. I remember way back in the day he was doing like Fantastic Four and stuff. We worked on a horror movie together, Something's Wrong in Kansas, really low, small budget kind of thing, but he flew, like he had come in from Los Angeles to work on it over the holidays. I think it was during Christmas time. And so he sculpted my drawing of this monster for the movie. But yeah, he's been doing big movies for quite a long time now. There's quite a bit. Brent will be like, yeah, my brother worked on that too. I'm like, geez, okay. It's all over the place.
Yeah.
He worked for he sculpted for an artist for years, and then during the pandemic he got back into working on movies. And now he's been kind of laid off during the strike.
Yeah.
So, but I think he's getting back. He's back into it now. So,
yeah, this has not been a fun year for working on whatsoever. It's been
has that affected you pretty hard too? I know a lot of people have been.
I've been fairly lucky. I mean, we've been like basically working part-time over at the shop, which is better than nothing. Better than not working, but I mean, it's certainly taken a toll for sure, and more so for a lot of friends of mine who have ultimately like burned through their savings or had to move back to their home state or whatnot just to recuperate in the meantime. It's like with all the effort given towards writers and actors who like I totally get, and I'm totally in support of like why they're striking, because I mean these are some legitimate concerns, but there just hasn't really been a lot of talk about like what this is, what effect this has had on like the lower echelons of film production.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure tons of people who, didn't have savings or anything like that just are out of the business altogether now.
Pretty much, or at least I have a few friends who've ultimately just taken on regular jobs just to keep up with bills, like working like as at a restaurant or as an Uber driver or something like that, just to kind of wait out the storm.
Yeah. What a silly thing. Just take care of the people making this stuff, huh?
Yeah, exactly. And the fact that you probably saw the articles that were saying like producers say they have to people have to ultimately like go homeless just to learn the facts that they can't address these issues. Like, no, of course you can. You're losing more money by with these strikes than if you just like given into what they're asking for, which is like, yeah, they're overdue for proper compensation, especially in regards to like streaming services, which unfortunately is kind of taking over the entertainment business. And I feel like the movie theater experience is just kind of dying as a result of it, because it's so much easier just to wait a few weeks after it's come out in theaters just to stream it from the comfort of your own home. Maybe I'm old school, but yeah, I like the idea of going out and making an event out of some movie that's come out and go with your buddies and talk about it at a restaurant or whatever. Like I kind of miss that, because now it's just like, oh well, why would I go pay the ridiculous price of her theater admission for something I can easily just watch on Netflix or whatever.
Yeah. No, I'm right there with you. I used to go to basically every single movie for a long time when I was younger, Once I had kids, I haven't been to a theater in, way too long. Like Renae and I have gone to like there was like a Hunger Games we went to, and
oh man,
I can't even think of the other ones, but it's been like a while, decade kind of, really.
Oh shit.
Since I really just went to movies all the time. I guess I went to Mario with my kids last year. That was fun, but other than that, it's like it's just so hard between work and kids. It's hard to get out to a movie these days. They're getting a little better, so hopefully I'll get to go to more. But
yeah, totally. I do want to check out that Five Nights at Freddy's, which I might do this weekend.
It was pretty fun. Yeah, we watched that on streaming. But that was a pretty fun movie.
That's cool.
It's funny though, our son, who was so into Five Nights at Freddy's for so many years, doesn't want to watch it for some reason. I'm like, because we were really looking forward to it for a long time, because they had announced it forever ago.
Yeah.
And when I heard like Blumhouse was doing it and stuff, I was like, oh my gosh, that'll actually be like a really cool movie. And then when it finally came out, he's like, no, I'm not into that anymore. I'm like, we have to go see it. What do you mean? We were looking forward to it for years. You got me excited about it. I didn't even know what it was. And now I'm all excited for this movie. But he's like, no, I don't care. Kids.
Yeah. I don't know. I think it's just, unfortunately, like a combination of the streaming options and like TikTok and everything like that. It's like, even I find myself victim to this, where it's like, oh, I don't really want to sit through an entire movie right now. I just want to watch like a quick YouTube thing or whatever. And it's like, oh shit, I'm becoming the problem I'm complaining about.
Yeah. Hey, Renee's back. How's it going?
How's it sound?
We can hear you. There's no whistle. Yeah, it sounded good.
Is there a whistle?
There's no
Sounds
whistle.
like it's pretty good.
Thank God.
No whistle.
No
We got Brandy asking, which two creatures would you like to see battle each other that your dad created? Oh, that's an interesting question. Yeah.
Swamp Thing and the Frankenstein monster.
Yeah, that would be pretty amazing. Kind of makes me want to draw them. The same piece. That would be neat.
That would be cool. But yeah.
Now you said to be a professional sculptor, before you're done with the base, it's okay to just get into the details, right? I'm still starting to do that.
That is why you failed.
We're getting some sound and some impersonations here. That's cool.
Yeah.
Are you sculpting? Oh yeah. What are you sculpting? Looks like you're pretty far along.
It's not going very well.
I'm just going
I've
for
got a vaguely human shape.
Yeah. Are you going like a full body?
No.
That full body.
Are you, Brett?
Are you doing a full
body?
creature?
No, I'm just gonna do a head.
Okay, yeah, me too. Are we all just doing heads? Is that what we all started doing? That's funny if we did.
I'm doing like
I
a
certainly-
bust.
Yeah. Bust might be.
Look at how far John is already.
Yeah, I just started this during this now.
Yeah, just a few minutes ago.
Yeah.
Just kidding.
That's awesome. I need a tool of some kind.
Yeah, I do have tools up here if you want to.
Well, I would argue that Ray is the biggest tool of them all. So.
Hey, that's an accurate statement. How dare you?
I'm kidding.
I resemble that remark.
I resemble that remark. It's funny.
I feel like I should have planned to have a base or something to sit this on. It's
Yeah,
almost like I don't know what I'm doing or something. Got anything to sit it on?
I know. Look around you. Can you make a rudimentary lathe?
Yeah, I got one right here. No, I don't have anything.
You guys
Go
know
whichever.
right?
What's that?
You know where that line's from, right?
Sure. I'm sorry. Renae came up here to get the tool, and I didn't hear you both times.
I said you guys know where that line is from, right?
No, what is that from?
That was a Galaxy Quest reference.
Oh, okay. Gosh, I haven't seen that in a while.
Yeah, another Bernie Wrightson thing. How about that?
Not the good one.
I got the good tool. Sorry, do you want to? What tool do you want? You can have any tool here. Take the good one from me. I'm not going to do any good with it, so you might as well. You want that one? That is a cool one. I'm gonna.
Okay.
No, go ahead. I'll use my letter opener, or a pencil or something. I'll figure it out. Yep.
Hey, don't knock the letter opener. Like there's a lot of use that you can do about that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Here's Colby asking anything special about that color chart behind you. I was wondering that too.
So during the lockdown, when I was doing a lot more like resin model stuff to sell online, like the Swamp Thing figurines, I found at my local Michael's they're selling these alcohol inks, actually, like these here. And they're great because they already come diluted. They go straight through the airbrush without having to thin them out. And they're like my go-to paint for not just model kits, but I like to pre-paint prosthetics with them as well, whenever possible. And they have a huge selection of colors. So what I end up doing for every color that I bought, I did a little splotch. So I have a frame of reference when painting something, like, okay, I like this variation of blue, or maybe mixed with this variation of yellow here. So having that chart ultimately kind of cuts out the guessing work for me.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, that's a similar kind of thing we do for a palette or markers or anything like that to make sure you know what color they are. That's cool.
Yeah.
That's something I didn't think about too. Is so you're using an airbrush to paint your sculptures
Yes.
and stuff, huh?
Yes, exactly.
Neat. Yeah. I guess I should have known that, but I hadn't really thought it through. But that makes sense.
Yeah.
That's again something I have never gotten into. Brent does a lot of airbrushing with his Garbage Pail Kids, but yeah, I've never even touched one, so I don't know where to start with that.
I love airbrushing. I don't do as much of it now. Like when I was first getting into this line of work, I would basically paint everything with an airbrush as much as possible, and I don't know, like I still use it quite a lot, but a lot of times I'll find myself like hand brushing and then like airbrushing to kind of tie in all areas. You kind of lose a little bit of that organic edge if you airbrush all the time.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But yeah, I fell in love with these inks because you just kind of
with so many different variations, and it's almost like working with watercolors, but
oh, so is that like a Dr. Martin yeah, like they just colored inks, I think is what they were called. They used to use those before digital coloring for comics. They would use Dr. Martin color inks, and they were sort of like watercolor. I wonder if that's like the same kind of thing.
it's kind of, except it's alcohol based. So, but yeah,
Okay.
it's got the same kind of consistency, and like when you blend it with alcohol, it kind of bleeds the same interesting ways. My mom was actually coloring comic books for a while.
Oh, right.
Martin, yeah, and she just has such a wonderful handle on that particular medium. It was like I would not know where to begin with using watercolors. I'd be too afraid. Like I'd just sneeze and ultimately end up screwing the thing up. So.
That's pretty much how I feel about airbrushing. I'm okay with watercolors. Same with oil paint. I've always been a little intimidated by oil paint. I've never tried that really.
I never really tried oil paints as much either. Like I when I did do like canvas painting, is usually acrylics. But I use oil paint doing effects work, but it's more for like mixing rubber cement paint or silicone paints for painting prosthetics or masks or suits or whatever. So it's just kind of a different use for it. It's not really using oil paints in the conventional sense.
Yeah,
but it's the only thing that really mixes with those base materials.
I have no idea what I'm doing.
whoa, you just went robotic on us.
Yeah,
Are you a robot now?
Am I?
Yes. All you did was walk away from your camera for a second. What happened? Oh, Colby Addison saying he I think he was talking about the airbrushing. Did that with his hammer paints.
Oh, okay, cool, nice.
And then here's Brandy asking, do you prefer airbrushing or painting by hand?
I think airbrushing definitely makes things a lot cleaner and more efficient. It really depends on the piece itself ultimately and what the needs of it are. So, for example, if it's something like painting up a zombie, I find myself not using airbrush quite as much as one would think, because you have to kind of, in order to kind of keep it feeling grounded or whatnot, it's like you kind of have to be a little loose with your paint work there. Whereas if I'm like painting something like an alien, and it has to kind of feel pretty ethereal and elegant, then airbrushing certainly comes in a lot more handy that way. There's also
here's a question. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, so
go ahead with
what you're doing. Issue of kind of the same thing with like computer work. It's like getting so dependent on it. It's like, okay, well, what happens if that technology fails you? Like, what if the compressor ultimately craps out on you and you have no option but to paint it by hand? Could you actually do it?
Yeah. I'm thankful I started out doing everything traditionally and then moved into digital from there. 20 years ago now, but just because I know, like, I understand how to do it no matter what tool I'm using. But I do wonder, if I started out just doing nothing but digital, if I would have a clue how to like watercolor or draw on paper, or like how to do perspective on paper, for example. Everybody now has like perspective grids that kind of almost not do it for them, but definitely helps a lot with the perspective. Yeah, I wonder how that would have affected me if I just had never done anything but digital. Like most people now are starting off that way.
Yeah, right. Yeah, and maybe when I get more heavily involved in digital, I'll probably have more respect for the other medium. But I don't know. I prefer. I like having something tangible that I can manipulate. Like, would this probably go faster if I was manipulating the computer, probably. But there's also something knowing like, okay, you physically did it. You're not reliant on a power source, or like if it craps out on you, did you lose your file and then have to start all over? It's like, no, it's something
Yeah.
physically here. You could see it, you could touch it.
That is always the worst part of digital is losing stuff.
Yes.
It's like every once in a while your house just burns down and you lose all your art.
Yeah, exactly.
Like I've heard artists tell that horror story where like they lost all this art because of a fire or something. It's like that happens digitally once a month or something. Nowadays it's less often because there's a lot of backup and stuff. But in the early days of digital, Photoshop would crash and you just lost your day's work. It was kind of a nightmare.
Okay. I think my dad nearly had a heart attack at one point when his agent at the time, who had moved to Florida, basically was in possession of his artwork, only to find out that it's warping because of the heat and humidity out there.
Oh, geez.
Yeah, she wasn't keeping it as well protected as she really probably should have been.
Yeah, that's crazy. Thinking they were just traveling around with it and stuff like that.
Yeah, exactly.
That was an issue when I lived in Kansas, and I did work traditionally like on paper and stuff. Every day would be different. Like my paper would be more dense or like squishier, kind of based on the humidity. My pencil lead would work better some days and not on others. It was always driving me crazy. Like I never found quite the technique to like, I don't know, maybe if I like used a blow dryer every day, now that I'm thinking about it, maybe that would kind of make it more consistent or something. But it just, yeah, just every day, like the pencil just wouldn't work as well. The paper would be weird. And it was always drive me crazy. One of the many reasons I eventually went digital.
Right. No, I totally get that.
But I definitely miss having the physical pieces. More and more lately, I've been wanting to get back to doing more traditional work. I do commissions here and there, but like in terms of comic pages and stuff, I haven't done one just on paper in a very long time.
Right.
Now, I was going to ask,
what would you say is?
What?
Oh, sorry.
Oh, what's that? Go ahead.
What would you say is the current state of comic art? Is it primarily digital based, or is there still a lot of like pen and paper kind of work that's being produced?
Yeah, I'd say like 90% digital, probably. There is sort of a trend these days to more artists are going to traditional. It's still not very many though. Almost everybody is doing it digital, or at least mostly digital, and then maybe they'll ink it by hand. I see that quite a bit nowadays, but yeah, for the most part, it's all digital. It's faster, it's convenient. A lot of people like iPads with Procreate. That's kind of the new. That's started a whole new swell of digital art. Just doing it that way.
No, I can see that.
Oh yeah, so I was going to ask, with adding in eyeballs to something, when's a good time to do that? Because I always kind of want to do that right off the bat so I can see what I'm working with. But should I wait until I get it more sculpted and then put some eyeballs in, or?
No, you can you can do that pretty early on, I'd say, because it kind of a lot of times I find myself in a position where it's like, okay, I'm still blocking and I'm still figuring it out, but I'll get kind of carried away because you get like into that rhythm, and like why break that rhythm based on some preconceived idea of like, oh, you have to do it by this way or whatever. You have to have it all lined up or whatnot. So sometimes I find myself kind of like, all right, well, it maybe is a little premature to start putting the eyeballs in, but it'll help me visualize it more. Maybe it inspires an idea. So I would say if you're at a point now where you can benefit from it, then go for it, because it might ultimately guide your imagination towards whatever it is that you're seeking, but didn't realize it at the time.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. I'm like trying to figure out exactly how I want to approach the details around the eyes, and I wasn't sure if I could if I could put those in there yet. Now, Renae, I noticed you let the cat into this room, and now she is meowing at me, and I don't appreciate you trying to sabotage my sculpting. So get out of here. This cat meows at me so much and drives me so crazy. I don't know if you can hear that or not, but
I heard that. Yeah.
God, make her stop.
Now, my question to you is, are you using anything to represent the eyeballs? Like are you using like marbles or any kind of like wooden sphere or something like that? Or
No, I guess one, like I just kind of roll up a ball of clay and shove it in there. Would you normally use something else for that, or?
I almost every time I do eyeballs, I'll use something like the Swamp Thing display. Like I used like metal beads, like that you'd use for a pellet gun, and the reason I use metal as opposed to like the plastic ones is because if I torch the clay, I don't want to melt the plastic eyeballs that I had.
Okay.
To me, eyeballs always end up being like the most frustrating part if you're just hand sculpting it, because it's like, you know, always ding it or you're trying to get it smooth, but it's never quite smooth.
Mm-hmm.
So, like just having that element in there ultimately like takes out the hassle.
That's interesting. So do you leave that in there and then put clay over it, like in sculpt on top of that to keep it firm, or do you take them out and just make clay eyeballs eventually?
No, I keep them in.
Interesting. Okay, that's a good idea. I don't think I have any. I really want to have something that's the right size now. Some sort of heart, because that's the thing is anytime I've ever tried to make a face, I'll like have it all really good, and then after I get to a certain point, the eyeballs start getting squished together and warped and stuff, and I can't ever get it quite back to where it was at some point.
That's exactly the issue I run into and why I don't sculpt eyeballs unless there's some specific reason why we have to. Even on the Frankenstein statue, I adopted this technique that I learned from a mask maker, which works great, especially when you're making like a silicone casting, but you want to have resin eyeballs, which is you would have these spheres that already had like screws incorporated into them, and the idea behind that is like, you know, he puts those forms into the clay sculpture, and the screws ultimately will get locked into the mold. And so in the mold, you'll have that cavity of the eyeball. So every time you do the silicone casting, you'll always have the perfect cavity to put your spheres back into.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I wouldn't have even thought about that.
Yeah. And I adopted that when making the Frankenstein, so that way I could ultimately make resin eyeballs, paint those, and gloss them and all that kind of stuff.
Awesome. Okay.
So that ends up being the case.
Hey, that's a good pointer.
Yeah. I think maybe for like the Jason and the Willem Dafoe, those might have been, I can't remember honestly if those were sculpted in clay or if I had some kind of sphere in there that I just put like a release agent when molding. It's been a while. Yeah, generally speaking, eyeballs are such a pain in the ass to have to do clay that it's just better to get, you know, like a wooden sphere or a resin sphere that you can ultimately substitute for that.
Yeah. See, yeah, that's something I wouldn't have even thought of. Like for some reason, I just thought if you're making a sculpture, you just have to use clay for everything. When I learned about like even doing I'm trying to say animatronics, but what do they call the under skeleton of a armature? Is that what I'm going for? There we go. Armature. Or like some people using like tin foil for that, like to make their own base for it. I would have never had a clue about that. Right. Here we have Colby asking, John, do you have any unofficial go-to sculpting tools? Like that's funny. He mentioned it just now, like a ball of aluminum foil for texture as an example.
Yes. I'll actually, let me grab my sculpting kit. I could probably find some unconventional tools and name them off.
All right, cool. Seen a professional sculpting kit. Here we have Brandy asking, what is our cat's name? Her name is Molly Grew, like from The Last Unicorn. And she is driving me crazy.
Yeah, she's
Make her stop. Driving me crazy.
So yeah, unconventional sculpting tools. The immediate ones that stick out to me right now are like hairbrushes that you use for your dog or your cat, and those are great for creating like a wrinkle texture. I even keep
like the wire hairbrush kind of thing,
like wire hairbrush type of thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
And actually just found in here, I actually have like these like Snapple bottle caps, but these come great whenever it's like, oh, I need to replicate like a circular pattern, or maybe like do a little indentation to kind of, so I keep those handy. But yeah, things like
is Snapple still a thing? I haven't seen Snapple in a long time. Is that still?
I drink Snapple all the time. So
really, okay. I kind of want to have a Snapple now.
And then there's like then these things here, which I think are like meant for like combing the hair out of your pet, but they come in handy for just like smoothing out your clay, kind of like that.
Cool. Okay.
Not quite at that point yet with this particular sculpture to get to this. I'm just kind of showing this as a sample, but yeah, it comes in handy for just kind of smoothing out those like rough fingerprint marks and whatnot.
Awesome. Yeah.
Anything from like here's another one that I've been using a lot lately for fine texture is you can get these like little disposable teeth brushes.
Yeah, okay.
Which can ultimately be used for like it's better for like doing like smaller prosthetic type of sculpture like that. And there's also like these little, I don't know what these are basically. I guess they're like some kind of like massager, like for opening letters or whatnot, but you can use it for again smoothing and rubbing out the clay a little bit, so stuff like that. I've also got here lava rocks like you would use for your fire pit.
Oh yeah, okay.
And these actually come in handy. I actually learned this while working on a specialty costume show where we had to create battle damage, so you'd kind of go in there, create this interesting little like eroded metal type texture, kind of like that. So yeah, cool. There's all kinds of little like tidbits like that. Also, I've made a lot of texture stamps, basically like brushing latex or silicone onto the surface of an avocado or an orange that's particularly dried out, and then you can use that to kind of create some interesting skin textures for your sculpture.
Do you say stamps? Like you make stamps that you can use again? Is that what you're?
Yeah, texture stamps.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Is that like a rubber stamp? Is that like you make your? Is that am I?
Yes.
Picturing it wrong, or?
Yeah, like a rubber stamp, exactly.
Okay, neat.
Yeah.
Oh, that reminds me. I think it was an artist on TikTok or something that was a manga artist, I believe, that was doing that for textures for inking, which I thought that was kind of cool. I was like, oh, why didn't I ever think of
that? Yeah, all right. So yeah, that's the kind of fun thing about art is like, yeah, you can learn the conventional techniques, but I think you also have to you have to be a little more right-brained about it too, in order to come up with things that maybe are unconventional, but they do the trick, and then before you know it, then ends up being kind of like an industry standard for some people.
Yeah. How's you guys' sculptures doing? I was asking him how your sculptures are going.
Yeah, I want to see what everybody's doing.
I'm about done.
Are you?
No.
Oh, Renae doesn't have audio.
Because she speaks with a demon voice whenever she has audio.
We've been saying she needs to learn some sort of sign language so she can communicate when this happened. Here's Brandy saying, you mentioned that the clay becomes like butter in the summer. Do you have to use anything under the clay for support, like wire or wooden dowels?
Yeah, I mean, generally speaking, having some kind of armature ultimately works. Whether you just like make an aluminum stand, or even just get like a PVC pipe from your hardware store. I actually have one sculpture here that was sculpted out of monster clay, which is kind of a combination between an oil-based clay and wax, and there's no armature in it whatsoever. So during the summertime, I came back and the whole thing just looked like melted ice cream. Like it was standing up, and it just kind of melted.
Oh man,
that. So,
I didn't even think about that it could melt or anything.
Yeah, you don't really run into that issue as much with something like Chavant, but because it had more wax in it than anything else, it certainly started sagging. So yeah, generally speaking, it's always good to have an armature. I don't think I did at the time because I was just trying to do like a quick design for a friend's project, so he can see if he liked where the design was going. So hopefully he liked the photo, because that's all that really exists of it now.
Oh yeah, man. Oh, that's something that I've always noticed when I'm sculpting is I work from the front. Like if I'm doing a face or something, I'll work from the front, and I'm like, hey, that's looking pretty good. And then I look at it from the side, and it's just a drastically wrong shape for what that would probably look like from the side.
Right. Yeah.
Cat.
That was something that Sculptor was ultimately talking about. It's good to kind of change up the lighting when you're working on something too, because it might look great one way, but then you change the lighting to something different, and then it looks kind of wonky.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, I never thought about the lighting. That's kind of what we do. Like we flip artwork to see it from a different perspective, and it's always shocking when you do. But yeah, I suppose the lighting, like moving that around, would probably. I'm going to do that right now. Actually, it's kind of a good idea.
Now I heard about this technique that apparently Rob Bottin would do when he would photograph sculptures for anything, is that he would actually shoot it in black and white. And the idea behind that ultimately was like you're just simply seeing the shapes of it, and like you kind of react to it in that regard, which I thought was a pretty interesting technique, because like you see just a lot more of the detail just by seeing the black and white than you do in the color, apparently.
Yeah, that's something we talk about on here when we review people's artwork. Is a lot of, because one of the techniques for painting or coloring or anything is to make everything grayscale, because then you see the tones. Like, because sometimes if you're just doing color, you might think two colors are drastically different, but then if you make it grayscale, they're like the same tone. Right. And so yeah, like making everything into grayscale helps you see the depth that you've created, and the tone, the form, all that. It's like totally different view than if it's just in color.
Yeah, totally.
I'm getting real into this now.
What time is it right now?
Over here, it's 1:22.
So that makes it about 10:22.
Renee, did you get your audio fixed yet? No? Oh my god. It's not. Can't hear you. Molly, leave me alone. You're a bully. I don't appreciate it.
Yeah.
Here, maybe we should have a Molly cameo. Come here. Oh, now you won't come to me, huh?
Okay, yeah.
Come here, cat. You want to be a star? Look at this thing. Cat's gonna attack me while I'm doing this.
She's gonna kill
Here's
you.
Molly Grew. You like being on camera? You want to do some sculpting? Get out of here.
You're just making a sculpture of Molly, huh?
She's forcing me to. All right, I know I picked you up and gave you attention, but stop meowing. Colby says, "Oh, cat cam." I think Walt's a better pet cameo than Molly is, though.
How many cats do you have?
Just one currently. We had 4 at one point, but
Oh my gosh.
That was insane.
a couple stayed behind in California, and one of them went on an adventure somewhere here. Hello, sweet kitty.
What part of California were you based out of?
We were in Lake Arrowhead.
Oh, okay.
Up the mountain. Yeah, it was pretty cool. We were trying to find a place that was similar to Maine because that's where we live now, and we really love Maine, but we were wanting to try California. Renae grew up in Oregon in Northern California, so she loved the redwoods and all that. But we and she had family out there. But so we moved to the top of a mountain that had pine trees and it had seasons. We got snow, all that stuff.
Yeah.
But then to go to Target, you have to drive 6,000 feet down a mountain and across a freeway to get just to a Target because they had stores up there, but it wasn't like there was no mall or no Target, Walmart, none of that kind of stuff.
Sure.
So that became taxing after a while.
Yeah. Okay.
We started to miss Maine quite a bit.
I for a moment thought about moving towards like Big Bear, Lake Arrowhead, just because the housing market was a lot more affordable than it is kind of anywhere in California.
Yeah, it was really great. It's tough. It's mainly with kids. It's tough. You know, we had little ones at the time and driving up and down the mountain in like really dense fog at night, like that kind of stuff was awesome, but also pretty treacherous and not super safe with kids.
Oh yeah. I remember driving through like the snowy conditions during the winter time, just like vacationing up there, and that was something else.
Yeah. Did you say you did vacation there, or you thought about it, or?
Well, I would go up there like during the winter time with my my lady at the time. We would like rent out a cabin with her family and stay out there when it was snowing and everything like that. So I remember the area very well. When I was looking for a house earlier this year and kind of debating what's the best area, and like for a moment thought about like, oh, maybe Lake Arrowhead could be kind of nice. It'd be a nice detachment from the rest of LA, but realistically, that it would have just been absolutely treacherous to try and maintain getting to work. So I ended up
the highway's called the Rim of the World.
So. Yeah, the rim of the world, because it's like a cliff off the
And that's the other thing too, is like your drive is so scary because you feel almost like you could go off a cliff at any moment.
Yeah, I would say it's not as bad as Oregon. When I went to visit Renae in Oregon, she was driving so fast on these mountain cliffs, just where right next to the side of the road, it was just a 1,000,000-foot drop. Like it was so like way worse than Lake Arrowhead. It was just so huge. So scary. I was like holding on for dear life because I had come from Kansas, which is just completely flat. There's nothing. There's not even trees, you know. And so I was trying to deal with the shock of just seeing gigantic trees and cliffs and waterfalls, and then she's driving all crazy. Not crazy, but
I grew up driving that canyon.
I know everyone there drove that way. It's just, to me, it was like a roller coaster. It was awful.
I'm getting close to done.
Are you?
God. I am too, I think.
I think you guys are jerks.
I think I'm about as far.
I guess I'm not too far. Yeah.
I mean, we're not going for like a finished sculpture over here.
Probably.
Well, I am.
That might take a while.
Pay for that. I gotta make it.
Yeah, this stream is going for 2 days, everybody. We're not stopping until we have professional sculpture.
No.
All right.
We're not supposed to tell each other who we did.
Yeah, we were gonna try leaving it as a surprise for what our favorite Bernie Wrightson character or creature or whatever is.
Well, now I'm curious. I want to see what you guys come up with.
Yep, we'll get it.
Don't get your hopes too high.
Especially you, Renae, because you're just finding out about this for the first time.
Yeah, what have you been doing?
It's a kitty cat, right?
Have you been doing a Bernie Wrightson sculpture, or are you just making this up? Okay. I thought you had heard what the...
Well, I was trying to fix the
I just found out
audio.
who
I
that was
started
tonight.
sculpting.
Oh yeah, I forgot Renae is good at sculpting. She's done lots of
Don't
cakes.
say that.
I'm gonna say it. No, she's made like transformer cakes and zombie cakes and all kinds of stuff with like fondant, and it's like fully sculpted stuff. It's really neat. Like a zombie bursting out of a cake and all that. Ever made a cake, John?
I never made a cake, like sculpted one or anything, but I did have to. I had to paint one. My lady friend at the time, her daughter was really into Wednesday.
Oh
TV.
yeah.
So I ended up getting like a white cake and basically dividing it down the middle. She wanted to kind of look like that stained glass window where one side was all colorful and the other was like all black and white. So basically, got a bunch of like they sell food coloring that comes in like airbrush consistency. So I was able to get like a little portable airbrush to paint those sections and mask it off to make it kind of look like that window for a birthday party, which was kind of fun.
That's cool.
Yeah. But no, I've yet to actually like get into sculpting with like actual like fondant or anything like that. But I've been tempted to try it just to get a feel for the material and like what that technique would be involved. So
I think you'd be great at it.
What about pumpkin carving? Is that something you've done
some
cool stuff with?
I do pumpkin carving. I get kind of nauseous just the smell of pumpkins.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
I can see that making it difficult. Yeah,
that would make it difficult. So I love seeing what people are able to come up with, but it's just not for me.
Yeah. I always get a gigantic idea in my head for what I'm going to do for a carved pumpkin every year, and then I end up taking way too long and not finishing it. But one of these days,
I'll sculpt a pumpkin out of clay, no problem, and paint it to look like a pumpkin.
Yeah.
But, I just don't want that shitty smell around me.
Not a pumpkin fan, huh? You're not doing pumpkin spice lattes every year and stuff like that?
No. Every once in a blue moon I'll do it, but yeah, I don't really care for pumpkin pie or anything like that. So.
I have a nickname of Pumpkin Bandit because I get very into pumpkin and I spray pumpkin spray all over the house and get pretty ridiculous with it.
Oh,
Pumpkin Bandit.
like the artificial pumpkin smell, like they have some that are pretty, but I don't know, it's just like the inside of the pumpkin always just kind of makes me a little
like one of these.
Yeah.
Like,
are you getting skeeved out right now?
No. I mean, you saw my Swamp Thing pumpkin, so obviously it's not so bad.
True.
I can't look at a pumpkin without the.
You have pumpkin phobia.
Yeah, no pumpkin phobia or anything like that. Just generally speaking, the smell of it, just like being around that for too long, would just be like, can't do this.
The guts are a little gross. I'll admit that.
Yeah, anything's guts are a little gross. So.
How do you do clay hair? What kind of wizardry is hair made out of clay?
I like to use like a clay extruder.
Okay.
But I mean, a lot of times it's just kind of like sculpting in like a sheet to kind of get the form, and then you do the line detail, and then maybe accentuate it with like the extruder bits or whatnot. But hair's a little bit of a tricky endeavor.
Yeah, seems to be.
But now you have me really curious about what you're sculpting there. I'm guessing it's maybe a Bernie Wrightson Frankenstein, possibly.
Who me? What do you mean? No, I can't. I can neither confirm nor deny.
What is this Bernie Wrightson Frankenstein you're talking about? I have no idea.
I've never even heard of that. What do you? That's not my favorite thing ever. What? Have you? I don't know if you're familiar with Junji Ito, the manga horror artist.
Not by name, but I've probably seen his work before.
Yeah. He's got a pretty cool. I've got it right here. Frankenstein book.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's weird seeing another artist kind of put the same kind of, time and effort into doing a Frankenstein adaptation.
Mm-hmm.
And he's got pretty highly detailed art and stuff, but it's like, nothing compared to your dad's, but it's amazing. I do love his work, but
I'll have to check it. Send me a link at some point. I'd love to check it out.
Sure, yeah. It's a pretty cool adaptation, but there's already the best one out there, so
I often wonder, not that I've ever heard of it myself, but I wonder if anybody looks at that book, because he made it for the original Mary Shelley book. If anyone kind of looks at it like, oh my god, these illustrations go back to the was it the 1800s that story was written?
Yeah, I think it was 1800s, right?
Yeah, I wanted, because I know he was talking in interviews saying he wanted to challenge himself by only using materials that were readily available at that time. So it had that.
That's cool, yeah.
Look, so I wonder how many people would actually read that and think oh, these illustrations go back to the 1800s.
Yeah,
like old Albrecht Dürer. Who else was there?
yeah.
Booth style drawings.
Yeah, that's cool that he did that too, and it made it a really unique thing compared to every other Frankenstein adaptation we've seen.
Well, it's any other adaptation is usually a variant of the Jack Pierce version.
Yeah,
even to Frankenberry,
yeah.
That could be kind of fun, Frankenberry with Bernie Wrightson's Frankenstein. Maybe that should be the next one.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
Do an all pink version.
Yeah, no Frankenberry variation on that Frankenstein would be.
All right, well, I got
amazing.
My next year.
Yeah,
perfect.
See, now I started trying to get some details in there, and my eyes are looking real googly.
You got googly eyes?
A little bit. Yeah.
You see, everything is much better with googly eyes.
Whoa.
You see, I've been sprayed in the face with mace so many times, I've grown an immunity to it.
That's good. That's really good.
I was playing Against Humanity the other night with a group of friends, and one of them dropped the answer being more cowbell. And, a few of them had no idea what that meant, and it was just holy fuck, really?
More cowbell? Oh, yeah.
How do you go this? What more cowbell, or not knowing what no cowbell means?
I know, what are they doing with their life?
Yeah, my simple brain cannot comprehend.
I need more.
How close are you?
Me?
Mm-hmm.
I'm kind of close, maybe. Yeah.
I'll be the judge of that. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, this
It's
is
gonna
not
be
very
like
finished.
That's okay. We're doing what we can here. But yeah, I bet it's going to go back. In high school, I worked so hard on this painting, and then I took it up to my high school art teacher. And he's like, "That's not finished." And I'm like, "What?" Oh my god! He made me go back and do more, and then I brought it back again after like more hours of working on it. He's like, not finished. That's all he would say. He kept doing that to me. That guy actually flunked me 3 years in a row. Professional artist, flunked in high school art 3 years in a row.
I've actually had bosses like that in this business where it's like, okay, obviously you don't like it. Can you tell me where I can improve upon it? It's like, no, it's not good enough. I'm like,
nope. Do it better.
Yeah.
How do you get expression in clay? Good grief.
I just think about my boss and I channel my energy that way.
Okay. Try that.
This episode.
I'm gonna think about the cat that's meowing at me though.
There you go. Yeah,
To get the proper distress and annoyance that I'm feeling. Despair. Bye, kitty. Cut it out.
All right. Is it about that time that we see what everybody's working on, or
we're getting a little close here? Yeah. Let me.
That's pretty much
A
done.
couple minutes.
you still need a few minutes?
A little bit.
What'd you say?
I was just asking. She still needs a few minutes.
Yeah, Renee, where are you? You need a few more
I'm
minutes.
like basically done. I'm just putting a few details on. It looks
I'm getting so into it. I
vaguely
don't want to stop.
like a shape of something. So.
This is going to be interesting.
Yeah.
That it will.
This is harder than just drawing cartoon characters out of her head.
I still want to try to do Betty Boop like this.
Oh God, we could.
From memory.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What do you think mine's going to turn out looking like?
Perfect.
Oh, you know what, John? I just realized I should have. I was just trying to put some little kind of wrinkly details in there. I should have used a plastic bag. I see why, because it did make like a harsh line. I do kind of have a bag here. Maybe I can even give it a try.
Hey,
See what this does. Oh, but I can't see through it. That's what I'm trying to do.
Can't see your bag.
Yeah, it was a white bag, so I couldn't really see. Now I got one here. Let me try with this. See what this does. It's already harder than I think it's going to be.
That's what you said.
Okay, yeah, that does make. Yeah, okay, that's kind of cool. Kind of smoother, more realistic lines than carved in. Sort of did something. All right.
Well, I think I'm just making it worse now.
Yeah.
I'm trying real not to do that.
You gotta. Don't make it worse.
I think it's as ready as it's gonna be.
Man, I'm so into it. I don't want to stop. I just want to keep going.
How big is yours?
So,
is it pretty
mine?
big? Yeah.
Just like, probably about the same size as you guys'.
Yeah, just a little one.
We are still talking about clay, right?
I'm not.
No, that's not what we're talking about.
Clay.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
Wait, what have you been this whole time? My goodness.
Are we supposed to be talking about clay? Oh, geez.
Yeah. No wonder the camera's like cut up from. Here I was working on a sculpture, and you guys were just like playing with yourselves.
You didn't see that? I sent you a message. That's what we were going to be doing for the show. You just should have read a little closer, I think.
I tend to not read bullshit. So
Molly, do you guys still hear every meow of Molly, or it's not that loud? Meow, 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 just over and over again. What do you want from me, cat? Besides food all the time, no matter how frequently you ate.
I'm ready.
Hey, beat it. Trying to jump on my sculpture now. You really did bring her up here to sabotage me.
listen, no, y'all, sabotage. Listen, no, y'all.
Nice. Another good reference to old music. I appreciate it. Kobe says, I like how the finish order is always the same. Brent, Renae, then Ray. I am always last. All right.
Oh,
dang it. Brent's probably going to win, too.
Yep.
He always does.
I don't know. This is out of all of our wheelhouses, I think.
Yeah, it sure is.
Hey, Colby, how come I'm not in that wheelhouse of finish order?
Look at that thing.
Yeah, no, I think you're light years ahead of us at this point.
I mean, considering like I started this like at the beginning of the show and all.
Right, yeah.
Yeah,
We're our pathetic attempts here.
This in no way existed right before the.
Exactly.
working on it over there. It's like, did any of your cameras freeze lighting
technique? Me? Oh, yours is frozen,
did.
Brent finally has a camera malfunction. Oh my gosh. Yeah, you're totally frozen.
I might like exit and come back in or something.
Oh yeah, look at that.
Sure, yeah.
Hold on.
Jeez. Who has to exit and come back in?
I know, what a noob. Amateur.
Or just a bunch of fucking amateurs.
Oh no, Brent's back. Ugh. There he is. Hi.
Different spot.
We're back.
I took Renee's spot.
Haha.
What was I froze on? Eating?
Yeah.
Tingling.
That's my thing.
Oh, dang it, I just messed up my eyeball. Oh, there's no way to get that back. Dang it. I've been so careful, and the slightest wrong move just totally warped it.
That's kind of why I've been leaving mine alone, because I kept just kind of denting spots I didn't want to dent in.
Yeah, if I guess I could show mine.
Okay.
I might just have to work on this some more later too. I'm kind of having fun.
Hey,
He's going first.
Part of the problem is this display feels like it gets dry easy. Huh? Oh, you're frozen again, Brent.
We can save it for the next. We can save it for the next live stream.
Sure, yeah, that'd be fun. So, Brent, you're frozen again. Almost in mid-bite again. Is your audio gone too? Brent, no. There he is. Wait.
There he is.
There he's back. Hey, there you go.
Yeah. Wonder what's going on tonight.
Yeah, I don't know. You've never had a problem ever.
I know. I'm going to close.
Who's showing theirs first?
I'm gonna ignore it and just keep working on it forever.
Mine's a mess.
Wait. Let me see how bad I can mess up the eyeball before I show it. All right. I'm gonna stop messing with it because it's
all right. Tools down.
Wait. Okay. All right. Okay. I almost picked it right back up and started doing it again. All right, let's do this.
Hold on,
Who's going first?
My screen's freezing up again.
Oh, you're fine here.
Okay, I think I'm good. I was working from a specific drawing. Were you, Ray? Were you, Renae?
I was working from a specific, basically.
From a specific memory.
Yep. I was working from a specific 3D printer I bought. No, I'm kidding. All right, Brent, how about you show yours since you got done first?
Okay.
Let's do it.
Hold on.
Oh shit!
Oh, cool!
Wow.
Dang, you got teeth
That
and everything.
Awesome.
Nice.
Oh, that's awesome. Oh, the hair and everything. Jeez.
Oh,
Of course you're good at this.
That's the best Swamp Thing I've ever seen.
Dang, that's awesome.
That is awesome.
Yeah, I love the
like a little of like Eddie from Iron Man in that too.
Yeah, I was
oh yeah. Dang, that's cool.
That is cool.
Good job, dude. Jeez.
That's fun.
Wow. Well done. All right. Renae, you're up.
I can't show mine now.
Yeah, you got to.
This is happening. We're doing it.
Oh,
oh cool.
Nice.
Wow, you got leaves and everything on there.
Crayola Play-Doh. I did what I could.
It is definitely hard to work with. It's very dry.
Is it kind of chalky?
It's a little chalky. Yeah, it's like cracking as you use it. And
Yeah,
stuff.
it's like all over.
Yeah, it's
you
all.
Can't smooth it or anything.
I wish we would have gotten that like red oil-based clay or whatever. That was cool though. Well done.
All right, Ray, it's your turn.
All right, here we go. Oh, let me in big in my screen. Okay, here we go.
Oh, it's froze again.
Oh, nice! Look at that.
Cool.
Attempt at it. Sorta.
Yeah.
What does it look like from the side? Look at this. Nothing on the back of his head.
Yeah. I mean,
I wish I had real clay.
I know, me too. Am I frozen?
Oh, yeah, that's
okay.
You can probably
find
it on that. You can probably find like well, you can certainly get like monster clay on Amazon now. So
there we go.
That might be.
Yeah, I was gonna go to an art supply store today with the kids to get some better clay, and it just didn't work out. So we ended up ordering some from Target or Walmart or whatever.
Okay.
Nice.
Ooh, you got a little stand for yours.
I put the mushroom on his head.
So now you get to vote on who did the best one. Oh yeah, that's all right. I've seen better. That's obviously amazing. Let me make that bigger actually so people can see it. Gosh, that's cool.
That's amazing.
I mean, it just looks like a living thing.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever startled yourself? Have you ever startled yourself with a sculpt that you had sitting around?
No.
No? That feels like something I would do. Like forget it's sitting there. Sometimes my chair scares me.
No.
If the light's hitting in a certain way, I'll go up and go like, "What's that?" Oh, it's my chair. Okay.
It's fine because like people will like come by and see like how does that at like seeing it in the night, like seeing the figure like the Frankenstein or whatever, and it's like, well, I made him, so it's like,
yeah,
you really want to come after me?
Well, I mean, Frankenstein did want to kill Dr. Frankenstein, so maybe he will come after you.
Well, I mean, that's Frankenstein's kind of a dick to his monster. So,
true. You got to treat your monsters right.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the moral of this episode.
Yes,
treat your monsters well.
Do unto your monsters as you want done unto you.
Indeed. All right, how about we hold them all up and we do some voting here. Chat, you can vote for which one is your favorite. John, let us know which one is obviously better than yours.
Oh, come on. Brent's going to win.
I know.
I'd have to say Brent.
Figure or something.
Yeah,
Of course.
Look,
Of course,
look all
it's
the
Brent.
detail on mine.
Yours does look great. That's what I mean. Is if you had like an extra hour to work on that, it would end up being just a professional sculpt. Brent, yours looks like it could be a toy or something already.
Yeah.
And mine is just real sad. He's so sad.
Oh yeah, the Frankenstein character is sad to begin with. So
true,
yeah. So go ahead, award Brent the win.
Colby says, "Congrats, Brent." Brandy says they all look great. Thank you, Brandy. We appreciate that. Except for John's, right? It's like,
Yeah, this is
passable.
Not bad for an amateur.
Exactly. I mean, you keep practicing, kid, and someday you'll go somewhere with this stuff.
Yeah. Maybe one day.
Some of our examples.
The rest of you.
Colby says all are actually good though. True artists at work. Thank you, Colby. I kind of like my little Frankenstein head. Pretty neat. I'm gonna keep him around here.
Claire could sculpt better than I can.
Probably.
Who's Claire? Is the cat? Or?
No, that's her. Hey, we got a Walt cameo. Yeah, our daughter Claire is very talented little girl. Where's my Walt? It's Walt time, everybody. It's Walt time. Look at that Walt. Oh, now your camera froze on Walt.
Oh.
And that's all the time we have for tonight.
It's a happy picture.
What was that audio? Something just went like. Brr, brr, brr. Was that you?
Was that me?
It's just the audio on the end, right?
What's that?
It's just the audio on Renee's end. It just makes it sound like the devil.
Probably, yeah. Everything she does makes.
Just the house demons messing with me.
Well, this is where we're wrapping up. It's been a pleasure hanging out with you guys and just shooting the shit.
Absolutely, no. This has been fantastic.
Can we do it again sometime? Next couple of weeks?
Maybe? I would love to. Yeah, that sounds like a great idea.
Maybe I'll
get real clay next time.
Maybe I'll have this head or another piece ready to go, and we can try something else. Try a hand or something else.
Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah, thank you very much, John, for coming. We really appreciate it. This has been a really special episode and a lot of fun.
Thank you.
Great getting to know you.
I really appreciate you and getting to meet you guys. It's been an absolute blast.
Nice to meet you too.
That's good to hear. Yeah. So one more time, everybody, let me take you back over here to his Instagram. Make sure everybody goes on here and follows Right Stuff Design.
Yeah, not Wrightson with an I, like I fucked.
Right. Right. I thought you did it on purpose because it was just kind of a pun on words.
I should have claimed I did on purpose. That was totally not deliberate.
Here's Colby saying, "Thanks, John. Very insightful."
Oh, no problem, man. Nice to meet you.
Yep. Thanks so much for coming.
Yes.
Have a great night. Good luck with everything. We'll have to stay in touch. And
absolutely. I look forward to it. Yeah. Appreciate it.
Excellent. All right. We'll see you later. Thank you, John.
Right, bye-bye, guys.
That was awesome. Hey, Brent's back.
Hey.
Hey. That was super cool. You're having so many camera problems, though. Huh?
It just kicked me totally out of it. And
Did it? Oh. Oh, now my camera's freezing. It's a professional stream we got going here. Oh, we had Walt Cam and we had Sweet Pup.
He is.
Well, that was super cool and awesome and fun and super cool. I love that.
Walt.
Hey, Walt.
Camera shy tonight.
Yeah. He's sleeping.
Oh, Walt.
He's only like 10.
What's it? Hey, Walt. Oh, wait, yep, bring him back. Bring back the Walt. Aw. Over here, Walt.
Frozen.
He's frozen again.
Oh.
Is he
What is
freezing?
that?
He's not. Okay, now he's okay. Oh, look at his face.
Will he catch
Following
it
that treat.
if you toss it?
Oh, he wants it so bad.
Oh, you ate it.
Ruined his whole
That was
night. How
cruel.
could you? Torturing your
That
poor
wasn't
animal.
nice.
Oh my goodness.
I don't give him too many cute treats.
I want my spot back.
What spot?
Feels all weird up here.
Oh,
you
yeah.
want to be at the bottom?
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
That's better.
It's a lot better down there.
Leave me alone, Molly.
Look how amazing.
That is cool.
It is really cool.
Is it hard?
I got something done.
Yeah,
You did.
I'm gonna bake mine.
Oh.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna let mine dry too. I want to do more to it, but I think this stuff probably dries too quick for me to do it. But it was fun.
Yours, I would instantly know that it was the Bernie Wrightson Frankenstein.
Really? I was hoping.
It's almost like a
Probably wrong in the sex.
sort of a character, like a cartoon version of it.
Yeah.
It was cool though.
I wonder what I could do if I actually did like a big sculpt.
I bet you could do it.
Yeah, I might have to do that someday. I've been saying that forever, that someday I'm going to sculpt some stuff, but this is kind of the only time I've really done it.
It's kind of fun.
Me
It's
and
fun
Drew.
thinking outside of, or thinking in 3D instead of.
Yeah.
I tend to kind of think of that a lot when I'm painting. Like I'm kind of building it like a
Yeah.
sculpture, sort of, but not really. I don't know. Because you're making form.
I know when
draw something.
You want to draw something? Okay.
Yeah.
All done. You didn't want to sculpt a Betty Boop?
No.
We'll work up to that. Get some better clay.
Mm-hmm.
This stuff feels like it's drying out real quick already here. I don't have anything to put it in.
I'm just gonna squish it.
My hands are just getting so covered in clay every time I touch it. When I put it in this
Yeah.
plastic
Squish
bag, I got.
You're gonna crush it. Now we get to destroy
Don't crush it. No, keep it.
Why?
Claire,
What am I
the
gonna
kids
do
would
with
like to
it?
see it. No, the kids would like to see that. Let it dry, and
Have you ever?
unless you really want to squish it. What?
Yeah, let's destroy them all live on camera.
I want to keep mine. I like mine.
You're not supposed to fall in love with your own art.
I always have.
Destroy them.
I'm my biggest fan. I think everything I do is great.
That was fun though.
That
It's
was really
addictive.
fun. It is. Yeah, I didn't want to stop. I wanted to keep going. Ugh, I'm getting
So
hit by
can we
the
draw?
snoozies. Yeah, we could draw something.
You know that LARPing
Get my
thing?
art supplies.
I think we could watch it.
Lightning bolt.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you think so?
Monster
Let me see if I
King.
can-
It's public domain.
It's for free up on YouTube and everywhere. So
And I still don't know if that's.
I mean, you can't.
Works like
I'm seeing it to buy or rent though.
it was just on YouTube.
Yeah, no, I'm on YouTube, but it says that here. I'll share the tab.
Oh,
It's saying to buy or rent there.
damn! I'll watch it.
Oh, me too.
Let me see.
We can watch the trailer for anybody who doesn't know what we're talking about.
Oh, we already watched that.
Not this
Turned
show.
right on the corner. I just pointed it out to
We don't
Kristen,
have to, though.
And she said, "Yeah, just a bunch of people walking onto a field of grass." And I said, "No. Look closer. These people have swords and costumes." And I thought I was looking at Darth Maul or some sort of a Harry Potter reunion.
Chad, have you watched
There
this?
are creatures in game known as Fracta, which are plant
Lightning bolt,
creatures,
lightning
and
bolt.
they're coming in hordes and attacking us.
I'm one of the major villains / monsters over the weekend.
I'll be right back while it's
Basically,
playing.
It's a dream moth. What it does is it devours the minds of its victims. I eat your mind 1, I eat your mind 2, I eat your mind 3. No. Your mind is gone.
I'd like that ability to go and be in another world for a few days.
I'm just whatever character I decide to be, and there's no wheelchair.
I mean, not all customers are bad, just the majority, and there are just ones that are really, really bad.
Just the majority of them.
Some people watch racing or play football.
Oh, there's the
Vials in the
can
back of my
power.
shield are potions that we use in game.
There is a race that lays eggs.
It's definitely a side culture. It's not very mainstream.
A lot of the people are very dramatic. They're just picking a fight to pick a fight because they don't want to be wrong or they don't want to lose.
This is an insane amount.
I don't know if they showed
Bulls
this one guy
definitely
yet, but he's known for bringing up a different girl like
That's
every
true.
LARPing.
So she's got 1 in 10 chance of dying forever.
Some people don't seem to realize that.
I'm not dealing with it anymore.
When was this made?
I had to fight my father.
This is posted 16 years ago.
16? Mid 2000s, maybe?
Well, you can't be too picky. Magic is tricky and apt to go wrong.
So good.
I know I've watched that, but I don't remember it being called Monster Camp.
Yeah, it is kind of a funny name. But I like it better than the other one because the other one's more like about the story they're playing, I
Yeah.
think.
It's like Drachma or something like that. Yeah.
I'm back.
And
My camera die?
They sent you the link where it's free on YouTube.
That was weird. How you came in.
Well, was it? What happened?
Yeah, you just were like
Spun around backwards.
You like made this like weird. Yeah. It sounded like you were rewinding into the shot.
You're little. Leave me alone, cat. Okay, so it's free. I wonder though. Does that mean we could? I mean, it's been up there for 2 years.
I mean, we don't have to watch it. I could watch it
Well,
on my own.
Yeah. The thing with the pausing is you're supposed to do it every 5 to 10 seconds. So that's what they say for that's what they say for avoiding copyright stuff. So if it is like a copyright issue,
Yeah. We'll have to just actually go to a public domain thing.
yeah, maybe so. And this is under Real Stories, which is pretty good, a pretty big YouTube channel. So they could even copyright strike us.
Yeah.
Oh, here's Colby asking, you three drawing Calvin and Hobbes tonight or something else? That does sound fun. By the way, hi Colby, welcome. If you missed it earlier, Colby is the one I'm doing the. I don't know how much you want me to say about it, but I'm drawing a book with him, so and I'm very excited about it. So welcome, thanks for coming.
I draw Calvin Hobbes.
Yeah. What do you think, Renee?
I'll try.
Were you a fan?
Kinda. I was more of a Garfield, Far Side, Peanuts.
How can you not be a fan of Calvin and Hobbes?
I like Far Side.
Mm-hmm.
But I have to admit, I like Garfield when I was a little kid.
I love Garfield.
Oh yeah.
Let me put away my professional sculpting tools. I don't know if you guys are as cool as me. Whoops, I dropped some. All right. Oh yeah, I forgot my drawing supplies when I got up. Whoopsie. Leave me alone, cat.
That cat.
She won't stop. What are you even doing over there? She's acting real nuts now. I'm back.
Have you always had that poster hanging back there, the unblocked, or did you just hang that
Unlocked?
up?
Yeah,
Unlocked.
Yeah, that's the one I painted. Yeah.
Yeah, I've just never seen it back there.
Yeah, there it is.
Maybe because you're usually sitting in front of it.
Yep. Look at that. What do you think of that?
I like it.
I wish I have a gigantic Gatekeeper poster over there, but it's on the other side.
Where did you?
I should probably put it here or something. Huh?
Where did you get that printed? Just a copy center, or was it?
No, Renae. I don't actually know. Renae got it for me as a Christmas present. Got that and the hat and shirt and stuff.
Nice.
Which was a very, very sweet gift. Really appreciated it. It's made me obsessed with wanting posters and stuff of my books. It's so cool seeing a giant poster like that of it.
Mm-hmm.
And this hat, actually, I mean, it's getting old now, but the embroidery on it is super cool. That's all embroidered.
Mm-hmm.
It was neat. Colby says, talk as much as you'd like, Ray. No secrets. Okay, well, it's called Catastrophe. And I don't know if I could even explain it well enough, but it's a guy and his cat dealing with different kind of emotional struggles, but in a physical way. I guess maybe I'll leave it there. We'll leave some secrecy to it. But it's gonna be neat. I'm gonna get to draw some really cool stuff, representing different kind of emotion. Raised on Calvin and Hobbes. Yeah, me too. I love Calvin and Hobbes. And Garfield. I think I was probably a bigger Garfield fan, but I loved Calvin and Hobbes.
I used to save all the Sunday color comic pages.
Yeah, me too.
I had a big stack, and then when I moved out, my mom was like, "Do you want me to throw these away?" And I was like, "Yeah, go ahead." But now I wish I had them.
Oh no! Yeah.
She would have saved them too.
What'd you do that for? No, I've done that a few times.
Yeah.
I gave away Ninja Turtle toys twice.
Yeah. Now the nostalgia would be really strong with the actual newspaper, the Slash Journal.
Yeah.
But they're all gone.
Good job.
I had a lot of consecutive weeks too to wear it. I mean, they weren't in order or anything, but it was a pretty good collection. Are we drawing Calvin Hobbes or Betty Boop? Betty Boop's back.
Guess who's back?
She's never
back
going
again.
away.
Betty Boop. Run away.
Is everything I'm doing just very loud to you guys?
Yeah.
I don't understand.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Now?
Mm-hmm.
I'm just gonna mute myself.
Don't do that. We'll never come back.
Yeah, don't do anything. We'll put up with the noise. Don't. I had a pencil when I was sculpting. What did I do with that pencil? Oh, crud.
What happened?
Oh, I had a pencil that I was using while I was sculpting, and that's the one I need to draw with because I don't have another pencil, and now I've lost it. Oh, maybe I got another one. Hey.
So are we doing
right. I think that sounds good. Should we turn on a public domain movie while we do that? Yeah?
Yeah.
Public domain. Horror movies? I always want horror movies. What do you think, Renee? Should we do a horror movie or is there something else you want to watch?
Yeah, whatever you guys want. It's fine.
What do you want?
I get into World War II
Ryan.
movies around this time of year.
Yeah, you
like old ones.
You do?
Yeah, because there's a couple of really good Christmas ones.
Really? Like what?
Like, I forget what it was called, like Gulag or Stalag 17 or something like that.
Oh yeah, yeah. I think
I don't know.
Stalag.
Well, they're in a prisoner of war camp under the Nazis, and they try to escape, but it's Christmas. Pretty neat.
Oh yeah, I guess I watched that with you, right? Yeah. Yeah, I remember
I like that one.
Escaping from the camp or whatever.
I want to watch.
Colby's saying, I just hope it's as good as last week's epic Dino movie. That was pretty amazing. What was that called?
Planet of the Dinosaurs.
Planet
right?
Yeah, there we go. Planet of the Dinosaurs. Yeah. Oh, it's pretty amazing.
I guess we can't watch Future War, right?
Probably not. Maybe. I could look up Future War.
That's a classic
movie. 1997. I mean, it is on here for free, but I do feel like it would get copyrighted or something, though.
Yeah.
I mean, it's such a small movie, right? Like, it looks like a
very.
Oh my God! There it is. Yes. This is Jean-Claude Van Damme.
Is this the beginning?
It is. It just goes right into it.
Oh, this is the setting they use over and over again. Like they go up and down this hallway.
Yeah, they have like two actual sets. And they just keep reusing them. Oh God, I want to watch it so bad. I feel like we probably can't, right? I don't know. Let me look that up. Is Future War movie public domain? Probably not. I mean, yeah, it's probably not. 97. It couldn't be. Dang, I really want to watch it bad though. But anybody watching, if you haven't seen this movie, do yourself a favor and go watch this movie, especially if you're a Jean-Claude Van Damme fan. All right, let's go back to public domain something.
Man, Calvin and Hobbes are hard to draw.
Yeah, I have a feeling Calvin and Hobbes is going to be really hard to draw.
Are we drawing them accurately, or just whatever we can draw?
Isn't that the goal every time?
Yeah, I will try to make them accurate.
Try to make them look like they're living in the Sonic universe.
That'll happen naturally.
Let's see. What?
I think Hobbes is even harder than Calvin. I thought he would be easier.
Oh, really? Yeah, I thought it'd be easier too.
But maybe he will be for you.
How about we watch Creature from the Haunted Sea? That looks interesting. It's got a goofy looking little thumbnail on it. There's somebody shining a shoe. What do you guys think? What's with the music already?
I don't know what's going on.
What is happening? It's a weird movie right off the bat. Okay, Calvin and Hobbes. I'm just getting started now. Oh boy, this is gonna be hard.
Thank God we're drawing again.
I don't know if
Well,
this
Brent,
is better.
you're really
I almost
good at
feel
it.
like I was doing better with the.
Yeah.
This is another one I feel like I should know better than this.
Yeah, right.
What does his hair do? The kid.
Something. It does something for sure.
Like they just call
It does. The kid. Calvin, you mean?
You know, the kid.
Yeah, the human.
You like how the bootleg Calvin became almost more recognizable than Calvin these days?
Really?
Like him teeing on different logos and stuff.
Oh yeah. Here's Colby saying, I never asked anyone to draw a talking tiger. Seems hard. Yeah. Huh? We'll be doing a fair amount of that. man, the facial features are going to be wrong. Not a single line I've put on his face is anywhere close to right.
Yeah. This is...
How do I not know this? It's so ingrained in my head.
Yeah.
I had to go to the Santo Domingo bar. And I had to
Hobbs
find
is so weird looking.
K120 and I'd never met.
I feel like I can't even get his face even slightly right. Jeez.
I looked around the room.
See, I went into Hobbs thinking, I think I got Hobbs. Never mind. I even used to draw my own character that was kind of based on Hobbs, and I can't even come close to him.
Calvin, I think I kind of subconsciously based my character Monkey Boy on Calvin a little bit, just his body shape and stuff.
Oh, really?
No, like now this looks like Monkey Boy. Like my drawing, it doesn't look.
Well, that works too.
Yeah.
Does he have big eyes or small eyes? No size of eye that I put looks right. Don't tell me, but.
I never work if I can help.
Oh my god, what does the tiger look like? Oh.
Sonic.
Yeah, he looks like Sonic, yeah. Throw Sonic, you'll be fine.
Bring us a bottle of Chateau Marmont.
See, now I have it in my head that he's just like a big, like one big shape. Like one big stock puppety kind of looking thing. What?
Yeah, Hobbs is like, that's what I'm thinking too. Like he's like a snake almost.
Yeah, but then like when I try to add a face to that, it feels like he has to have a separate head because it just doesn't like look right or something.
Yeah, this is awful. This is maybe. I thought I'd be able to nail this one.
Yeah, for some reason I thought this one would be easier because it's just like a human kid and a cat character. Like it's not. I didn't think it was going to be that specific, but it's.
At least it is. Am I froze?
Now she would never know me.
No, you're good.
Okay, I was frozen.
You have the coat.
Yeah.
Are his legs long or short? What's happening?
Yes.
In point of fact, I've got my Dakota lead.
Right. Pay no attention to me when I leave.
Right.
You could always just draw the little doll.
Then you think of that?
Right.
Oh yeah. Oh, I forgot that it was a doll. Wow. It's been that long. Yeah, it's a doll that like becomes big, or like he imagines being big or whatever.
It's just an imaginary character.
I really want to know what Renee just did.
You don't.
Oh yeah, I do.
What did you just say? Creature from the haunted sea. We finally see this. Look at this thing.
Whoa, what the kind of entry or intro to a movie is that?
Creature. What title did I just say?
Schoolhouse Rocks or something, huh?
Yeah, a Creature from the Haunted Sea. I want to look at this poster.
Yeah, the thumbnail for it looked like it must be the poster. And it was like a cartoony, weird looking thing. I didn't know it was going to actually be in the movie.
Oh, I think I've definitely seen clips of this movie. I don't know if I've ever watched it all that.
Yeah?
The creature's crazy looking.
Oh boy.
What's this one about?
Creature from a Haunted Sea, I think. If I had to guess. But I'm pretty big brain.
Roger Corman, the same guy that made.
20th century.
That's why it looks like.
The revolutionary victors.
This has a real like
national complexion.
Little Shop of Horrors vibe to it.
They've been liberated. The survivors of the old regime.
This is interesting.
Taking with them only a few.
I think I made a good choice here. This is a weird one already.
And other art objects. It wasn't always easy to smuggle or loot out of Cuba, and so secret meetings were being held all over the island. This story of robbery, double cross, and murder begins with.
Can you guys hear it okay?
It's kind of quiet.
For some reason, it always sounds way loud in my headphones. But
We'll need to get the big Calvin Hobbes box set.
yeah, sorry, I got to turn it down a little bit. I can barely hear you guys now.
Never mind who I am.
Yeah.
It's the mission
Yeah,
that counts. Let's get on with it. As an American gambler and gangster, you're above suspicion.
I don't know what to do with Hobbs at all. I quit.
Our government has been overthrown. You know, I heard that.
Just do your thing.
That's for us. We'll be
This
back.
is it's gonna end up looking like Betty Boop.
Now.
He has a big football oval head.
But of course, in order to finance a great.
Maybe if I give him a tail, that'll help me understand what to do here.
Necessary for us.
Look, I kind of got the basic shape or whatever, but it doesn't really look like him.
You're going to lose your casino, so you'll be leaving
That's
right.
awful.
You have a big yacht, and you can leave anytime you wish, such as immediately.
Oh, I sort of remembered his paw just now. That kind of helps.
Here we have 1/4 of the
Maybe.
Your group.
Oh, I've got it. This time I've got it, guys.
Squad of men will proceed to Ciudad Trujillo. There you'll wait for us to contact you and relieve you of the money. 1/5 of which will be paid to you. Do you understand? I get the whole picture.
This is the one.
Señores?
This is the one. This one's gonna turn out perfect.
General Tostada, Coronel Cabeza Grande.
Hey, by the way, I should mention if anybody watching, if you go to NewQuestComics.com, we have a big sale on Renee's artwork. She's got tons of comic pages and original art and stuff. You got to go check it out.
I need to put more up there.
Yep, we got all kinds of stuff coming too, probably. I know a lot's already sold over the last day or so, but get in there and check it out.
It's been pretty fun going through all those old pages again.
Yeah, seeing all the, I mean, stuff that we haven't looked at in a decade, probably, since we did it, like Last Unicorn. We have Legend of Wonder Woman stuff. What else was there? I've forgotten already. Whatever it is.
So,
What's that?
you have all those pages up for sale?
Some of them,
Not
yeah.
all of them.
Let me head over there real quick.
Yeah, you better promote this.
NewQuestComics.com. Going down to original art and commissions. If I can click the button correctly, there we go. So yeah, here's like Legend of Wonder Woman pages. I guess that's sold out. Here's some more Legend of Wonder Woman. I can click on those bigger. That's got Perry White on it. One of the few pages that has Perry White. Here's Etta Candy with Diana. This is
I
shortly
can't even
after.
look at them.
Oh, cut it out. If you haven't read Legend of Wonder Woman, which you should, go find it and buy it. It's hard to find, but do it anyway. Yeah, her helping her create the costume of Wonder Woman. That's
Get off
shortly
that
after.
one.
I like that one. Crazy detailed 2-page spread of Holiday College. That's a cool one.
That was when they had the digital first. You had to cut the pages in half. Like all of them had to be separated right in the middle.
That was a frustrating
It's tough.
thing we had to do.
Oh, you had to build it around so it could be cut in half? Dang.
And I did the first like 3 issues of the current project that way too, because I didn't know that was done. Like they never informed me.
Oh yeah, we have a video. Oh, I didn't know you put the video up there too. That's cool. So everybody go look at that video and check out the pages. Here's some original art. Spawn sketch card.
You got to start putting up these sketches from the show up there.
Yeah, that would be fun. We should do that. Betty Boop, yeah. Right now, let's just do a live auction. Who wants to buy this?
See,
I'll take $1,000 minimum.
That should be the background of the screen there.
Yeah, it should.
She's the mascot.
Look at this amazing She-Hulk here. Come get this. Look at that.
Don't show that.
This is this is gigantic, by the way. Yeah, it's an old one we found. Yeah, 2011. Yeah, so this is 14 by 17, gigantic piece. Really cool.
Don't show that.
Don't show it. Renae's Etta Candy is my favorite iteration by far. She is the best at Etta Candy. Absolutely. I dare any other artist to draw Etta Candy as well. Let's see it. Also, I just want to see more Etta Candy. Look at this red Sonya. This is from a cover we did for Dynamite. Let me see if I can find the real cover. The final cover. Yeah, here we go. Well, it's on some weirdo's Twitter. I found it. So that's this cover we did for Dynamite. And the pencils are available. Not there. That's the wrong tab.
No, they sold.
Right
that one
here.
sold.
Oh, it is sold out. Oh, I didn't see that. Haha, you can't get it. Never mind.
I have so many pages.
All kinds of stuff. Wow, a
Ray
bunch of
won't
these.
let me sell any.
See, there's Etta Candy.
I know.
Yeah.
Look at how perfect that is. It's ridiculous. It's such a good Etta Candy.
Just the little Lulu hair.
Oh, yeah.
The little curls in the front.
It's just weird seeing how I did draw Wonder Woman like before I did the book. Completely different.
Oh, snap. I didn't even realize we did this. There's also a sale on my books. Look at this. You can get an Evolution for $7. You can get Gatekeeper. Get those. Look how cool these are. You've literally never had a comic as cool as this. So, literally. Anyway, let's get back to the movie.
Or was this old drawing of Wonder Woman? You said it's not
Just
there?
all of them are.
Oh.
Just all of it. Like, yeah, early iterations of her drawing Wonder Woman. This kind of stuff. Still looks amazing. She hates everything she does, though, so that's awesome. I like that bracelet thing or whatever. That's different than how we ended up doing it. All right, whatever. Back to Creature from the Haunted Sea and drawing. Do I want to go back to drawing this thing? Ugh.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
Something's wrong with my tiger.
I have a feeling something's wrong with all our tigers. Doesn't he have shoulder? I feel like he has shoulders, but then his head is like the same, like part of the same shape as his body.
Kinda. Ooh, I just thought of something that I think he has.
What is it?
Not gonna say.
Dang it, Brent.
But I could be wrong. I don't want everyone to do it. I don't know.
I think you probably got this one in the bag. You're
don't know.
familiar.
Yeah.
I do like Calvin and Hobbes, but I don't know how much that's helping me right now.
I mean, I'm done. I'm done.
And,
Are you? Oh crap! I'm real far away. Let me.
I've been done.
He done been done.
I've been done. I'm gonna go fake this Frankenstein head.
Are you really? You should. I want to see that again. Yeah, let me see that again.
This is
How long
I
will
forgot to
you
start
cook
the
it?
movie.
Hmm?
How long do you
Oh
cook
man,
it?
that's so cool.
I don't know. I
Good job, dude.
I won't bake it. They say you're
Should.
supposed to like, leave the house when it's baking because you're not supposed to breathe in the fumes or whatever.
Oh,
I just-
what?
I probably won't.
Sculpey?
Let me see. It's probably just a warning to like cover their bases. Do not microwave.
Well.
Microwave. What happens? Now you have to microwave it.
It says clay may damage unprotected furniture or finished surfaces. I probably just ruined my table by rubbing it all over.
Oh no.
I don't read the directions.
I don't know what to do with this dumb head. Welcome to the new people that just came in right when I said that. We're currently drawing Calvin and Hobbes from memory without looking at a reference. And thanks to Colby recommending it, Colby. And watching the public domain horror movie, The Creature from the Haunted Sea.
I think
Join us.
I think he requested them last episode. We were going to do on with that.
Yeah.
The most trustworthy
Sorry,
man ever to
Colby.
be
We'll do it
deported
this time.
from Sicily. They thought they were smart, but little did they know that I, Sparks Moran, was an American agent.
Sounded like he said, little did they know that I, Farts Moran, is that his name? Good old Farts.
Hey,
My real name is XK150.
Oh, his real name is XK150. What does that mean?
How'd it go, Bugsy?
This was probably shot in like a day.
Probably.
Crazy. Hey, Colonel Grande,
Wow, look at how bad the audio is in this.
What happens with all that mob?
It's all because they were out in the wind, probably, so it's all voiced over.
You think of a way to remove them and grab that loot? Because you are big, strong.
Oh yeah, okay, I better focus on drawing.
Hi, sis.
Sorry.
Hi, baby doll. Did they scare you? Just a little. Oh. All right, boys.
Oh,
Ready to go.
I hate what I'm doing.
Take the wheel, Jack. You and Clark and Sparks. Get ready to cast off.
Look, there's Calvin right there. There's Calvin.
What? Where?
Striped shirt. Yeah.
This is a beautiful night for
Darn it.
Did you give him a striped shirt?
Does Kevin have a stripe? No. I haven't finished his body yet. I'm stuck on his eye sockets right now. They look dead.
Maybe I'm thinking of the tiger.
Alias
What is Hobbs' dang face?
Rado Pizzetti, alias Zeppo Staccato.
I'm never going to finish this one.
At 15, he served
Mine's looking like a.
rolling and drunk in
My
a
Hobbs is looking like somebody in a furry suit as a cat, like a normal cat, not even a tiger furry, just a. Yeah, sort of is, huh?
During the war, he was rejected by
Maybe
the
it was.
Marines and the
Maybe the whole time it was just a guy in a
Now
furry
deported,
suit.
he has retained his contact with the syndicate and is still regarded as a dangerous character. Mary Bell Monahan, alias Mary Monahan Bell, alias Bell Mary Monahan, alias Monahan Mary Bell. They say she was a gun moll just because.
Why
when
was
she
the
was young,
tiger
I
so
gave her
hard?
a voice every Christmas. And they can't really prove that she sneaked into the Hollywood Bowl with a Tommy gun
Oh,
and
no.
knocked out the convention of police chiefs in 1956. Oh, I know that she got nailed cold when she was pushing heroin in a laundry room in Boys Town.
Ugh,
But I'm willing to give anyone the benefit of the doubt,
this is rough.
especially when she's as crazy looking as Mary Bell. This is Happy
I really
Jack
can't
Monahan.
come anywhere close with the types of eyes that they
He
have.
developed a muscle
See, there's
spasm
Calvin right there on the
from
screen.
watching too many Humphrey Bogart.
There he is.
Happy Jack's record is
I'm definitely going to give him a
his only
stripy
crime
shirt
having
now.
been committed after his sister.
See, I shouldn't have given that away.
Doing the giving.
I know.
Up until
Good
that
job,
time,
sucker.
Happy Jack had been a tennis bum.
But now I'm starting to think maybe I'm thinking of the tiger because he has stripes.
with Renzo, he
I don't think I think
Are
you
you?
had
the most member of the Dark Quartet is
See
Pete
this?
Peterson Jr., son of Steve Peterson, Sr., famed vaudeville birdman.
Nothing
Pete
looks
Jr.
right.
inherited his father's talent for animal imitations, but unfortunately blew his brain out of whack while imitating a sea plane at the Elks
It was so
Convention
different sculpting.
in 1942.
I know. Like messed up my brain.
Convinced Pete of anything. Renzo found him struggling along as a pickpocket at Jones Beach and took him with him in his exile. Since then, he has been Renzo's faithful servant, shining his shoes and rubbing out his
Just
enemies.
nothing is
In
right.
return, Renzo permits him to
Anybody know what
imitate
this
the
movie's
animal
about?
that comes into his head.
There was like introduced.
I'm sorry. Did that guy just make that noise? What was that? Oh my god, it is him making that noise. What is happening? That was Chewbacca impression? One more time for the people in the back.
Rewind it a little further so they explain what he's doing.
For instance, was the mating
No.
call of the Himalayan yak.
Oh, that's the mating call of something.
He's been Renzo's faithful servant, shining his shoes and rubbing out his
Turn it
enemies.
up.
In return, Renzo permits him to imitate any animal that comes into his head.
What animal was
For
that?
instance, was
Renzo
the
or
mating
whatever your
call of
name
the
is?
Himalayan yak.
Himalayan
There
yak.
they are.
Okay. That was the Himalayan yak.
I didn't know where they
Clearly.
were taking those unsuspecting Cubans, but
It's
I knew
just
they were
supposed to be
taking
funny.
them. And so,
Wow.
grim faces, we saw
I'm
our
This
very
rivals the
confused.
dinosaur dance party.
Let me read the caption so I understand maybe a little bit about it. During a revolution in Cuba, an American international playboy, promoter, and mobster, Renzo Capetto, comes up with a get-rich-quick scheme. Gonna take a boat, escape with the treasury, and where's the creature come in? All right, infiltrated a gang, steals money, and claim that the mythical creature from the haunted sea rose up out of the sea and devoured the loyalists. It's kind of boring concept, but all right. Let's see the monster. You guys are all done, aren't you? Waiting on me.
I kind of want to watch a movie with like big insects in it.
I thought that's what this was going to be. I don't know what's going on here. Big insects does sound pretty fun. Is there a big? There's Wasp Woman.
Just fast forward that to the monster.
I do want to see the monster at least.
The monster's crazy looking.
We're already like a third of the way through this movie.
Wow.
A bunch of stuff's going on. They see anything? You're looking in binoculars. That guy's doing a dog noise now.
I've seen Wasp Woman. You don't see her until the very end.
Oh, really?
I remember watching that one as a kid.
I think I did too, but I can't really remember it very well. Wow, I'm 45 minutes in and we haven't seen a single monster.
Good. I think it's in that jungle looking room. Maybe he just pops up at the end. It's usually there. I think that's it.
This part?
I have the honor to report that the men would.
Maybe. No, it's not in the thumbnail.
Then
Nope.
she came into my life. I didn't see her coming, but somehow I sensed her presence and knew that my life was changed forever.
He actually cut the top of that coconut off. That was kind of impressive. With a machete. I've tried that before, by the way.
All right, we're ready. Let's keep it on.
Okay, they're going into the sea finally. 50 minutes into a hour and 14-minute long movie. Okay. Here we are.
It's not going to happen.
It's never gonna. There's just never a. It does say they. That's a big fish.
Yeah, keep fast forwarding it. I don't think they're going to show that thing underwater. It's just like a.
It did say that they claim that there's a monster. That'd be weird if at the end of this there was no monster. It was just a story they told.
No, I saw some pictures when I looked at it.
The victim was dead. Renzo.
Dead body.
I think he was getting attacked there.
Crazy.
By a I didn't see.
He probably just.
Oh, look like he's just freaking out. Something.
Yeah.
To a monster. Where is the monster?
Gee, thanks.
The monster was inside the mall.
What's this? Good punch there, fella. What is that? What was
They're
that?
rewinding the film. They must have not had any more footage.
He's pretending to be a bull now. What is with this guy who does animal sounds and is pretending to be a bull?
Are you all right, Porcino?
Is that his voice? Are you all right, man? What is this movie?
This is Mango Perez. 14 is off. What can't you do? You're gonna.
We're so far into this thing and nothing is happening.
And this way, we can keep the strong box for ourselves. Oh, yes.
What's this kook's voice? Keep going. Okay.
You hold out of these because I can't use them without.
There it is.
Oh, wait. Oh, there it is.
That's it.
The end.
Yeah. All these movies show the monster at the end.
And the unknown
Whoa.
partner had found
That kind of looks like the tree that Mitch O'Connell did.
And the unknown partner had found
Oh, yeah.
Kind of looks like
Is that it? That's the whole payoff of the movie. Just see him for a second.
Big googly eyes.
That's it. He's not doing anything. He's just hanging out.
He's just a voyeur. Look at that thing. It's bubbles coming out of his head.
What's that guy getting?
Corman said he always made a profit. He never lost any money on a movie.
Really? Just know how to make it cheap enough and fast enough. Yeah.
Just drive-ins from the poster. Kids will go see it. Look at that thing, though. We gotta draw him.
Yeah.
He has no arms. He just has the eyeballs.
This would be cool if he like stripped all of her skin off right now. Then I'd be into this
This is
movie.
like the most amazing effect you've ever seen.
What is that doofus doing?
He's making the sound of a shark.
Yeah, guys.
I was thinking
what else?
What was he, Turtle?
Tostada went all alone into the forbidding void. His greedy murderers let his body drift.
That was it, I guess. Oh, here's a little shot of the monster at the end.
You might like
Okay, cool.
Her hot partner was not going to like
Ah!
This was it.
Well, that's
There
amazing.
was but one thing a responsible, trusted representative of the United States government could do at a time like this. Get out of there.
That was no Planet of Dinosaurs.
No.
It was not.
They rely on the narrator explaining anything that's weird.
Yeah. What are they even shooting? What are they even looking at? Oh, okay.
Way up.
Okay, his claws are kind of creepy. Do you see that? I just need him to do something real violent, and then I'll be on board. Nope, gone already. Okay.
He's smashing all these people.
That was so clearly just a pair of gloves. Look at this.
Yeah, like black rubber gloves.
Oh, I couldn't pause it. You saw it though, probably.
He looks kind of like a sand person from.
The creature actually has googly eyes. Yeah, it does. What's that?
He looks kind of like a sand person from Star Wars. A little bit.
Oh, what now?
Like a sand person. Like the.
Oh yeah.
The sand people.
Yeah.
Is that what they were called? Like desert.
It's like, yeah. What are the sand people in Star Wars?
Tusken Raiders.
Yeah.
Tusken Raiders. There you go. Yeah, it does look like a Tusken Raider.
Or the Jawas.
No, it looks like kind of a mix. That's what a Jawa looks like outside of its cloak. They've never shown that in Star Wars.
True. Could be right.
There he is. Yeah, Humphrey Bogart.
Whoa.
The worst monster.
Oh.
It might be the worst looking monster in any movie.
Yeah, could be. It could be.
Okay.
Carmelita, I've never known a girl like you. You spent your whole life monitoring? Carmelita, I love you and I want to marry you and take you away from all this. That I would like it.
He definitely sounds like he meant that.
To live on the salary of
I love you and I want to marry you and take you away from all this.
I don't care.
I mean it, I swear. I want to see the end here.
Just him chilling on the bottom of the water, smoking.
Yep, I'm just hanging out. What is he doing? Does anybody know how to get these off of a screen when you're trying to see the end of something?
I don't think he can.
That's annoying. All right. Well, that was something.
I've even noticed on streaming services.
What's that?
I've noticed even on streaming services it'll do that. Start having stuff pop up.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. On stream. Oh, I didn't know that.
Like Hulu or something. You're trying to watch the end of the credits and it's like stuff popping up. Get you to click on something new.
Feature-length public domain movies. Okay, what do we got? Phantom of the Opera. Swamp Women.
I saw there was Manos Hands of Fate. I know that Mystery Science Theater did that one.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah? Okay.
I don't remember what it's about, though.
With workout.
Where did you see that?
Workout.
Where? Reefer Madness. That'd be funny.
Scared to Death. Bela Lugosi.
I was gonna mention that one. That'd be a good
Killer
one.
Shrews.
That one's pretty good. I watched that one not too long.
Really?
It was like dogs wearing shrew like rat outfits.
Oh man. Okay. Wait a minute. The Fast and the Furious from 1955?
Oh yeah, I watched that recently. When I went to my parents, my dad put it on. He's like, "Did you know there was a 1955 Fast and the Furious?"
By Roger Corman?
Is it related?
I mean,
It has to be, right?
I think they had to like pay to use that title, maybe, but it's not related at all. It's just the title.
Weird.
I don't know if they had to pay or not, but it is the same title, so they probably did. But it's public domain, so they probably did it.
Yeah, they wouldn't have to, I guess. Where'd you see that Manos or whatever?
I just saw it was on a list of public domain movies. I don't know if it's there.
Manos and the Handmaid.
There's the 3K one. Just throw that on and wait for us to get flagged.
Elvira watched Manos: The Hand of Fate. Does she do a thing like that still? Or that would have been, I guess, a long time ago, probably.
2011.
Do you think this is okay to? I don't know. It doesn't say public domain.
Subtitled.
Oh, okay, here we go. Manos: The Hands of Fate. Is that the one you'd like to watch?
I'm assuming it's got to be funny.
I thought your audio
I
was
always saw
gone there
this
for a
one
second.
listed as people's favorites for Mystery Science Theater.
Well, they help. They help make it funny.
So will I.
Just trying to watch this alone, though.
Oh yeah, I'm drawing Calvin and Hobbes.
Are you done?
Yeah.
I'm not. Just a second. Let me crap something out here. It's not getting any better. Why can't I even come close to what the eyes are? I already said that, but it seems like something that should be in my head. All right. Let me darken up my lines and I'll.
We should be pretty close right now. The agent said it was about 12 miles from Highway 10, and that was Highway 10 back there.
But you know, we should have asked for better directions at the last gas station.
Listen, I've never gotten us lost before.
Can you believe we already been doing this almost 4.5 hours?
What?
We're 20.
I'll put the top up.
Never mind, Mike.
420, man.
Between us.
420. By the way, we got some new people coming in about the same time as usual. Welcome to the stream, new people. What are you doing here? Where are you coming from?
We're like,
4 hours into this.
4 hours, it must be good.
Darn right it is. We're watching Manos in the Hand of Fate. Is that what it's called? And drawing Calvin and Hobbes from memory.
How many streams do you think we're doing this right now?
Merrily, merrily, merrily.
How many streams do you think we're doing this right now?
None of them. None of them are
Drawing
cool enough to
Calvin
do what we
Hobbes
do.
and watching Manos Hands of Fate.
Merrily, merrily, merrily.
We're one of a kind.
We're at.
You lucky people. There's even more people coming in. All right, you lucky people. You have wandered on to the best stream on the internet. Join us as we draw Calvin and Hobbes from memory and watch Manos, the Hand of Fate. Feel free to stay and judge our artwork. And if you missed earlier in the stream, we had John Wrightson, who is Bernie Wrightson's son and an amazing sculptor and visual effects guy, makeup effects, worked on Walking Dead, and all kinds of stuff. So make sure you go back and watch that.
Running late, first vacation, kid gets
That was cool. He was working on an actual sculpture while we were.
I know, yeah, I love that. That was so cool to see.
Well, all right.
It was just absolutely amazing.
Good to appreciate it. We are running kind of late. Okay, but if you're running late, you should have started earlier.
By the way, if there's any artists watching, it would be fun to see your version of Calvin and Hobbes from memory. Feel free to tag us in that on Twitter or Facebook or Instagram or wherever.
Oh yeah, we should always have people do that.
Yeah, I just thought of that. That's a fun idea.
How do we
They're all
prove
with
they did it from their memory?
What's that?
How do we prove they did it from their memory?
It's the honor system, people. Don't be cheaters. If you send me something that looks too good, I'm probably going to think you cheated. So,
How mad would you be if I cheated every time?
very.
Raging.
I'd be pissed. I'd be absolutely raged. I'd kill you, Brent. Can I say that on stream? Is that actually something that gets you flagged? Yeah, you can't say like the S word or unaliving yourself. Whoopsie. Did I just get our stream taken out? It was a joke, YouTube.
I'm not gonna do that to him.
Colby saying one of a kind, even in the multiverse. That's right. Doesn't matter what dimension you're in. This is the best stream on all the internets. Hey, why'd someone leave right when I said that? Hey. They weren't cool. Ooh, this is quite the song to lead into a movie. Why do I draw like a child on this show? Anybody know? Like, at least you guys commit to something and then just finish it like a professional artist. I just keep putting crappy scribbly lines down and never really do anything worthwhile.
I bet it's gonna look great.
Uh-huh.
Calvin and Hobbes
It
are
is.
just so like loose and like such a strict design. Like it's like
Yeah.
very hard to do. And it's like a thick line that's hard to do with pencil.
Yeah, maybe I should ink it real quick. Do you guys want to wait while I ink this now? I'm kidding. I'm done. I'm just gonna stop drawing this thing.
Okay.
Okay.
I quit.
Who goes first?
All right. Boom, Renee, you. Oh, it looks great. Oh wow.
Oh, you're like, oh, that's great.
No, I like it a lot.
I like
It
Hobbes.
feels like an alternate dimension of Calvin and Hobbes.
I don't remember what they look like.
I mean, it's not too far off. I don't have to show mine, right? Go ahead, Brent. Do your worst. Dang it.
Oh, I like Hobbs.
Didn't he have a
Me too.
long
That looks
body
great.
like that?
Yeah, he definitely had a long body like that.
Short, little,
Mhm.
short
But
leg.
let me show you what he really looked like.
Okay.
Let me get my camera to stop freezing.
Your description of it being a guy in a furry suit. Let's see that.
What's that cat doing?
I don't know.
Yeah, he's
How poorly drawn this is.
what
Hey,
is he
Colby, are you glad you hired me? What do you think?
What are they both doing?
This is what I'm going to do on your book.
That cat is so
A
questionable.
guy and his cat. That's what you wanted, right? That's what they pay me the big bucks for.
Is that what, you just drew the characters from that new comic, huh?
Yeah. No, that's the first page, Colby. It's done. You got to send me more money now.
Now you gotta show us what they look like.
Yeah, let's
All right, let's look up Calvin and Hobbes.
I like your
What's wrong with me?
I don't know. I figured.
Okay, here's a pretty good shot. All right, share this tab.
Look how cute they are.
Colby said these are so fun. So he does have short legs. Dag nabbit. See, I did short legs and it looks so wrong. I sort of got his paw almost. I was so far off on the nose and stuff. Oh, man.
Yeah, I gave him more of a cat nose, not the bulbous. I did kind of get that, like, I got the like eyebrow thing he has, just like how he has.
Yeah.
Unibrow.
I didn't like add the puffy. I gave him like a round side of his face. I didn't give him the whiskers or the like test.
God, mine is so stupid. And I really, my Calvin offends me. I'm actually a little mad at my Calvin. Oh, crap. Look at that. Look at that old jerk.
That is a big look at
And then, like, just look how stupid that is. Look,
that cat is like
gross.
That cat's
I
gonna
really
get
hate this one. Yeah. Jesus. And see, I almost went with the little like dot eyes, you know, and then I was like, that doesn't look right. So I gave him eyeballs.
When you were when you were saying I can't think of his eyes, I was gonna say do it as simple as you can possibly think. Just
I feel like I knew that, but then when I went to do it, it just looked so wrong that I was like, I must be wrong. Wow. I love Calvin and Hobbes so much. I feel so bad that I just drew that. Sorry, everyone.
No, we gotta. Is anybody gonna vote?
Yeah, just go ahead and vote for Brent. It's fine. No, I actually like. Let me see you guys' again. Actually,
Let's see yours, right?
okay.
Oh, yours out.
See, like both of yours look good. It's just like alternate dimensions. Mine's from hell.
Pull out a little bit. I want to see
What is wrong with me? Okay, let me get the right angle here. Am I okay? Someone send help. Good God.
Hobbs' face.
It's just a dude in a suit. Ugh. Welcome to the channel, everybody. Make sure you like and subscribe for more of this content. Look at their stuff at least.
Which one's the best? Vote.
It's mine. Colby saying, "From memory is so hard. That was a tough task." Yeah,
That's
it was.
That's what we do every week. You gotta
do.
watch. From memory.
I think I hate that more than my Betty Boop, actually. My Betty Boop has a little charm to it or something. This one just...
I think you outdid yourself.
I think so. Doesn't matter. Brent got the closest, but Renee's is too damn adorable not to vote for. Hey, Renee got the vote. In your face, Brent.
No, you said Brent was the closest.
Yeah.
Isn't that what it's
But
supposed
he
to be?
said yours is too adorable not to get the vote. So that sounds like you get the vote.
Woohoo!
Well done.
There's more
No,
people.
end the game there. I win.
Yep. At the end, you win. Let me give you a point.
Do I get a point from the Frankenstein?
Oh, yeah.
Is that part of this?
1-1. Sure, yeah. So now you guys are tied, though. So we got to do a tiebreaker at 4:30. 4 hours and 30 minutes.
The 4:30 tiebreaker.
Why?
Colby, got an idea for a tiebreaker? We'll see here. Ugh. I did this on Bristol, you guys. I might have to erase that. This is like too ink it now, yeah.
That monstrosity.
It's like too gross to keep on paper. I feel like I need to get rid of it and save this expensive paper.
You did it on Bristol.
I thought it was going to turn out better. I do that every time. I'm like, this one I should probably do on Bristol, not on loose leaf.
Mm-hmm. So it could be a keepsake.
Yeah. You should frame that. It's real. Is it big then?
Yeah, it's 9x12. Or is that right? 9x12.
Nice. Nice.
This is going to be available on NewQuestComics.com. Make sure you get over there and buy it.
Are they waving?
I don't think so.
I don't know. I was mostly just trying to get the paw. I remembered his paw looking a certain way. I don't know. I'm sorry. Right?
Sorry for what?
I gave myself a headache. Oh.
Tiebreaker.
Tiebreaker. What are you guys doing?
That you are.
All right, new people, stop coming into the channel. Stop coming to the show this late in the thing. It's just this is the content right now. Welcome. Welcome to the stream.
What? Who's next? Who's
An
next?
elephant, he says. An elephant? That could be fun. Is there a specific elephant?
Yeah.
Oh, just an elephant from memory without. Oh, yeah, that would be hard just by
Dumbo?
itself, wouldn't it?
We can do Dumbo.
Dumbo would be fun, yeah. Why do I feel like you've already got this in the bag, Brent?
Me?
Yeah.
You're on Dumbo.
I know.
Just remember he has big ears, big head.
Right.
Big head.
I can try Dumbo.
A little funny. Let's
He's
do Dumbo.
he's one of the cutest cartoon characters ever created, I think.
Really is.
Until we draw them.
He's in the top.
I'm going to do this on Bristol because I think it's going to turn out good.
Oh, Dumbo.
You're so cute.
Oh, yeah, back to our public domain movie.
I'm kind of curious about finding that spider one. This one doesn't have any monsters. so far.
Yeah, I think it's called. What's the spider one?
It's like, oh, I forget what it was.
Spider movie. Let's try that. Public domain spider movie. Is it Spider's Web?
Horrors of Spider Island was the one.
Is that
I saw.
it?
I don't know if it's any good.
It already looks a
versus
lot
the
like the
spider.
last movie we just watched. Just some guys talking.
Yeah.
Earth versus the spider. That could be cool.
Nightmare Castle.
Brent, if you don't watch this channel, you might be interested in this guy. Austin McConnell. He's making his own superhero universe. Like, he's a film guy kind of, but he's making his own superhero universe from public domain superheroes.
Oh, really?
And he has cool videos in general. All right, you want to do Horrors of Spider Island?
Or Dust.
Sure.
Let's try that one.
Yeah, Dumbo's
More people coming in. Hello. Brent has Dumbo in his back pocket ready to draw. I bet he does. That's what I'm feeling. I feel like it's just going to come out perfect.
He's
It's going to be the cutest.
He said
Huh?
elephant. He said elephant, so I just thought of the only elephant.
No, I don't mean that you like are planning this. I just mean it's just going to turn out right.
I don't think so. I'm drawing them. It's not.
I'm going to draw him on the back of my other monstrosity.
I don't remember if he was like how elephant he was like. You know what
How
I mean?
elephanty he was.
Like, was he? Yeah.
Did he have elephantitis, is what you're saying?
Was he elephanty? Like, what did his eyes look like?
Good question.
Eyelashes.
Oh yeah.
Whoops. Uh-oh. It's a good thing I'm drawing this one on Bristol.
Population approximately 550,000. University, shipbuilding, important seaport.
Doesn't it say anything about 32?
Thanks a lot, Colby.
There? Have you already worked down in Singapore? Not to work. However, I once had a friend, an oil sheik. He took me with him down there. He was quite a guy. Those are the guys that run around in turbans, aren't they? Listen, honey, when they take those turbans off, they're just like any other man. Got a life. Looking forward to going to Singapore? I don't really care where I dance, as long as the pay's good.
That's him now.
What his feet look like?
I think you were like human feet, sort of.
Hi.
It's like a man in a suit.
Yeah, it was like it's like an elephant furry suit, just like a real tall grown man furry suit of an elephant. That's what I remember anyway.
Hello,
Maybe you guys
Gary.
remember it wrong.
Hi, Georgia. You're looking prettier every day. How in the world are you doing? Yeah? Have you told the girls what this is all about? Sure, Gary. A tour for a dancing troupe. First engagement, Singapore. I've 12 of them here to pick from. Okay, Georgia. Let the girls in. We don't have much time.
All right, if we start now, Mr. Blackwood.
Of course.
Oh, but one at a time, please.
Okay. May?
I don't feel like I got it
Hi,
right.
would you?
How do you do?
That's Mr. Webster, the manager.
How you
And,
feeling?
this is May. She's the finest dancer in town.
I think I got this one this time.
You
What
got
was your
it.
last engagement? With a coquette, done here.
This one's going to be different than all the other times.
Pardon me? Mr. Webster would like to look at your lips. Oh, sure.
I'm not drawing his friend.
Thank
in
you,
the
you're
house.
hired. Please wait outside.
What is happening in this movie right now?
May.
Look at this part you guys just missed.
Spider Island.
Mr. Webster would like to look at your lips.
Watch this, Renee.
Thank you. You're hired. Please wait outside. Oh, thank you.
She pulled up her pants and got hired for something.
What kind of job is it they call for?
Dancer?
I don't know.
Not really. But I picked things up real fast. Thank you. We're looking for dancers. But what's that got to do with Singapore?
Come on, honey. Don't hold us up. Babs? This is Babs. Her legs are worth their weight in gold.
Can those golden legs also dance?
I was solo dancer in the Apollo Variety.
And why did you leave there? Oh, the boss really went for her, but his wife thought otherwise.
All right, you can work with us. As long as you don't.
Yeah, I thought I heard
Mr. West,
some-
That was me.
you talking.
Oh, you are.
Oh, okay.
I was talking to Tyson.
That was weird.
He wanted me to make his cake.
Oh, hey, Tyson.
I have to make 4
Oh, yeah,
cakes.
Renee almost made some cakes on stream tonight, but
Could you
didn't
dance?
work
All
out.
of you.
Glad to. Would you put this one on?
It would have been fun, though.
Let's have a look.
I was looking at that. I was just reading. Like, why is there so much frosting?
That is your Tyson asking about frosting.
I'm just hearing like people whispering.
Me too, yeah. I think we have ghosts.
Well, I'm as done as I'm going to be.
I'm getting there. I'm getting there. I think mine's probably going to be so good that I'll take you both out of the running for this
Thank you, Carolyn. You
tiebreaker.
dance wonderfully. But I'm afraid ballet is not what we're looking for.
Where's
Don't
the
be
spiders?
sad, honey. I tell you what, come in again tomorrow.
Yeah?
Yeah, I've got something else for you.
Oh, thanks.
All right. Here are Gladys and Doreen. I told you to let them in separately. These babes been working from the start as a duo number.
Would you believe I've already seen this movie?
Together, if possible. On this tour, you'll be dancing with other girls.
I believe it.
Doesn't matter. As long as we get to.
I remember this scene now.
All right, you can both work with us. Please send the next one in.
Yeah.
Thank you. See you.
I didn't realize it said babes back in the day.
Linda.
Like back in the 50s or whatever this is. 60s, okay, maybe.
Hello there.
It is 1960 though.
Yeah.
Stripper?
At times.
Didn't I see you work the Sapphire Club last month?
Uh-oh.
What is going on?
How are you two? Okay.
Spiders.
The boss wanted to.
Look at that spider. Here's Colby saying, is them in public
Are you
domain?
always so picky, unit?
Well, sure.
Yeah, that's a giant
That depends
ant
on
movie, I
the
think.
boss.
I think it might be.
Done for you.
That might be more
Not necessary.
entertaining than this.
You're hired. Wait outside.
Okay.
This is starting to pick up though.
Next girl, please.
My name is Nellie Hastings.
A new one. I haven't seen her work yet, but she's always been with good troops. Let's see her dance.
Let's hear
It's all
dance.
just about women dancing.
Maybe we have thought Good guys.
Hot dog.
Yeah.
I can't find if it is.
How are you feeling about your gumbo?
I mean, it's best one it could ever be.
Thank you. You're hired. Please wait outside.
Let me finish it up.
Mr. Blackwood has supplied all the girls we need.
Fine, Georgia. Go and tell the girls when costume and dance rehearsals will start. Will you, please?
All right.
Listen, Gary, I thought you were the boss. That you let Georgia select all the girls. I select all
This
the
movie's
girls.
scary.
You? But you didn't say
It's
a
a
word.
scary horror
Why
movie.
should I have a little trick. When I keep my legs apart like so, it means I'm not interested. When I cross them like this, then it's okay. You always were a crazy guy.
Then that's okay.
When do things get underway?
That's so crazy how he does that.
10 days.
What a crazy
10 days?
guy.
Well then, have a good trip. Thank you.
You like how these movies are just full of stock footage?
Yeah, no kidding. They are, aren't they?
They're just, Ed Wood would make movies around stock footage.
That's funny. You know, that does still happen, though. I do see movies every once in a while that have stock footage of them. So.
Yeah, it's really weird. Now it's like stock CGI scenes and stuff.
Yeah.
Are you done with your Dumbo?
Yeah. They're real loose.
I've been done.
You have been?
You done?
Yeah, just ignore me drawing.
We're now flying over the Pacific Ocean near Honolulu.
So yeah, I'll stop. Blah, 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 blah. A little shadow.
Mayday, number 247, number 247. We are 9,000 feet, losing altitude. Number 2 engine burning. Drop feathered, attempting emergency landing. Present position.
Whoa, that's Spider Island.
Repeat your position.
I think this
Spider?
I think it's just an island called Spider Island.
Clipper 247.
Like shaped like a spider.
All right, if you guys are ready, we'll just go.
That's real footage of a plane crashing.
What's that?
That was real footage of a plane crashing and like a war footage.
Was it really?
Just engulfed in flames.
Oh, yeah, you're right. That was just a real... Wow. Yeah. Cut together with just a close-up of a woman screaming, and then the ocean. All right, we'll do this. You guys are ready, right?
Mm-hmm.
Who's going first?
Does he have a hat or something? Whatever. All right.
He did have a hat.
Renae. Oh my God, that's adorable. He did have a hat. Crap.
Did you get his feather?
Yeah, it's like...
No, you did. I know. But did you get it right?
I did. I got it. I got the feather, yeah. All right, Brent. I don't want to show mine.
Oh, come on.
Oh, yeah. There it is.
Flying.
That's adorable.
I don't know.
Dang it, why didn't I give him the hat? I knew he had a hat. I even knew it was that kind of hat. Hey, you're freezing. Oh, wait, you're back. All right. Okay, get ready for the best one, as usual. Oh, it looks really weird flipped. I'm seeing it flipped on my screen. Gross. There it is. There it is.
I think he's cute.
Yeah, sure.
His trunk is really long, though, for a baby.
It is. It is very long.
But you got like the clown circles on his cheeks. Is that supposed to be when he's a clown?
Yeah, I just couldn't think about what the other makeup looked like, and
I had to
give up.
The cheek shine, but just in general, I think he has little rosy. Or maybe not. Let's look him up.
Yeah. Okay.
See this little
Dumbo.
I think you might have this one, Renae. Oh, he had the little collar. None of us had it.
Oh, yeah. I know that. Why didn't I do any of these things? And why did I make his trunk so long?
You see the live action Dumbo where he's a clown? That's pretty scary.
Yeah, it was Tim Burton did it. It was actually okay. It was an okay. Yeah, like that's super creepy. Yeah, it was okay. Like I don't even think I've watched any of the other Disney live action remakes or whatever, but this one I watched just because it was Tim Burton, and it was okay.
Go to him. Go down real quick. I want to see like.
Or from the movie, or
no, just the real. I'm just seeing that.
Yeah.
I even got the I didn't make his feet quite like. I mean, I gave him the toes and stuff. But...
Look at how long my trunk is compared to that trunk. Why did I do that?
I feel like I got closer than I was thinking I was doing.
Yeah, no, you guys got real close.
Renae got it pretty much.
Like this one looks like a mix between both of you guys's.
You were looking at that.
She's a cheater.
Yeah, you were cheating. You're looking at that drawing right there.
Yep, you were looking at that and you copied it, you traced it. I can tell.
Actually, I was kind of trying to remember one of the baby ornaments I got for the kids because it was Dumbo.
Oh, why didn't I think of that? That would actually have helped, probably. Never mind, it wouldn't have helped at all. Mine doesn't look too far away from that.
Yeah, that you were just drawing the new Dumbo.
Yeah, see? Yeah, I did good. I did real good. All right, Colby, you still there? Which one is the best? And why is it mine?
You can't.
He's so lopsided in his head. Why can't I draw on this stream?
I can't believe all of us forgot the color. I mean.
Yeah. I was thinking it was looking weird to me, like the body looked weird attached to him.
Mm-hmm.
So I was like trying to.
Man, you guys did a good job. It really is like between you two.
I like it.
Even more now.
Yeah, even more. So you were just doing that one for fun because you were.
Yeah, I forgot I was not part of that, but I did.
Unless you would have won, and then it would have been a three-way tie.
What do you mean would have?
You could still win. It just depends on what Colby says.
Exactly, Colby.
Hope for race.
The pressure's on you. Why is the pressure on you? Because there you are. Now you have to do. Oh, Renae wins with it. Yeah, it was real adorable.
Thank you.
Yay,
Colby.
Renae!
That's 2 weeks in a row.
2 weeks in a row.
I'm starting
What's
to,
that like?
Right?
Yeah.
Something like that.
Watch out, Brent.
Here we go. And the winner is.
I think even Pain.
Drum roll, everybody. That's not a drum. Renae is the winner. Whoopee!
Payments throughout the show.
Well done.
See, the only thing is I won with cuteness. I don't want to win with cuteness.
It's not just because it's cute. It's that Dumbo is cute, and you did a very cute Dumbo. It's accurate
I can't
too.
help but draw cute.
Me too.
Let's see those Calvin and Hobbes. Cute kitty.
Let's make him big again. I really hate this drawing. This bothers me. God.
I love it. I'm gonna get that tattooed.
Please do. Get all of these drawings that I do. All my Betty Boops. You got to get a whole sleeve of Betty Boops for me. Jesus Christ. Just look at how old am I?
Would you ever tattoo one of your
This
Betty
guy's
Boops
name
on your
is
body?
Frank. Would I? I would never.
Mhm.
Brent might.
Uh-huh.
Oh no, your audio. Cut it out.
I don't know what it's doing.
Make it stop.
Okay.
Colby saying last week was a tiebreaker too. Why am I so large? Hello.
I love that Calvin Hobbes.
Phew, finally Renee's gone.
Now we can just
Whoops, she accidentally got kicked right after winning. Huh?
Now we can just bask in your Calvin and Hobbes a while longer.
I know. Let's just stay here in this moment for a while. God, I don't even like looking at it. I'd rather look at my Betty Boop all day long.
I think you have a new one to pull out though when you're like, look.
I do. Look what we do on this show. Don't you want to stick around?
Like, think of Calvin
Professional
Hobbes.
artist. Good Lord.
Do you think you could draw Calvin Hobbes now that we've seen them?
No.
We should start doing that where we, at the end of the show, we redraw one of the ones that we had just looked at.
That would be fun. Yeah, like look at it, try to take some stuff in, and try again.
But just
We should
choose
do that.
one like each episode to like redraw after we've seen it.
Yeah.
What do you think of that idea, Renee?
Sure.
Like after we look at it, go right back into drawing it.
Well, after
Yeah,
like
okay.
after we draw a few others, then it's so
okay.
fresh in our mind, but it's like
Yeah. I think that'd be fun. Yeah.
I mean, that'd be boring for people to see. I think we would learn though. I think we would see like I think they look better, but maybe not.
You think I would
another
learn?
crack at April O'Neil in the genie?
Do we draw April O'Neil?
Yeah.
Did I?
Yeah.
Brent won.
God, I don't remember that at all.
I
How
love
bad did
April
mine
O'Neil
turn out?
too.
It turned out okay.
Did it?
April O'Neil, I think. I think we all kind of did okay on that one.
Ooh.
This stack of drawings.
We're heading very close to 5 hours. What?
This stack of drawings that we draw every week is getting huge.
Who was this even?
That's not April O'Neil. Yeah, that's the bird from, that's Iago
No.
from Aladdin.
Mm.
I think so. Yeah.
It is. Yeah. That's Gilbert Godfrey.
Oh
That's
my
funny.
God,
I
the
must be
genie.
missing a bunch of mine because I don't remember. Okay, that one's pretty funny. That one's pretty good.
Yeah, that's the one you should start showing when you show people what we're doing with these.
Yeah.
Think of the
Let's
genie.
just all hold up our worst drawings. Although Brent's worst drawing is still a great drawing. So show one that doesn't look like a good drawing.
Let's see.
I dare you.
Let's see. I'll find one. You're all so good. I don't know.
See?
This is hard to find a bad one. Just kidding.
I like that you have them all in a nice little stack. Mine are
These
garbled
were-
all over the place. Garbled? I think I'm getting tired.
A stack of other drawings, I think I did really bad on this the alligator from
Vector.
Because I didn't.
No, you did.
Because I didn't have a
That
clue.
was awesome.
I made him like a robot when he wasn't.
But that's what I mean, though, is that still looks like a great drawing. Now think about mine. Yeah. Yeah.
That was awesome.
I love that. Amazing drawing. Amazing drawing. A little wet.
Knuckles.
Ooh. I'm gonna have to get a GIF or like a little clip of that beaver screaming every time I yawn, and just get a button where I can play that every time.
Almost at 5
What we're talking
hours
about.
again.
Yeah, we are. Yeah, we are.
This one really went fast.
I think this one.
It did.
I think this one was really bad.
No, it's
No.
not. It's amazing.
I don't think you can draw bad.
What
do you about this one?
That's really good.
Thank you. You're right. Colby, have you been here for the whole show? I think you have. That's awesome. You've been hanging out with us for 5 hours.
Nice.
Maybe he hasn't. Maybe he wasn't here from the very beginning. But however long it's been, thank you for being here.
Are we gonna stop it before 5 hours?
Every stream he's been to has been 5 hours. Yeah, it's becoming a problem. It's getting easier to go 5 hours.
Mm-hmm.
That's not good.
It's feeling normal to go 5 hours.
It is. It is.
My Woody Woodpecker is pretty bad.
No,
No, it isn't.
You got
No, it
you got
isn't.
his beak like curving.
Not really.
We're waiting, Brent. Show us a bad one.
There is none.
Colby missed the first 10 minutes. Get out of here then. No, I'm kidding. Thank you very much for watching this whole ridiculous thing with us.
This one?
Pink Panther. I mean, that looks like Pink Panther. That's just like a perfect Pink Panther. His little butt. Yeah.
Junky butt.
Oh, the Garfield one was pretty bad.
No, it's not.
No.
It just looks like early Garfield.
That one.
I mean, I will say his lips look a little goofy in that bottom right, but
that one I was
it's got like
trying.
double cat lips. But no, they look amazing. It looks like early Garfield or something.
And then Snarf, I have no idea what he looked like.
But it's still a great drawing, and it still feels like Snarf. So you failed. You failed. Hey, look at this though.
What's that?
This is a spider collecting air to make an underwater habitat.
God, stop showing spiders.
Look at this. He makes a bubble house. How cool is that?
That is really neat.
Look at that. Isn't that cool? Collects air, goes up to the surface and brings down air somehow from his butt.
So
I
it's
don't
a
know.
water spider?
Yeah, well, I mean, not really. It like swims, but it lives in the air bubble it makes. I don't know what kind it is. Yeah, I didn't say what kind it is, but am I wrong that it's collecting air with its butt? How's it doing that? It is collecting air with its butt.
It's just
Can you guys collect air with your butts?
Kind of pulling a bubble.
Yeah.
Colby saying, "Yay, nightmare fuel before bed." Yeah. There you
You
go.
should show them
Didn't
the
know they
one
could
of
get you
that
in the water, did
lady
you?
eating spiders. Those are nightmares.
Oh God, I hate those. The mukbangs where people are eating. How are there new people coming in when we've been doing this for 5 hours? Who are you and what are you doing here? Subscribe.
You're gonna scare them off.
I guarantee there's
They should be scared off.
I guarantee there's a page where you can just find streams that have been going on for like 5 hours. And
Must be.
It's like this one's been going on for 5 hours.
Yeah, whoever you weirdos are, get in here and tell us how you're finding us after we've been doing this for 5 hours. And we're at the weird end of the show when you're coming in, showing a spider making an air bubble house. Comics Chat Wednesday. Look at this.
That is pretty cool.
Chatting comics over here.
No octopus today.
I mean, this is a insect octopus.
Oh, I bet I have an octopus in here somewhere. Hold on. What do I have? What else do I got?
I want to live in a little spider bubble like that.
Me too.
Just fit a giant spider.
Here's this video. What do you guys think? That's kind of neat, right? It's going up the knife.
Mm-hmm.
Look at this. That's kind of cool, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Look at that. Inertia.
It's like a cartoon.
That's what it looks like. Slow motion. So, subscribe for more of this. Look at this golf ball. Look at that. That's kind of like mildly interesting, right? You're like, oh, all right. Yeah. We've all seen this a million times. That's not even. Have you not seen that stuff before? Okay,
No.
yeah. There's a whole YouTube channel that just hits like colored paints off of a tennis racket. This is a guy throwing a ball up. Wow. Oh, is he gonna catch it? He caught it. Yeah. There's that lady again.
That's how I make my Thanksgiving potatoes.
It is.
That's satisfying. Yeah.
I
I do like this leaf video. This in particular.
Wow.
I like that a lot. That's really neat. You guys want to watch this like 3 or 4 more times?
Mm-hmm.
Let's do it. Have you ever seen a tuna fish?
Yes.
I did not know.
I have they're huge, right?
Yeah, they're huge. They're huge, and they have spikes on their tail like a dinosaur. That's a tuna fish. I eat tuna all the time.
I watched a show about catching tuna, like all the
Oh, you
different
did?
ships that compete for it.
Oh, really? God, look at that. It's crazy. It's like a dinosaur.
Look how weird salmon look. Have you ever looked at like a salmon's face?
I think I've caught salmon before a long time ago.
They taught us all about
Salmon
salmon
fish
in
bait.
school.
Like, look at it,
California.
like the curved face.
Ew, what?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's gotta be that's a Mandela effect right there. I've never seen a salmon.
I have
his nose hole.
I have a stuffed salmon, and I was like, "What is this thing?" And then I like looked it up, and I was like, "Oh, it's just a regular salmon."
What?
Yeah.
What?
Mandela effect. Yeah, they just have like huge noses.
It kind of reminds me of your Squidward nose in your drawing, Ray. Like, do you remember?
It does.
Like,
where's that at? I had that kind of handy. Let me see if I can find that one.
The salmon face.
So I don't like this dimension at all.
With
Ever
this
since your dimension crossed over with mine, everything's been super weird.
Just cartoons don't draw salmon like that. They just give them regular fish faces, so then everyone thinks they look like regular fish.
Nah, it's a dimensional shift thing. Where's it?
They look weird.
Yeah, see, I didn't. You guys were drawing Squidward because I was drawing Salmonward.
Salmon.
You guys were just doing the assignment wrong.
In
Where
your dimension, he's a salmon.
Exactly. See, easy to explain.
We go to the. You see the one where they're like green, yellow, and blue, and red.
Ooh.
Or what? Which one?
It's like a underneath.
Yeah,
that-
I didn't know they were
What
colored.
says Eagle Valley? News.
Yeah,
That
Eagle
one?
Valley. Yeah, look at those colors.
What? No way. What?
Look at those things. You see, there are salmon that look like. I think this is like the male or like the female or something. Looks weird.
Ooh, look at that thing.
Look at that one that woman's holding.
What?
Yeah, that's how weird my stuff. I have a stuffed salmon. It looks like that.
Salmon are amazing creatures.
Nah, they're gross and weird.
They swim upstream.
Yeah.
You love to eat these a lot, Renee. You
Yes,
like to
I
eat
do.
that thing.
Do you eat the head?
Do you want to
No,
kind of
I
just put that in your mouth and chomp on it a little bit?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Slurp
We
on the
should-
nose a little.
We should soak this in and draw salmon next stream.
Yeah, let's do it. I might be able to do that.
Look at that thing. There's no
Looks
way.
like it's wearing a
That one's
sweater.
crazy.
Mhm.
Wearing
So
a red
sockeye
sweater.
salmon is
Yeah,
that
sockeye,
colorful
I
one.
guess.
Sockeyes.
Yeah, I don't know if regular, but I don't know. I don't know.
We're going down a rabbit hole now.
Weird fish. Weird fish.
Oh my god!
Look at that third. Look at that third.
Hour
What is
6.
this?
Go.
Is this real?
This is the weird
Let's
fish
do it.
hour. We're gonna have an hour of weird fish. That's not real.
Yeah, weird
That's
fish
that
hour.
monster we
Is
just saw
it?
in the movie.
It could be real.
Isn't that
Let's
monster?
not look it up. Let's just assume it's real. Yeah, that's the monster from that movie. Yep. I love blobfish.
Yeah.
Look at that little fella.
Look at that guy.
So
Ew, what's
sad.
that?
Drool a little
What's that yellow stuff coming out of the side of its mouth?
Just a little drool, little pussy drool. How is there new people coming in still? What are you doing?
Look at that first one with the big bulbous head. The first
Yeah, I
one.
like these actually. I keep wanting to draw some kind of creature that looks like that.
Have you ever seen a sunfish?
I'm about to.
They're real weird looking. They're like sideways.
Is it?
Yeah.
Is that how big they are?
Yeah, and they're huge.
They're not that big, right? They're that big?
These kind of far back, but they're huge. Like
Ew.
Yikes.
I've seen
Ew.
videos of people like seeing them swim up to the water, and they're just like freaking out because it's like, look at it on the surface there. They swim sideways and absorb the sun, I guess. The
Oh
one-
my god. Ew.
Yeah, look how big it
Son
is. Look at the one with the crowd.
Whoa.
The crowd of people around it. Yeah, they get huge.
Dude, look at his weird little face. Hold on, I gotta open that bigger.
It's a weird little face. Look at that one with those two people are holding it.
Do you
Yeah,
see what I'm
okay.
saying? Like this looks like
Yeah.
an eye socket, nose area, mouth,
This is
bald head.
a human face.
Ew, I don't like these things.
Sunfish.
But I also like them. It's a conundrum.
That
Wow.
thing's been here longer than any human.
Oh yeah, is it like a real old ancient fish?
Sharks were here 10 million years before trees.
That's crazy.
Oh God, that's true, huh? What in the world?
Just think of the Earth for 10 million years, just like sharks swimming around in my.
No trees.
That reminds me, I want to watch the Meg movies.
Yeah, I haven't seen that.
Yeah, we need to watch those.
I read the book. I don't know if they're related.
You did?
Yeah, years ago there was a book called Meg.
Was it good?
I thought it was good. I like big sharks. It was in
Yeah.
Mariana's Trench.
Are you?
Oh, is it? I didn't realize that.
Are you a fan of the original Jaws movie?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah. I love Jaws.
It's a great movie.
Mm-hmm.
Renee, have you ever seen a fish with human teeth?
Yes.
No. I have a feeling that's about to change.
Behold.
Ew.
This is an actual fish.
Look at that. Look at the first picture.
Look at that. It looks like Mater.
Yeah, it looks just like Mater. That's what I was gonna say.
Colby saying the movies, I guess Meg, are goofy fun. Books are a bit more serious. Cool, you've read the books too, huh?
All right, Colby.
The Meg movie.
Look at these things. Look at this one with lips and teeth. Ew. You want to give a little kiss, Brent? Give a little kiss.
That looks.
Why does it have so many teeth?
It just stole a person's teeth. Look at that one.
Oh, sorry.
It just stole a person's teeth. Is this real?
I think so.
No, that's got dentures in it. Those are dentures.
Oh, that one's fake. I thought you meant the one where yeah, that one's definitely fake.
I know this one's real, but
yeah, that looks disgusting.
Supernumerary teeth is what that's called. That's your science lesson for the week.
It's like the skull with all the teeth, like a little kid's skull.
Yeah. Why am I hearing an echo now? Renee, what'd you do?
Renee,
Nothing.
You did it.
What have you done?
Well, dadgum. Nope.
Do you have a
What
fish?
other weird fish we got?
Do you have any fish?
We did.
Ooh, look at that one.
We can't keep fish alive.
Yeah, it's hard.
We have stopped trying because it was getting upsetting.
Look at that one that's
Doesn't work out.
In the top picture there.
Whoa, look at that one. Sorry, which one?
It was like
this one. Oh, this one with legs. This one walks. Have you seen this one?
Yeah.
He walks on the floor.
He's like a human mouth.
He's got red lips. Ew, look at his nose. Ew.
He looks smart though. He looks like
he does. It looks like he's annoyed at our stream, probably. He's mad at us. That's what that expression looks like. It's like, God, do something better with your life.
Like,
what are you doing?
5 hour mark. 5 hours and 12 minutes.
Yep, that's the face that he makes at 5 hours and 12 minutes. This might be our longest one. This is getting ridiculous. Let's go for 6. Let's do it.
When you hit the 6 mark, just viewers start flooding in.
Yeah, like God, they must be really onto something. We are. Look what we're onto. Look at
that
this
one.
thing.
Ew. That's like a human face in there.
Yep.
Look at that one. That hand is holding.
Ew.
Those eyes.
Ew.
Sort of like mutation or something, right? That can't just be what the.
Oh my God.
It's probably like.
Ew. I gotta look at that closer.
Ew.
Look at that gooey eyeball. Gross. Kind of love it. Kind of want to paint something like that. Hello, new people. Look at that.
That's
what do you think?
Yeah. That's the
Glad you clicked on it? Huh?
The egg yolk eyeball fish.
Yeah. Welcome to Comics Chat Wednesday, where we learn about egg yolk eyeball fish. Make sure to hit like and subscribe.
Could you touch that like that guy's doing?
No. No, I couldn't.
I couldn't touch it.
I could not do that. Look at its tail and stuff. It looks like a snake. Look at its gross mouth with like its bloated lip, and it looks bruised. What is happening?
Renee's missing out.
Yeah, she is.
This is
I don't think she fully appreciates the
No,
stuff
it's
that I
weird.
share on here.
The weird fish hour.
Weird fish hour, yeah.
Googling weird fish.
Here's something comics related that I thought was kind of neat. First of all, trigger warning: something bad's about to happen to a comic book. Ah, no! He's tearing it apart. So at first, and everybody kind of had the same reaction. I even said it here. I was about to be mad about the torn up comic, but then he turns it into something really cool, actually. And I love all the cutout lettering and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
He turned it into his own sketchbook.
He had to ruin a ton of comics.
Yeah, I mean, I think it might all be from the same comic. Maybe you just cut out all the word balloons. But that's kind of cool. I actually kind of like that. It's kind of worth it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind having a sketchbook like that.
That comic-
Oh, no, Renee's back. Ew, look who's back.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yep.
We got to get to the 6 hour.
Do
We only have like 45 minutes left.
Yeah, 45 minutes. Let's do it. No, let's not do it. We better. We should probably get to bed at some point. It's only almost 4 in the morning here. This is what we should
No
be doing.
big
Is staying
deal.
up until 4 in the morning. The kids will be fine on their own tomorrow.
You're gonna bake cakes tonight?
I was supposed to.
She was. Yeah. She was talking about doing it on the stream, which I thought would be fun. Like just mixing it all up, do all of it.
It's just cake mix. I probably could pop
It'd be
out
fun though.
like 2 or 3 cakes real fast.
Maybe not at 4 in the morning. Let's maybe not do that. And then instead do it tomorrow.
All right.
I know. Probably shouldn't though.
Each kid is celebrating something.
Yeah, pretty
So
cool.
they each get a cake.
Pretty proud of our little twerps.
Do they have different? Each one's gonna be different flavor, or is it like the shape of the cake?
Of course, yeah. No, our kids never. They always have different things. What do we got? An Oreo cake and a
Chocolate with pink frosting and chocolate chips for Claire.
Ooh,
Drake wants Oreo. Tyson wants red velvet with chocolate frosting.
Ooh, all right. Oh wait, I can't eat it.
And Porter
I'm saying,
wants
damn, I want
vanilla
cake
cake
now.
with blue frosting and space sprinkles.
Yeah, this is gonna be torture to have these cakes in the house.
Yeah, it's gonna be a little rough, especially that red velvet one. That sounded real tasty right now. But I will prevail. Huh?
Claire's the best tasting cake, from what I could hear.
Yeah, you like
Which
that one
one?
the most?
Just like the pink frosting on a chocolate cake with chocolate chips. Is that what you said?
It does sound pretty good. Huh?
Sounds good.
Claire's cake.
Mm-hmm.
She wouldn't let you have any.
Oh,
No,
yeah.
she shares.
Yeah, she does say sharing is caring, but also she might kill you if you eat her cake. So
I was eating alone at a restaurant the other day, and these kids were just putting their face. There was like a glass thing separating it, like it was kind of a smoky glass where you couldn't really see through it unless you were right against it.
yeah.
And the whole time, these kids just kept putting their faces against it, waiting for me to see them. I was like,
Did you scare
That's
them?
funny.
they were like trying to scare me, I think. They were then I coughed, and one of them was like popped up over the thing. Don't cough.
Really?
These people
Don't
had-
cough.
These people had like 8 kids. And they're
Anybody
all-
that has more than like 2 kids are maniacs.
There were so many, and they were all around the same age. It was just like I don't know how they did it. Might have been like a
Yeah, no, families like that where they have tons of kids and they're all around the same age. I don't understand how they did that because ours are all spaced out. So it's like even the 2 that are closest in age, our youngest,
Yeah.
that has been difficult dealing with just 2 kids close in age.
Yeah.
But having just all babies, a bunch of babies all at the same time,
We're
and
all
having them
roughly-
all have the same problems. Ugh.
seemed like they're all pretty close in age. They were crazy.
Can't do that. Kids are crazy. That's true.
Out of the baby phase. Gone for good.
Gone for good. Until
the grandkids. Until the grandkids come.
Paid my dues. No, the dues are paid.
Grandkids are coming.
They are. They are. It really could be any year now. Like just any
If
year.
each
could
one
be
has
the year that
two,
we
that's
bring.
8 grandkids.
Or you could be like me and my brothers and never have any kids.
That could happen too. That is more
So
common
fun.
with the new generation. So.
I know. Yeah. I'm like the new generation over there.
You are, yeah. You're a Gen Z.
Yeah. That's how I describe myself. I'm the brain of a Gen Zer.
Hey, I'm Gen Z, guys. What we said.
Hello, fellow children.
Colby says he'll stick to his furry kids for now. All right.
You've seen that.
Yep.
So are we trading?
You
Walt
can't put
for
them in
Claire
cages.
yet?
You can't put.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's see how Claire's not living with me alone. Let's just do it for science.
Let's see how you turn out living with Claire alone.
That would give me a whole new purpose in life if I was raising a little kid all of a sudden.
Your purpose would be to survive.
I think Claire sounds like she's pretty cool.
She's a real
Claire is
sweetheart.
super cool.
Until she isn't.
What does she
She's
do?
also difficult, but she's super cool.
What does she do that's bad?
You know,
She's
she'll
just very highly sensitive,
Uh,
like me.
yeah.
So she gets overwhelmed easy.
Yeah,
So-
hard to navigate emotions.
Mm-hmm. Like,
Try
But
to
no,
help
she's
her.
wonderful.
yeah. You can probably relate to some of her things, so you can like navigate it. I guess.
Hmm. My parents didn't.
Yeah, they didn't. They didn't.
No, she's wonderful.
Yeah.
She is. She's a special girl.
But I think Walt will give me less trouble.
I don't know. He's pretty.
I think
he's
for sure he would.
Troublemaker.
That even sounds cute.
He's
Little
already-
troublemaker.
Wanting to go outside and chase rabbits, kill
Oh
rabbits.
yeah, the rabbits.
So is Claire.
Claire kills rabbits too.
Has she murdered any small animals yet?
Not yet. Not yet. She will though.
What would you do if
Just
you walked to
people.
the house with a rabbit?
I don't know.
Go.
Every day it's kind of
Re-
something new.
we would respond as calmly as possible. Oh, I see you've brought a rabbit home. Okay, let's deal with that now. Everything's okay. That's how it'd go.
Mhm.
I've seen videos of little kids with like dead animals and won't let them go.
Yeah.
They're like
pets.
They just have it, and their parents are trying to like make them drop it because it's like a dead squirrel or something, and then it's like an animal they found out in the yard. It's not a pet.
I saw a video that was like the opposite of that. It's a kid coming up. Look, I found a dead squirrel or something like that. And it's actually just his cat. And he somehow got confused. His parents were like, no, that's your cat. And he's like, oh, and put it down. He actually thought he had a dead squirrel in his hand because this thing wasn't moving.
Was it sleeping or something?
It just wasn't moving a whole lot, I guess. I don't know what happened there, but kids, they don't know what they're doing.
Kids.
But he was disappointed that it wasn't a dead squirrel.
You gotta bring.
All right, goodbye. No, at 3 hours or 5 hours, sorry, in 22 minutes, we probably should wrap up. It is 4 a.m. here. It's been a pretty amazing stream, though. So thank you for coming. Colby, thank you for being here. New people who popped in, hello. Welcome, subscribe. Go back and watch the other 5
Did you
hours.
see our weird fish?
Did you see our fish? That's the most important part of the. Oh yeah, and also there was John Wrightson, amazing sculptor, whatever. We had weird fish though. That was cool.
Mm-hmm.
We also did a whole Oh yeah, we did a sculpting thing with John Wrightson. Oh no, I knocked off his hair. What did I do?
Did his hair just fall off?
Mine was third place.
Broke off his hair. Go back on hair. Oh, this clay is so dry and brittle. Whatever. Yeah. So, thank you for coming. Thanks for watching, etc. Go to NewQuestComics.com and get our comics. It helps us make our show and have time to do that, sort of. But at least get the comics because they're cool. Like, subscribe. Colby says, great stream again. Thank you, Colby.
Thanks, Colby.
And like, subscribe. And come next week. Same dork time, same dork channel. All right. Thank you for coming, everybody. Have a good week. Bye-bye. End it.